Ashland, Oregon. And I can't say enough good things about Jonathan. So thank you so much for joining us here today. And the stage is yours. Just take it away.
All right. Hi, everybody. I was listening in on the end of the conversation, So, and I didn't hear the previous ones, but it sounds like there's a motion. There are questions in the air here, huh? So I can contribute what I can contribute, which I will do. I want to get everybody in my view here, though. Let's do this. There we go. So, look, there's lots of different ways to approach what I want to do. But here's the main thing I want to do. I want to teach you all something that I know. First, I'll give you just a tiny bit of background about me. All right. I'm actually participating in a meditation series in Israel now, and they asked me to write a little bio. So here's what I said. I was born in 1950 in Detroit, Michigan. And so basically, Israel and I have grown up together. Right. I just turned 73. And in April of this year, I was in Brazil, where I've gone many, 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 many times over the years. It's the center of my own spiritual path that I'll talk about a little bit. And I was in the middle of the Atlantic rainforest, taking a group of people. We go once a year into a very intensive retreat, a daime retreat, right? For those who may not know, daime is the name of a tea that most people call ayahuasca, although there are some differences. Spiritually, they're very different, but physically they are, in most cases, the same. And my wife and I are the leader of a spiritual community in Ashland, Oregon, in the spiritual path of the Santo Daime. Santo Daime is centered in the Amazon rainforest. So how I got there is a story that I'm going to tell a little bit about in a minute. But in any case, I was in, once a year, we take a group of 20 people, to do a 3-week intensive in the Atlantic rainforest. In that time, where there's 16, 17 days, we do 10 or 11 ceremonies of various kinds. People come there. It's if you want to call it, it's entheogenic graduate school. So I was there in the middle of that workshop in the middle of the Atlantic rainforest, and I had a heart attack in the middle of the Atlantic rainforest, which has galvanized everything in my life. Right? I was saved. It's a story. I was like this close, like that. And so my study in the last months has been about what is my life about, what is life about, period. How come I was given this reprieve? And I don't know the answer to those questions, right? We ask these big questions. And when my son was 7 years old, he's 41 now, and I was driving him to school. We had moved to Ashland from Boston. And driving him to school, second, third grade, what is fourth grade, and he looks at me and goes, Dad, he says, you don't know everything. And I thought, shit, already. I said, Dad, you don't know everything. He said, I don't know everything, but God knows everything, and we'll know everything when we die. So that actually started a study. Those of you who are parents, when you look at your children and you think, damn, who are these people? And how did I luck out? Right? The sister there was talking about her incredible children, right? So my son, who was 41, my daughter, who's 37, are now those teachers for me. So I don't know the answer to the question, but I do know that I've been given some things that I have learned and that have proven to be useful to people in navigating this moment that we are in, right? right? There's a Chinese curse that says, "May you live in interesting times." Right? We are in very, very, very interesting times. From my point of view, we are in a moment of transformation of humanity, a necessary transition of humanity from loyalty in my world, right? I teach energetic medicine. I teach energetic anatomy. In my world, the what I would say is we are being forced, drag kicking and screaming from our loyalty to the third chakra, to the heart. So I wrote a book a few years ago. It's called Gift of the Body. And in it, I talk about the longest 4 inches in the universe. The longest 4 inches in the universe is the distance between the third chakra and the heart. Because these two chakras are in some ways opposite in their energetic configuration and in what they're meant to do, right? The third chakra is where we live our lives from normally. It's from where we do and make, right? Achieve. The loyalty to the third chakra inevitably results in perpetual conflict because it's about distinction. It's not about unity. It's about this is a me and this is a you, and this is a mine and this is a yours. What it has allowed us to do is to create amazing technological, economic systems, communication systems, media, blah, 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 blah. In a general sense, wealth that has never been seen before. And we are stuck. We are stuck in that loyalty to that third chakra, to that perpetual conflict as a way of doing business on earth. And we are being forced, kicking and screaming, coming to the heart because, for instance, in the present conflict that people are talking about so beautifully, the only solution that I know comes from the heart. It's not going to be worked out by making this deal or this compromise or that compromise. Because the loyalty to that paradigm is what is keeping things stuck. So you can decide, well, okay, 37. So right now we're doing it. I'm going to give you this many hostages and you'll give me this many hostages and I'll stop bombing you for 4 days and you'll stop killing people for 2 weeks. Where does that end? It ends exactly in this place where we are now. And that's not even a failing of the human beings. It's being stuck in a paradigm. So we are being called, force kicking and screaming, right? The only way that we will survive as a species, and I think it's like this. I don't think it's a given. I think it's mezza, truthfully. And there are some days when I think it wouldn't be such a great tragedy, to tell you the truth. Let's leave it to the bugs. I was in a ceremony in Brazil recently, just now, a daime ceremony, and I was sitting at. For those of you who don't know, the normal daime ceremony is arranged around a table that usually is in the table is in the shape of a 6-pointed star, from which grows a cross, which historically is actually accurate, right? From the Magen David, from the Jewish paradigm, grew what eventually became Christianity and all the distortions that it's in. So I'm sitting there, and very, very strong spiritual power, and we're praying for souls. Apropos what the last speaker said in this ceremony, we're praying for souls who have left their bodies. It's part of the mission and part of the imprimatur of the Santo Daime is we pray once a month at least for souls who have left their bodies to receive light, particularly those who left in conflict or in war or in pain or in confusion, of which there are many, 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 many. So we're doing that. And I'm looking at my leg, and there's a grasshopper sitting on my leg. And I spent a long time looking at this green, very, very, very beautiful. And it wasn't just because I was in an altered state, which I was. was a very beautiful, and I'm looking at it, and it has these antennae that are going like this, and it's going, and I thought, that's an incredible species. And this grasshopper, I mean, maybe a bird was going to eat the grasshopper, or the grasshopper was going to eat a fly or something, but it was operating within the natural order. So I tell you, there are moments when I look and I say, but we're committed. Those of us who are doing this work, we are committed to being the space holders for this transition from the third chakra to the fourth chakra. Why? Because the fourth chakra, the heart, among all its incredible, incredible, incredible qualities and gifts, is the space of unity. By definition, by implantation in your body, the heart seeks and knows, promotes, and lives by unity. So the first unity is within me, within you, right? You got 3 chakras below, you got 3 chakras above. You have the heart in the middle, holding the space for the transformation of me, of my own material, from my commitment to my third chakra, to my lower self, to the heart. And then by extension, as I'm learning that art of living through my own heart, I can be of use to others. Right? So the question of what do we do, we've got a lot of people on this call. Everybody's called to do something on earth, right? I was called in 1988 to go to Brazil. In 1988, nobody knew what ayahuasca was outside of a very small circle of friends, as the folks always said. Nobody knew what that was, right? Now, somebody told me this a few weeks ago. If in Los Angeles, right, I live in Oregon, in Los Angeles, on any given Saturday night, you can choose from 60 different ayahuasca ceremonies to go to and pay someone a bunch of money to give you ayahuasca. On any given Saturday night, you can choose from 60 ayahuasca ceremonies. When I went to Brazil in December 1987, nobody knew what an ayahuasca was. I didn't, right? I was called by the fact that I needed so much healing for myself. And my therapist, who was a Brazilian man, said to me, look, we're going to go to Brazil, we're going to go to this community, and in a month, we're going to do the equivalent of 10 years of psychotherapy and 10 years of meditation. What do you think? And I thought, wow, damn, that's a good deal. He said, oh, yeah, and by the way, there's a tea. They drink a tea. I'm like, okay, they drink a tea. That's what I knew. I was called for my own healing. I was called to realize that I have always been what in my world is called a medium, a connector of matter and spirit inside me and for other people. I was an acupuncturist at that time. I started practicing acupuncture in 1976 in Boston. I was called to become a spiritually based energetic healer and to teach that. And I was called in my life, my experience, because for those who have taken plant medicine, right, plant medicine bypasses the mental questions. The answers are given to you vibrationally, viscerally, right? The esoteric follows. Oh, what does that mean? But what you're studying the meaning of is what's happening in you, in your perception, in your vibratory layers. Okay. So I was brought face to face with the question that I have had my whole life from when I was born in Detroit, 1950, up until that time and up until now, which is, how do you do it? Right? As we would say in the 60s, everybody's got a good rap. I have a good rap, right? The previous teacher, everybody's got a good rap. How do you do it? Right? So I can study the avatars, which I have, right? I'm a student of Paramahansa Yogananda. I'm a student of the Master Yeshua. I'm a study of the Jewish masters. I'm a study of many, many. Everybody's got a good rap. How do you do it? That's been my question, right? 5 years old, this is my first real memory. 5 years old, we had moved, my family and I had moved from one side of the suburb we lived in to the other, into a brand new house, was huge by our standards. And 5 years old, and the living room was this long, like, corridor. And 5 years old, I'm blindfolded myself, and I'm walking around the living room with my hands out, blind, feeling into where everything is. I did this spontaneously. Nobody told me this. We weren't playing the blind game. My first memory. Why was I doing that? Because I knew intuitively that to be a human being is by definition to be a blind amnesiac. To be a human being is by definition to be a blind amnesiac, right? You know the Jewish legend, right? When the baby's being born, right? She's doing it, right? The baby's being born, and before this happens, we have all the knowledge. Like my son said, right? We know everything. We know everything. And all that memory and all of our past lives and all the spiritual answers, that soul knows it. But to be a human means you got to forget all that, because you're supposed to learn how to do it without knowing how to do it. That's just the game. That's just the deal, right? So as the soul is getting incarnate, the angel touches you and makes this groove under your nose, and all that memory then is put aside, put behind you for you to remember. And that's what plant medicine does. When it's done well, when it's done honorably, when it's done honoring the spiritual nature of it for real, when it's done honoring the teachers who come through that medicine, we start to remember. We remember from the inside out. Yes, there are revelations. When we talk in the dining about the miração. Miração is a living, active vision, where you are the protagonist of your vision. So yes, you can see your past lives. You can see spiritual teachings from the actual what's going on in you. But really, it is the vibration and the connection that the plant medicine and the teachers that come through the plant is just a body, like you're just a body, right? The real teachers come through the body to join with your body. In that interaction, in that communion, in that intimacy, then can be revealed truth vibrationally. And then you are blessed with a mind and a cognitive ability to understand it to some extent, and also the challenge that you can make up a bunch of bullshit about it also. Right? So when I went to Brazil, that started that answer to my question. How do you do it? How can I do it? How can I take all these fluffy words, and I had fluffy words, and turn it into an experience that lets me walk for real, grounded in this body, this huge gift of divine gift of a body. Walk through this incredible world, unbelievable world. You know, I got home yesterday from Mexico. My family and I had a well-deserved vacation. We spent 10 days on the beach. Incredible gift. And the last day we had a sunset. I have never seen anything like this in my life. We were all like on the beach like this. Oh my God, what this world that we have been blessed to inhabit and walk through, right? This schoolroom. The school is the world. The schoolroom is your body. You are living in a mobile schoolroom that has the ability through sensation and cognition and interaction and choice to learn, to remember what the angels put away. It's just waiting there. It's just waiting for you to remember. But to do that, I have to transform myself. So since I had that heart attack, that's what I've been doing. I've never worked on myself like I have now. I'm 73 years old. I have friends that are playing golf and ping pong. That's what they're doing to retire. I'm working on myself, drinking, diving, and traveling and talking to y'all. Right? Everybody's got their way. Okay. So I'm gonna tell you one more thing, and then I want to teach you something with your permission. You don't have to do it. Right? But I want to teach you something because I'm hoping that it will be of good use to you in the contemplations that you're doing. And then we're going to do that, and then I want to open for your comments and questions. And when I was talking to Leo about this, he said, "You have lots of stories." I got lots of stories. But I want to teach you something that's more important than my stories. Okay. So here's how this is how this came about. So that question of how do you do it? Here's how it started getting answered. One level of it. For 33 years, from 1976, when I started practicing acupuncture in Boston, for 33 years, I had a private practice. And it transitioned from doing acupuncture to doing spiritually based energetic medicine that includes acupuncture, but mostly has to do with working directly with energy bodies and spiritual guides and like that. So I had a private practice. So I was here in Ashland. Ashland, for those of you who don't know, is a small town. It's got 23,000 people. It's the most southern town in Oregon. It's a very, very beautiful place. I'm very grateful to live here. And we had a house that had an office in it. And my wife, Jane, who was the co-leader of the spiritual community with me, was running the office. So she's sitting at her desk, and my treatment room was in the front of the office. And I had gone to the bathroom, and I'm getting ready to go in to walk, help somebody, hopefully. And I'm walking across the waiting room, and something happens in my heart chakra like this. So right here. Something starts going like spontaneously. I wasn't thinking anything. I hadn't asked anything. I'm just like, and I stopped and I'm like, wow, what is this? And I realized that I was feeling, for the first time in my life, true, universal, unquestionable compassion. But compassion, not theoretical compassion, like, oh, I should be compassionate, having no idea what that was, you know what I mean? But it was, I guess that was a good thing, because that's what the guru said, is that you should feel compassion. So I'm sitting there like, my heart's going like, wah, 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 wah. And how did I know that? Because I just wanted what was good for everybody, every being, every level, for myself, for my family, for the people who didn't like me, which in my life, there's been plenty of them. I just wanted what's good for everybody without attachment, which is a tricky thing. I didn't have an idea of what that looked like. What did that look like for each person, right? That well-being. I didn't have any idea, and I didn't care. I was just in the space of holding that space. And so in that moment, I made a prayer. I was like, teach me to do this. I want to know how to do this. I don't want to have to wait until I'm 49 years old or whatever it was and have it happen spontaneously and then not be able to do it again. Teach me. Please, please teach me. And went away, and then I went and did my business. So that's what's happened. Because those prayers for me are answered. I have other prayers that the answer is, I think you have to work that out for yourself. Bunch of them. Prayers for my own healing, because I have to learn things. This one, I have been taught how to access for real the vibrational spaces of compassion and faith that are built into each human. Compassion and faith are built into the heart chakra of each human. I'm not making this up. Okay? I don't know who made it up. Somebody did, but not me. Okay? Compassion and faith have nothing fundamentally to do with religion. They can. But let's be honest with, I'm going to be honest with you. For the most part, what religions have done is stolen concepts and vibrations that are inherent in people and turned them into their own use. In other words, I got to be in the religion to be able to have the thing. Faith is a good example. But if I'm not part of the religion, following the tenets of the religion, believing what the religion tells me to believe about everything, I don't get faith. That is bullshit. That is not true. Same with compassion. Same with forgiveness. Same with mercy. Same with grace. Same with self-love. Same with justice. All these are qualities that are contained in the heart of every human. What a religion should do, right? Relegate. Relegate means reconnection. What a religion should do is create a common communal space for the relegate, the reconnection in me with that which is in me, which then connects me to the universal beyond me, that is me and that is beyond me. The rest is for me. I mean, I'm saying someone who is, I'm a leader of a religious community, right? That I have been for 35 years. But I'm saying that religion is a convenience. It's not a thing of its in and of itself. It is a convenience that we have created to create a communal space, a ceremonial space where we can collectively remember something. And if it doesn't serve that purpose, then it is counter to what its intention is. And there's plenty of religions, and I include some sects of Judaism in that. I include some sects of Judaism in that. Plenty of Christianity, plenty of Islam, plenty of everything. And also, there are sects, portions that are doing what at least what we try to do here, which is to create a ceremonial space that reminds us of the inherent unity that we have, that inside this heart here and inside your heart, we are absolutely the same. There is absolutely no difference in the depth of the heart of any human. The fact that many, many, many people forget it and have overlaid it with misinterpretations of what God is and what God wants, and misinterpretations of what human is and what humans can do and be, and have dedicated themselves to vengeance rather than love, that doesn't change, from my view, what is underneath all that. And apropos of what the previous person said, that's where I seek to connect. And I do it sometimes, and sometimes I don't. Right? As I've said before, I'm 73 years old. I'm a 73-year-old Jewish, firstborn in my family, male, American, middle class, professional, college educated. I have 1,000 opinions, and I believe that every one of them is right. Right? In the hierarchy of opinionated people on earth, I'm like, I'm pretty much near the top. There's people with more than me because they got more than me, right? In terms of privilege and all that. I'm absolutely convinced of the rightness of my opinions. But I'm telling you, because we're all friends here, my opinions are crap. And your opinions are crap. They are just blobs of energy floating around in your aura. Your opinions are blobs of energy, literally little blobs of thought. And we connect to them and we believe them. So all the opinions going on in the Middle East, all the opinions going on in this country about who's right and who's wrong, from my point of view, they are all blobs of opinionated, weak energy. So I do the best I can because, and this is what I'm going to teach you now, to find a space literally in me where all those opinions can circulate and they can be there. They become what do you call it? They become points of interest. They're conversation pieces. So this is what we're talking about. Like, let's have a place where we can all share the truth of what we believe. Yeah, let's share the truth of what we believe, but let's share a heart first. Let's share a heart consciously, not waiting like I did when the compassion wind blew through me. Let's do it together so we know we can create a space from which, within which, through which those conversations can happen, and we can find what solutions can arise, right? In other words, the solution is not going to come from me saying my opinion and you saying your opinion, and we agree to disagree. That's peace. That's good. It's okay. That's good. Better than what's going on now, right? Way better. But that's not the solution. The solution is that I know that it happens in my family, my little family, right? In my family and my community. And I see it in other places, thank God, is we come together, we create a consciously created space of the heart. We breathe together. We pray together. In my world, we drink daimi together. Maybe in your world, different. And we wait for the hearts in the inner plane to create a solution and present it for us. And then we go, wow, I never thought of that, which is exactly the point. I didn't think about it because I can't, my thoughts aren't going to ever get there, right? Okay, so long introduction to something which is not going to be quite that long, okay? I want to teach you something with your permission, okay? And again, right, you can click out, you can, look at your iPhone, you can do whatever you want. But I want to give you this because it's what I know, right? So here's how it goes. Okay. We're going to do a little meditation together, okay? I'm going to stop my blah, blah, and I'm going to do a different kind of blah, blah. I'm going to lead you through a meditation, which I hope will give you something to work with. Okay, so let's start like this. Okay, and let me just say this: I'm going to use some language that may be unfamiliar to you. It's just a way of calling you into a space. Okay, and you're very welcome to submit your, change it however you wish. So let's do this. So if you're sitting in a chair, feel your feet on the ground. If you're sitting cross-legged, feel your sits bones. Breathe and just pay attention to the sensation of your connection to the earth through your feet, through your first chakra. And pay attention to your breath. That's it. Pay attention to your connection to your own body, to your gift of the body. In other words, as you breathe, come down. See yourself, feel yourself coming down more embodied. Walk down the staircase from your head down into your body. and breathe. There's nothing to do here. It's just to breathe, be present as well as you can, as much as you can. And know that you have 50 or so people doing the same thing, helping you right now, holding the space with you, for you. Everybody with common intention. Like that. Now, put one hand on your lower belly, above your pubic bone, and the other hand under your collarbone, right in the center of your body. Now breathe between your hands. Inhale, come from the bottom right up your center to your top hand. Hold that for 4 seconds, and then breathe out down the same trajectory, the same path. You're breathing in your center. I'm breathing up, 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 holding it for 4 seconds. And then I'm breathing down, 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 and holding it for another 4 seconds. You are opening your core. You literally have a vibrating center in front of your spine that is the organizing core of all your energy bodies. By doing what you're doing, you're activating it. So you're grounded, you're connected to the earth, you're connected to your body, and you're activating your energetic body by breathing in your core. And maybe you can feel everybody doing the same. Like that. Now, cross your hands over your heart center very gently. Put your awareness there. Center your breathing now in that space of the heart. As you do that, in your own way, you're going to feel how everybody else is doing the same. Somehow, vibrationally, you start to feel more relaxed. You start to feel more safe. You start to feel more held. Less thought, more vibration. Now, the bottom hand on your chest, take your middle finger and stick it right in the middle of your chest, right in the middle of your breastbone. You can poke around a little. For most people, it's going to be a little sore. You know, acupuncture, this is conception vessel 17. Right there. Okay? Poke it around. Now, this place, this central place in your heart chakra, is the home of humility. Humility is not weakness. Humility is not humiliation. Humility is sitting in the knowledge of not knowing and being comfortable with not knowing. Now, relax your hands again. Put your hands gently over on your chest, and give a little pressure, just a little pressure with your fingers to call your attention to the surface of your skin in that area. Breathe into that. This is the space where calmness is embedded, implanted, calmness. Feel how we become calmer together. Mind calms, relax, breath gets deeper. Now you're going to take the next step. We're going to make a shelf of your hands in front of your heart. A shelf. You're sticking your fingers straight out. Your palms are facing up. You're directly in front of your heart chakra. The backs of your hands are facing the ground. The palms of your hands are facing the ceiling. And your fingers are extended. You're making a shelf right in front of your heart. Now imagine that this shelf becomes a dock, and you're going to walk out on the dock, sit on the end of the dock, and dangle your feet in the pristine lake that is at the end of the dock. You are walking out, sitting down, dangling your feet in the pristine, perfect lake. Your awareness is at the end of the dock, or in your more literal, at the end of your fingers. You are there. This, my dear ones, literally, not metaphorically, is the space of compassion. Compassion was built into your original equipment right here, and into the original equipment of everybody, not just on this call, every human, in fact, every creature. Breathe in that space and feel, see, sense, imagine that there is a ring of this energy surrounding your whole body at this distance, like a ring of Saturn. At this distance of where your fingers are, there is a ring of vibration around your whole body. Feel the qualities that you're invoking and that we are all doing together. Like that. This is the space of neutrality. This is the space of holding the possibility for what can happen in us, in another person, in a group, in the world. What is trying to happen spiritually, energetically, transformatively, is given permission and a vibratory space for that to happen by you holding the space of compassion. And here's the bonus. It is also the space of spiritual energetic protection. Energies that would come to you, glom onto you, and cause you misery, come to the space of compassion and are transformed by your love without glomming onto you. So we have another step here. Put the heel of your hands where your fingers are now. In other words, you've just gone 50%, go another 50%. The heel of your hands come out in front of your heart to the space where your fingers are until your fingers are extended further out. Put your awareness there. Breathe in your heart. Extend the vibration of your heart center from your chest out to that space where your fingers are now. This is something for you to work on. I hope you will. I do it every day, many times a day. There. Got it. Good for you. This, again, not metaphorically, is the space of faith. Faith. Faith says, you don't know what the answer is. You don't know how it's going to work out, but there is a plan, and that plan wants what's best for you and everyone, and eventually it's going to be okay. Faith is a choice up until you've activated this, like you're doing right now. Now, last step. 2 steps. Take a dilemma that you have. Pardon me. Take a dilemma that you have, something from your life, put it in that space of faith. Don't fix it. Take a dilemma that you have, something you don't know how to heal it, but you know it needs healing, and you know even what needs to happen with it, but you don't know how to do it. Put it on this space of faith, what I call the altar of faith. The altar of faith. Put it there. Like that. Now, there is a source of universal light that exists. In the esoteric traditions, it's called the central sun. The sun behind the sun behind the sun. It is the source of all light that emanates into all universes and emanates through all true religions. And it gets interpreted, right? It's like a rainbow. So sometimes it's more blue, sometimes it's more red, sometimes it's more green. It's one light, one light, one light. So now all of these dilemmas that we have together, let's call that light to it. It doesn't come with a price, except the transformation can be intense. But there's no tricks here. There's no tricks. Nobody's trying to get anything from you. In your consciousness, from your breath, call light to that dilemma that is now on the altar of faith. Like that. And if, as you can feel, see, sense what's happening in you, in your consciousness, and what's happening in our little group, our spontaneous ceremonial group here, the vibration that's here, the kindness that's here, the love that's here, the peace that's here, just because we joined our hearts and we asked for it. Like that. So then we end this little time together here with a prayer. Comes through my guide. He says, may you be blessed with the peace of universal light in your heart. May you know yourself as that peace. May that peace be your refuge. May that peace be your healer. May that peace be that which you secure in the face of all that you have to face. May this peace be the conditions that guide you home to your own heart and to the memory of who you are. Amen. Oh, my dear ones, that's what I can offer you. Like anything, this right. This is inner yoga. Like doing any yoga, like doing any practice, like doing any skill, like doing anything. It takes practice. I do this every day in front of my altar. Because for me, as I said before, I have so many opinions that I need a counterpoint. I need a space where I can feel this peace in the face of everything that's going on. And the answer for me is it doesn't take me away from it. I'm not disengaged, but I'm not subsumed. I have a space for everything that's going on around me, in me. And I'm watching it work out and doing what I'm called to do. Okay. So we have a few more minutes. I took up a lot of your time. I appreciate it very much. If anybody has comments or questions or controversies or contradictions or whatever, confirmation. Fine. I either left you stunned or bored to death, but I'm not going to know the difference.
You have a question curious about ways in which Judaism has made its way into your work with the Daimi, and in what ways your work with the Daimi has impacted your relationships within Judaism, particularly the aspects other than baseline spirituality that is shared by most religions. Maybe comment on your friendship with the local rabbi. I mean, I'm sure you have lots of different relationships.
That's the work you went to, right?
Yep.
So that happened. I know people know Reb Zalman Schechter, right? Reb Zalman Schechter was the developer of the Jewish renewal movement. An amazing dude, and a pioneer, and like the definition of a mensch. An amazing man. I have there's a famous picture of him, and he's with the Dalai Lama, and he's pinching the Dalai Lama's cheek, and the Dalai Lama is yanking on his beard. That's who he was. So he asked me to do a daimi work for him. He was coming to Ashland because he had a bunch of students here, and they asked us to do a daimi work because he wanted to read daimi. He was 86 years old at the time. And we did this work, right, that the sister went to. And it was fantastic. It was very, very beautiful. There were 12 rabbis, like 20 people, 25 people from his community, 25 people from my community, because Ashland's a small town. And the rabbi, David Zaslow, who was the rabbi of the Havurah, was a friend of mine. And, we got together and we did this. It was an experiment, and it was very beautiful. It was a little long for Reb Zalman. I regret in daimi works can be long, and he was tired by the end. But the quote that I used, where at the beginning, he knew that it's a big deal because they were going to be in the daimi. The daimi is an esoteric, Gnostic Christian, primitive Christian religion. Esoteric, Gnostic Christian, primitive Christian religion. And so he knew that there was going to be some triggering going on, right? And we sing hymns in the daimi. We sing songs. That's what we do. We sing and sing and sing and sing and sing and sing and sing. And that some of them were talking about Jesus and talking about Mary and talking about St. John the Baptist, and not all of them, but some of them. And he knew what was going to go on, right? And So he says at the beginning, he says, look, I want to tell you something. He says, she comes in different clothes. He says, don't get hung up on the clothes. She comes in different clothes. Don't get hung up on the clothes. Meaning she, so in the renewed Jewish tradition, the Shekinah, in the Christian world, the Virgin Mary, Mary Magdalene, right? Kuan Yin, white buffalo calf woman, right? Shakti, but they're all the same. That sometimes her eyes are like this, and sometimes this, and sometimes she's white, and sometimes she's yellow, and sometimes she's brown, and sometimes she wears robes, and sometimes she, right? Yemanja, Oshun. So that was what he said, and it was very, very beautiful. It was a super highlight of my life for sure. So my journey, and we don't have enough time to tell the whole story, but I'm going to tell you two things. So, right, I was raised Jewish. I was the youngest president of my Jewish temple that there ever had been in Detroit, of the youth group. And then I was an officer in the regional thing. I was very committed. I went to Israel in 1968, right? Very different than it is today. And and I had no problem ever. I was very happy with my Judaism. I still am. Right? In the 1960s, I was in the leftist movement. I was in the anti-war movement. I was very, apropos what the sister said, I was way on the left side. And it was very popular. And there were a lot of Jews involved in that movement, which is interesting, right? There's a lot of Jews involved in a lot of things. Many American Buddhists, for instance, are Jews. Many alternative, many, and anti-war and, all that kind of a thing. It's changed a lot, but in my time, right, by and large, Jews were assumed to be to the left side, liberal, right, supporting other groups, like that kind of thing. So it was very popular in the anti-war movement to be self-hate, what became called self-hating Jews. Didn't like Israel, blah, 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 embarrassed about it. I was like, I think it's really cool being Jewish. I just think it's cool. I think like Jewish sense of humor is just a riot. I like it. I've always liked it, and I still do. So when I came to the Daimi, because I was called when I was in the middle of the Amazon rainforest, right, in September 1989, among native peoples, and realizing that, oh my God, I'm in this spiritual path. What the heck does that mean? 7,000 miles away from my house. What? But it was like I was in love. I was like in love with that, like I was in love with my wife. What was I going to do? So I just had to deal with it. So I'm going to tell you two things that have happened. It's been an evolution. It's been an evolution for sure, right? For me, Jesus was the guy who was weirdly stuck on some cross on the outside of the church wearing a diaper. And somehow that was God. I was like, it never made sense. Jesus was the guy. I'm 8 years old. I'm walking home from elementary school, and my elementary school was near the Catholic school, and it happened to be Ash Wednesday. So I don't know, the tradition there was, they had ash on their foreheads, right? So I see these two young guys, and I'm like, hey, how come you guys got dirt on your forehead? And one kid says to me, are you Jewish? And I said, yeah. One guy's holding my arms, the other guy's punching me in the face and yelling that I killed Jesus. And I'm like, I don't know Jesus. What do you mean I killed Jesus? I'm 8 years old. What are you talking about, right? So that's who Jesus was to me. So 6 years after I come to the Daimi, because I came to the Daimi out of healing, out of love for God, out of love for the Spirit, out of what I was being shown was the most powerful, healing, confrontive, vibratorily truthful thing I ever had. So I'm like, okay, but there's some stuff that I don't understand and I don't get it. And what am I doing here? So I'm in a ceremony, and there are different kinds of ceremony in the Daimi. One is we dance. So I'm dancing, and we dance for hours. And there's a guy in front of me. Men and women are separate in the Daimi. So there's a man in front of me, and I didn't like this guy. I didn't like him. I was like, I don't like this guy, because he was a lot like me. So I didn't like him. And I'm like, I'm ready to meet Jesus, damn it. So I'm there and I'm praying inside me. And I say, okay, I'm ready to meet you, because I'm in this path and you're a big part of it. So show me something. So I'm expecting like chariots of fire and the heavens to open and the angels to come down. What happens is I hear a voice of a young man, and he says to me, "Open your eyes. I'm right in front of you." So for me, that one is a teacher. And all the goob, the hoobly goob, and the mishigas connected with it, and all the stories and all the stuff. I study them as history, as myth. I have a relationship to that one. I have a relationship uh, to Moses. I have a relationship to Kuan Yin. I have a relationship to the true spiritual name of the Daime is the esoteric center for the universal flowing light. The esoteric center for the universal flowing light. So for me, it is. And so I've dealt with it. The last thing, so here's the last thing that I'll tell you. And I'm sorry, somebody else is waiting. Here's the deal. A number of years after that, I'm sitting on a toilet in the middle of a diving work because one of the things that happens is you get cleaned out a lot. And and this thing came up in me, right? The Christian Jewish thing, right? Like this war that has been going on for centuries, right, between Christians and Jews, right? And in me, I declared peace. Unilateral peace. I am not at war over this ridiculous misunderstanding and distortion, which has resulted in so much misery and so much hatred and so much destruction. In me, in my little heart, in my little world, I'm not at war anymore. Those are two things I can tell you. There's a lot more to talk about. So I'm very, very comfortable with my Judaism. And not only do I not deny it, but I embrace it. But I'm not an active Jew. I don't go to shul. My spiritual practice is that I drink daimi 3 or 4 times a month. I lead most of the works I lead, and my wife leads, and now my son also leads them. And it's weird. That's what I can tell you. It's weird. I don't deny it. It's really interesting, and it's not better than anything else. And we have people come from all over and all kinds of angles that come because what we do is so well organized and so well held and held by the heart, like we did here, that people can make their own studies. And so there are people who come from every point of view. There are people who come who are Jews and Muslims and Buddhists and other kinds of Christians and nothings and blah blah blah. That's what I can tell you. I'm sorry we don't have more time. I'm honored. I hope that it was of use, and I do encourage you if you felt a good vibration with the meditation. Practice it. You do this. Boom, compassion. Boom, faith. Boom, compassion. Boom, faith. I do it every day. If you ever watch a video of the Dalai Lama, watch any video of the Dalai Lama. Right? I like the Dalai Lama. Maybe you don't. Watch him. His hands, 100% of the time, are here and here when he's talking. His hands are in compassion and faith, compassion and faith, compassion and faith. Why? Because that's his job, right? His job is to hold the space of compassion and faith on earth, right? Whatever you think of his politics or whatever, that's the Dalai Lama's job, compassion and faith. Okay? So I thank you most sincerely, everybody. If you want to check out, and I'm not promoting anything here, but if you want to check out the teachings that we offer from the Essential Light Institute, essentiallight.org is our website. There's a whole classes and stuff that we've done over 20 years. but I hope this is of use to you, and I bless every one of you, and I have been blessed by the vibration of your hearts. That's for real. Yeah. So Leo, are we?
Yeah, we're good, but I put your website in the chat, and I just can't say enough good things about if you're able to cross paths with Jonathan. It might really help, and just very appreciative for you, and thank you so much. Our next moderator has joined us, and it's his hour, so take it away, Dustin.
Amen. Love you all.
Well, hi everyone. Guess this is quite a departure, perhaps a little more thought, a little less vibration, unfortunately. But I'm actually a law professor, and one of the things that I research is psychedelic law and policy, and I've written some articles advocating for the end of psychedelic prohibition. Personally, I'm more of an advocate for decriminalization than I am medicalization, but I think it's great that at least progress is being made on both of those fronts, although at all deliberate speed. So I guess, sort of a caveat. There's nothing, explicitly Jewish about this presentation. I am Jewish. I've never really integrated, perhaps as much as I should, my Jewish identity as compared to my psychedelic identity, either personally or professionally. But I'm fascinated at connections, familiar certainly with Rick Strassman's work, and saying psychedelics sort of brought him back to Judaism, that he realized that perhaps after spending many years practicing as a Buddhist, he was drawn to back to Judaism, and thought that perhaps he was born Jewish for a reason. But to the extent you can find certain parallels in my work between Judaism and what I'm doing, I'd love for someone to point them out to me, because at least to me they aren't all that obvious. So this is a new project that I've been working on. I don't know whether it's going to take the form of a law review, which tends to be the currency in legal academia, or perhaps a book. But I'm sort of thinking about this right to trip. Should we have a right to trip, given that in the physical realm there is a doctrine, a constitutional right, the right to travel, right to cognitive travel, the right to trip. Perhaps there is, metaphorically, or depending on how we look at it philosophically, perhaps even literally. So, I just thinking, I think I'm going to cover all of this today. And some of this is sort of nascent. I haven't really thought about all this too much. I don't have a paper yet. But kind of thinking about some of these questions, do we as citizens of a free democracy have a broader right to explore the mind? And if you think of the word hallucination, from the Latin hallucinare, to wander in the mind, is there some kind of a right to do that shouldn't be taken away from us by the government? Also, if you have questions, put them in the chat and I'll try to get to them at some point. Another thing I don't necessarily want to belabor is, what are psychedelics? I think everybody in this community is familiar with that as a baseline. I did want to talk a little bit about the recent history regarding psychedelic laws from really the 1960s to current, although certainly there are vast history for millennia prior to that. But in terms of our current legal moment, I think the last 50 years or so have probably been the most relevant. patentability is from another presentation, and I just haven't really updated the slide deck. I'll talk about religious liberty and cognitive liberty and how perhaps we can anchor this cognitive liberty framework that's being used for decrim purposes to a specific legal doctrine, which is the right to travel. And I do apologize for throwing around sort of legal jargon. I think many people in this community are probably accustomed to it, given, I mean, some of it, given, just the status of psychedelics being illegal, and perhaps some of the points I'll make you'll identify with much more than my legal colleagues, sort of preaching to the choir in that respect, or whatever the Jewish equivalent to that is. Okay, so let's get started. I mean, I think we all know what psychedelics are. I mean, perhaps a nugget of wisdom here might be, probably familiar with this too, but the term psychedelic came from Humphrey Osmond, 1956, sort of a portmanteau of psyche and Daleen, to make manifest, so manifesting one's mind or soul. Certainly, psychedelics have been used for millennia by indigenous peoples. For I focus mainly on the classic psychedelics here, and I don't think there's any reason to prohibit the inclusion of other compounds, such as ketamine and MDMA and other such psychedelics, but at least in terms of what I tend to focus on in my work, psilocybin, of course, DMT, the psychoactive component to ayahuasca, mescaline from the peyote plant, and LSD. Okay, so I mean, you have certainly a lot of people think, or just psychedelics were legal up until the 1970, when the U.S. Controlled Substances Act was passed, based on sort of countercultural use or misuse that inflame tensions with the government. There's a history of psychedelic use and psychedelic oppression that stemmed far before that, dating back, I mean, here to the 1880s, but certainly, even prior to that, in terms of the conflict between settlers and indigenous groups. But I think that the moment that, for our current prohibition, that's most relevant is what happened in 1970, after President Nixon's administration ratified, signed into law, the U.S. Controlled Substances Act. And this basically shut down, as many of you know, research on psychedelics for about 50 years, although I mentioned Rick Strassman. He got it going again in the early 90s at the University of New Mexico when he studied DMT. But at this point in history, at some level, the laws have not changed at all on the federal level. I mean, it's still a Schedule I controlled substance under the Controlled Substances Act. But we're starting to see ripple effects in state and local laws. I mean, certainly Oregon and Colorado now have passed statewide ordinances that have allowed a medical regime to get started. There are about 24 cities in the country, where you have this local decriminalization efforts, either making laws that say, we're not going to prosecute you if you have less than a certain amount of a psychedelic, or going to make law enforcement the county or the city's lowest priority. So it may not be true decriminalization. It may be more like deprioritization, but nonetheless, while the law has remained stagnant at the federal level, like what has started happening with cannabis in the 1970s, a slow decriminalization that is segueing into legalization, or perhaps vice versa, or some combination of the two. Okay. So one thing that is sort of interesting is how psychedelics are being treated by mainstream culture at this point in time, as compared to how they were treated in the 1960s. I think there's this sort of medicalization that's happening, and I think Roland Griffiths quote here, who he just passed away. Rest in peace, Roland. Psychedelics are so powerful that if misaligned with cultural institutions, they can result in cultural kickback. In the 1960s, they became aligned with the anti-war movement and radicalized youth movement that was terrifying to existing political structures and institutions. And as a consequence, legislation was put up against them, funding dried up. They were considered a third rail in academic research. We need to proceed cautiously. It's going to be critically important not to threaten existing cultural institutions. So I've been a proponent of medicalization, because with medicalization, we already have regulatory structures in place. So I think the difference is, certainly if you see Timothy Leary as compared to Roland Griffiths, Leary, very much a counterculture icon. Nixon had said he's the most dangerous man in America. I think you see scientists now, such as Roland Griffiths, who are operating much more cautiously, whether they want to or because politically they think that it's the right thing to do, probably both. They're working in tandem with our current cultural institutions and structures to make psychedelics more mainstream. And I think this is controversial. I mean, you might think, okay, we're missing something here by taking this angle, but at the same time, you might also think, okay, well, are these really medicines? Well, yes, or at least it makes sense to think of them that way. And here's why. So if you look at the Controlled Substances Act, you'll see under the examples, I mean, it's crazy to think that marijuana is in a higher substance than say Vicodin, but they're a higher class category, Schedule 1. So, I mean, it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of thought put into this grouping, or there are political structures at play that make this the way it is. But most of the psychedelics, not all, but most, are Schedule 1 controlled substances, meaning that they have a high potential for abuse, no currently accepted medical use in treatment in the country, and have a lack of accepted safety standards. So to the extent that these can now be seen as medicines, that's, from a legal standpoint, that's very good, because what you have to prove in order to get out of Schedule 1, which I've heard it being compared to a legal black hole. Once a substance is sucked into Schedule 1, it's very difficult for it to come out of Schedule 1. So similar to cannabis, but I think maybe the research is even better for psychedelics such as psilocybin and MDMA now, actually, not a classic psychedelic, but I think that might be the first one to drop out due to the work, I think, primarily of MAPS under Rick Doblin. What needs to be shown is that there is an accepted medical use. So psychedelics as medicines, very good for legal reform at the federal level, whether it's true or whether it's not. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about the types of psychedelic law reform that we're seeing in the country. And I had mentioned these or some of these briefly prior. So we see decriminalization efforts happening mainly locally, but Oregon certainly has decriminalized not just psychedelics, but all controlled substances below a certain threshold amount. I think to mixed results. It seems there are medical use statutes in certain states that limit psychedelics purely to in the medical context. There is supported adult use, on the other hand, or at least as a comparison point, where it's not strictly medical. You still have to go into a facility, but you don't necessarily need a diagnosable condition. You may instead just be able to say, okay, I want to do this for spiritual growth. And at that point, you may be supervised not necessarily by a doctor or even a licensed therapist, but by a guide. So there's a little bit more flexibility in terms of supported adult use laws as compared to medicalized, although some of these are, as I mentioned, hybrid approaches. It's not clear whether it's going to be medical or whether it's going to be supported adult use, or a law passes and then committees get together and maybe decide whether it's going to be one versus the other, and that could change. Religious exemptions and clinical research bills. So just talk a little bit more about each one. Getting a lot of messages here, so we'll just take a look at whether there's anything that. All right, so the heck. Just cut out a whole lot of other stuff. Okay, we'll just go with it, I guess. Is there anything else I want to say here? So I think in terms of the clinical approaches, I mean, I think it's important that some laws here are a little bit vague or amorphous, and they aren't really doing anything at the level of, okay, let's try to actually decriminalize or medicalize or make good for adult use, but at the same time, well, let's get a bureaucratic committee together and research what's best, or let's do clinical trials. So it's not necessarily that these laws are changing anything. They're just getting groups of people together to talk about how to change the law, or with a clinical trial, it's purely limited to a small group of people. And then with regard to, let's see how the work goes. Let's see how these trials go, and then we'll make a decision based on the results of these clinical trials, whether it makes sense to expand further in terms of ending prohibition. And then again, at the federal level, nothing at this point has changed. And I think it's also worth mentioning that for cannabis, for a while, there was something called the Cole Memorandum, where the federal government pledged not to enforce. They said, okay, you can do what you want as states, as laboratories of government, and the federal government will not intervene. Nothing like that exists for psychedelics. So even after the Cole Memorandum was removed, I think Trump's first Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, had said, we're not going to have that anymore. Still, the federal government didn't intervene. But it's entirely possible that in Oregon or Colorado, or I think now New York is coming up with something, to the extent these things were to get out of hand, it's entirely possible that the federal government could step in and shut down these regimes for administering psychedelics. It's probably not likely given past current recent policy, but I think it's something that could happen to the extent that states or local governments aren't careful in terms of how they're implementing these liberalization measures. So I think that in terms of beyond the medical, cognitive liberty is the biggest theory justifying psychedelic law reform. That it's this, certainly you have liberty in the physical realm, this, theorized right to self-determination. In the cognitive space, it's this theorized right to mental self-determination, that individuals should be able to govern their own inner realm and mental functions, to be able to think independently, to use the full power of the mind, and to engage in multiple modes of thought. In terms of decriminalized nature, which is one of the big groups who had been up until this point, still, although it's a little bit more diffuse at this point, decriminalization campaigns, that there's this inalienable right to develop our own relationship with nature. And this is something sometimes called freedom of mind, or freedom of thought. The Supreme Court, the US Supreme Court, has recognized this principle in a number of cases throughout the years. Freedom of thought and speech is the indispensable condition of nearly every other form of freedom. The right to think is the beginning of freedom, and speech must be protected from the government because speech is the beginning of thought. That liberty presumes an autonomy of self that includes freedom of thought, belief, expression, and certain intimate conduct. So while this isn't a law itself, you can analogize to physical liberty, life liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I think many of us are familiar with Terence McKenna and his quote that I can't exactly recall what it was, but to paraphrase him, if the Constitution is worth the hemp that it's written on, then you should be able to expand your mind, whether that's cannabis or psychedelics or any of the other mind-altering substances. So you have this sort of broad amorphous concept of cognitive liberty, and that there's something perhaps wrong with the government, not perhaps wrong, but there's something very wrong with the government taking this away from us, from prescribing our thought and limiting the type of things that we can think by prohibiting substances that expand the mind. And I think Richard Glenn Bohr expresses this very well in his seminal essay on cognitive liberty. In Orwell's dystopian novel 1984, the Oceania government diligently worked to establish Newspeak, a carefully crafted language designed by the government for the purpose of making unapproved modes of thought impossible. As a character in 1984 explained to Winston Smith, don't you see that the whole range of Newspeak is to narrow the aim of thought? Every year, fewer and fewer words, and the range of consciousness always a bit smaller. In 1970, the US government produced its own index of forbidden thought catalysts. Included on the initial list of Schedule I substances were 17 substances denoted as hallucinogens. The experience elicited by these substances in their chemical or natural plant forms is the equivalent of old speak, a cognitive modality dating from prehistory. So I think that sort of sums up in terms of a dystopian metaphor, what we've lost as a culture and as a society and as individuals and as spiritual beings in terms of this prohibition that has now lasted over 50 years. Okay, so my idea here is, I mean, yes, there are these sort of exceptions, and they may be religious exceptions or medical exceptions, but I think it's a poor outcome if one has to appeal to the government and to have these narrow exemptions when it would be much better to be able to have the ability to use these to free our mind. I mean, subject to, of course, safety regulations and things that we don't want it to get out of hand in the same way that things got out of hand in the 1960s, or at least that it seemed to be getting that way enough for the government to step in and shut everything down. So perhaps there would be some way to safeguard our ability to use these substances, but that they still would be subject to regulations that would make it so there wouldn't be the same set of circumstances that led to the complete prohibition the last time. So I want to kind of play with this concept of cognitive liberty here, because I think it's one thing to say, okay, well, I have the liberty to do that, or I have the liberty to do this. I mean, certainly we have the liberty to do some things, but many things we do not have the liberty to do, even though our country was based on this principle of liberty. And in the physical context, you can't just say, okay, well, the law is liberty. No, there are various doctrines, there are various laws within liberty. Whereas cognitive liberty, it's a whole lot of, let's just appeal to this broad concept of cognitive liberty. And I want to fine tune that and narrow it and make it so maybe we actually have a doctrine, a legal doctrine that we can play with here that would get us to a result where psychedelics could be decriminalized or legalized in some fashion, but perhaps there could still be safeguards. Okay, so you have this concept of a right to travel in the physical realm. I'm not sure who is familiar with the right to travel. In the legal sphere, I mean, the right to travel is fundamental. People know of, if you're a lawyer, you're a legal academic, a law student, you know of the right to travel. It's a major law. So it's this personal liberty consisting in the power of movement, of changing situation, of removing one's person to whatever place one's inclination may direct without restraint or imprisonment. As the Supreme Court puts it, all citizens are free to travel throughout the length of our land, uninhibited by statutes, rules, or regulations which unreasonably burden or restrict this movement. So under the right to travel, some restrictions are okay. You're allowed to drive, but in order to drive, you need a driver's license. But the government can't turn around and say, you can't drive a car or you can't go over this border. So there is this right to travel across states. There's also this right to travel between states. I would argue perhaps there should also be a right to travel between altered states. Perhaps there should be a right to trip, a right to mental travel, a right to cognitive travel that mirrors this right to physical travel, if only metaphorically. Okay, so this is not a new right, and it's also not a right that originates with the Constitution or the United States. It's a right that goes back many hundreds of years. It can be traced to England in the year 1212, where the Magna Carta, which was signed by, I can't remember the king, I think it was Louis the something, granted travel rights, assuring merchants are safe and secure in traveling to and from England. So it precedes the US. It's inherent both in citizenship and in the nature of the founding principles of our union. Blackstone, who many of our laws were based on his commentaries, said that under the law of nature, all persons are born free. Everyone comes into the world with a right to their own person, which includes the liberty of moving and using their body at their own will. This is called a personal liberty. Free ingress and regress to and from any other states. So perhaps this could also include altered states, as I mentioned, although that's clearly some wordplay. Okay. So here you have the Supreme Court discussing the right to travel at length across decisions ranging from currently to 100 or a couple hundred years ago, so rooted in the traditions and conscience of our people as to be ranked as fundamental. Part of the liberty of which the citizen cannot be deprived without due process of law. All citizens are free to travel throughout the land. Constitutionally protected right, any infringement of it being unconstitutional, so elementary, a right to travel from one state to the next. Okay. So here's what I sort of thinking about, and I'd love to get people's reactions. So I'd mentioned that the word hallucination means to wander in the mind. And I mean, this is all sort of fuzzy, because a lot of times when you have legal doctrines, they're not relying on like, if you might hear, okay, well, how do psychedelics work? Well, they bind to certain receptors in the brain, they shut down the default mode network. Often legal doctrines are more based on what could be called folk psychology, that behavior is explained subjectively in terms of the desires, the beliefs, and the intentions of the subject. So I would argue, given the ubiquity to which, and I don't care what's actually true, I just care about the subjective description, that you hear, certainly the word trip implies that there is some sort of movement. You hear, where'd you go? Far out. Everything in terms of the psychedelic experience is conceptualized. Whether you're going anywhere or not is irrelevant. Could all just be a metaphor, but a useful fiction, a legal fiction. That this travel metaphor is ubiquitous in comprehending the far out psychedelic trip. Okay. So take Aldous Huxley, for example, and certainly famous psychedelic philosopher, known for works such as The Doors of Perception and Brave New World, although that's, I guess, less relevant here. He believed that the mind of the tripper can best be understood as this expansive universe, as inner space itself, an open-ended construct resembling external space. James Fadiman, the Psychedelic Explorer's Guide, makes reference to psychedelic journeys and voyages, noting that voyagers will usually experience realms beyond their personal egos. To become more aware is your birthright, according to Fadiman. Denying anyone access to any facet of reality in the name of religion, science, medicine, or law serves neither the individual nor society. Charles Hayes' psychedelic states anticipate the dying process, which can be an inward journey to explore celestial, paradisal, I'm saying that right, and infernal realms, or a space in the human psyche for God to enter. That it could be relevant in the context of Judaism. So, I mean, it's not just psychedelic philosophers. I mean, there's an article that I read recently, and Condé Nast, Traveler, Why Travel? The classic example is that it broadens the mind. Why take psychedelic drugs? Well, the same. They don't call it a trip for nothing. The word psychedelic comes from mind expanding or mind manifesting. Article being titled, Are Psychedelics the Future of Travel? William James. One conclusion was forced upon my mind at that time, and my impression of its truth has ever since remained unshaken. It is that our normal waking consciousness, rational consciousness, is but one type of consciousness. There lies potential forms entirely different, and we may go through life without suspecting their existence, but apply the requisite stimulus, and at a touch, they are all there in their completeness. Definite types of mentality, which probably somewhere have their field of application and adaptation. No account of our universe in total can be final, which leaves these other forms of consciousness disregarded. And Albert Hoffman, the founder of LSD, explained that when he took it, his reality dissolved, and an unfamiliar ego experienced another unfamiliar reality. Okay, so what I would argue here is that if we framed cognitive liberty and decriminalization and legalization measures as a right to trip, we might get to a middle ground between prohibition on one hand and the right to do whatever the fuck we want on the other hand. It may be that a right to cognitive travel, this right to trip, this right to psychedelic travel, can be used as a guidepost, whether or not it's actually articulated as a law or just something to think about, how to frame these liberalization matters. So with physical liberty, I mean, you can have restrictions on the right to travel. You might need a passport. You might need a driver's license. You might need a 30-day waiting window to get these things. But you can't completely ban a person from having them. And I don't think that these substances are, you should just be able to do whatever you want. I think a lot of these substances have fairly safe physical profiles, but I think that they can be very damaging psychologically, particularly if somebody isn't ready, or if, for example, a minor gets their hands on a psychedelic. I certainly wouldn't want my 6-year-old son to have access to these intentionally or accidentally. I think this actually serves as a potential limiting mechanism. Also, and I mean, I think this is controversial, but I don't know if people are familiar with Dr. Carl Hart. He's been fairly prominent. He has a book called Drug Use for Grown-Ups, Chasing Liberty in the Land of Freedom, where he argues that, okay, well, why legalize just MDMA if MDMA as a molecule is so close to an amphetamine? Well, why not legalize amphetamines too? And I think that's a bit reductive, because these things have very different subjective effects. Their safety profiles are different. I wouldn't want fentanyl to be treated the same way as psilocybin mushrooms. And to think about a right to trip, well, that would seem to impact only psychedelics or drugs that cause quote unquote hallucinations or mind wandering, but wouldn't necessarily touch other substances that I would support the end of the war on drugs, certainly. And I support the ability, for example, patients who need pain medication, opioids, to be able to have access to those medications, because I think we've kind of gone from one extreme where everybody in the country had a OxyContin prescription to now where people are in pain and can no longer get those medications. But I think that would implicate a different doctrine within cognitive liberty than the right to psychedelic travel, than the right to trip. I think this is a way that we can narrow cognitive liberty to just focus on these psychedelic substances without necessarily implicating all controlled substances. Rick Doblin had proposed this idea. I saw in a talk that he gave at Harvard a couple of years ago, this sort of license to buy psychedelics, where you have like 3 strikes and you're out. If you behave badly on psychedelics, you can get your license to buy them revoked, which I don't know necessarily about that idea in particular, but that seems to be one possible idea of this right to travel framing that would make sense, almost like a driver's license to buy psychedelics. So I think that's about all that I have at this point. Ideas still a bit half baked. So I'd love to hear people's thoughts and questions. And I don't know, I haven't been doing a good job of working through the queue, but if there's and anyone has questions now, I'm happy to take them live.
Yeah, I just have kind of a comment to make. I really liked everything you had to say. The whole right to travel thing is interesting to me. I've seen a lot of videos on YouTube and stuff, as I'm sure, everyone has. And the argument that I get is people want to be able to drive or move freely throughout the country without a license and without insurance, and not be restricted in that movement. So I think it's really smart. It's just like the idea of it.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, ideally, I guess it would be nice to be able to move across the country without having to buy insurance, without having a driver's license. But at the same time, these things may be necessary in the type of society that we live in, and perhaps it would be better to have a regulated environment where psychedelics are legal, subject to similar regulations, rather than banned and forgotten, and where we have new speak rather than old speak.
Yeah, I know, Oregon is kind of like what something you talked about, like, you don't want fentanyl necessarily to be legal, or the argument that MDMA is a very close molecule to methamphetamine. I've keep up on the news quite a bit, and they've called a few special sessions to repeal 110 in Oregon, and that was their decriminalization or legalization of small amounts of drugs. And it is just going about it that way. I think they're realizing now was kind of the wrong move. There's a lot of people have died. Just it's done a lot more harm than good. So I think there definitely has to be some oversight somewhere, and what that is, I don't think anyone knows yet. I think we're a new enough society, and this issue is new enough with drugs and people really wanting them and wanting them to be legal that it's something that we'll have to figure out through trial and error.
I agree, and I've heard, yeah, I mean, I've heard mixed things about 110. Most of them negative. I've heard, the harms have been politicized, but in general, it doesn't sound like a rousing success. Yeah.
So it looks like in the comments, someone has a question. It says, have there been any court cases against the infringement of cognitive liberties from psychological abuse?
Trying to understand what that question
It's in the
is
chat.
getting at. Has there been any, court cases against the infringement of cognitive liberties from psychological? Not that I know of. That's interesting. I mean, that's really, when I think of cognitive liberty, I don't necessarily think of gaslighting. I mean, usually cognitive liberty it has more been thought of in the context of, certainly, controlled substances and banning that. I've heard the right to be free from addiction, which is interesting to me because it almost seems to bring up, well, do we have a right to addiction at some level, like a right to be free from, for example, the addicting nature of social media, or a right to access to methadone clinics. But well, at least to me, it seems like, well, what if somebody wants, um, the social media? I mean, is there, necessarily a reason to, ban social media in certain contexts? Or, another one is dream incubation advertising has been popular, which is brands sort of using dream incubation techniques to implant messages in consumers' heads. I mean, I know, Coors did a Super Bowl ad using this. There's been one for Diablo, the video game, recently. Burger King, and I've said, well, this sounds absolutely horrible and sinister. Why, it's sort of, sort of the last bastion of late stage capitalism. And some of my colleagues said, on the other hand, well, as long as there's consent or consumers want this, well, how can you argue that this is taking away cognitive liberty? To brand dreams is taking away cognitive liberty, when in reality, it's actually, if you're seeking to regulate this out of existence, well, isn't that also taking away people's cognitive liberty? And I think that's a difficult question. But these are some contexts in which it's come up. I think also neurotechnologies, yeah, like Neuralink and the like. To the extent you have these, technologies feeding you thoughts and things. To what extent should that be legal based on cognitive liberty? But I think the parallels to psychological abuse are fascinating. I haven't explored them though. Another question I'm reading in the chat: is there any evidence of the use of natural psychedelics in Jewish antiquity? And then a link to an article on Amazon, DMT and the soul. Yeah, I know Rick Strassman sort of post spirit molecule work has really integrated Judaism into his philosophy and his DMT studies, and to great extent. I haven't personally read any of his other books beyond the spirit molecule, but I'd love to. DMT scares the heck out of me. I don't want to turn into Joe Rogan, said one participant. Any other questions I can answer? Looks like I have about 3 minutes left. Or comments. Alias. The Woodstock bad acid. What was bad about it? I don't know. I wish I was there. Born too late.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever heard anything about that. A bad batch of acid at Woodstock. They did.
That's right. I did see a documentary about Woodstock, and I remember the announcements. Yeah, don't take the brown acid or something.
Well, there was also the with the research chemicals, the N-Bohm series, the 25I N-Bohms that fit on blotter paper. So they came out with the phrase, if it's bitter, it's a spitter, because it produces psychedelic effects, but it's a full agonist of the 2A receptor. And so people started overdosing. I think this was maybe 5 or 6 years ago. Different than the Woodstock situation, but similarly, something that occurred as a result of lack of regulation. There was no regulation, and so people were selling mislabeled things. And when you don't know what you're taking or how much you're taking, then you can't use anything carefully.
Well, thanks so much, everybody. Appreciate you sitting through an academic legal presentation that had very little, if anything, to do with Judaism.
No, thank you very much. It was very informative and appreciate it a lot. It was great.
Take care.
All right, thanks. Okay, guys, so it's 7:59, almost 8, and our next moderator we're going to have is David Benzion. I hope I said that right and didn't butcher your name.
Did. David Benzion. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining. My name's David Benzion. The title of my my talk or my presentation is Psychedelic Zionism, Pursuing Peace and Justice on Planet Crazy. I figured that was eye-catching and ear-catching enough to grab your attention and gave me enough room to maneuver to basically say anything I wanted to. So that was the principle. Let me tell you a little bit about me personally. I'm currently visiting family in Phoenix, but I'm based in Texas. I've lived in Texas really for the last 30 years. Most of that time spent in Houston. For the last 3 years, I have been living on a friend's 500-acre cattle ranch in Crawford, outside of Waco, where I am an extremely amateur cattle rancher. You would not want to rely on me to keep your cattle alive, but I engage in a wide variety of rural retro activities out on a cattle ranch, and I continue my career that's been really sort of the common theme is public opinion, whether that's understanding public opinion or shaping public opinion. So I've been a political consultant and a public opinion researcher. I've worked in talk radio and as a lobbyist and as a strategist. And for much of that time, I was working in Republican politics. It was Texas. I was conservative. My current politics don't really map particularly well on the modern left-right spectrum. Probably the hint I'll give you is that on my dating profiles, I refer to myself as a redneck hippie. So there's sort of a dialectical process that goes on between some of my more traditional impulses and my progressive values. So that's where I'm coming from, and I'm the founder of a boutique strategic public affairs firm called Right Mind Public Affairs that is focused specifically on advocating for plant medicine and for therapeutic psychedelics and garnering support for that movement among conservatives, whether that's politically, culturally, or religious conservatives. It's a community that I understand. It's a community in many respects that I'm a part of. And so I've taken on that particular niche in the movement in terms of trying to move the needle in terms of public support outside of blue states alone and outside of states where there's an initiative and referendum process. When you're dealing with red states, it's going to have to be legislation that goes through the legislature and not to something that citizens can write up and vote on. So that's the work that I'm doing. In terms of my Jewish journey, I was born and raised in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Raised in a reform household, a very active reform household. I was active at synagogue. I was active in youth group. And that, of course, meant that I did sort of the summer trips to Israel with a bunch of other North American Jews and all the stuff that goes on with that. If you did that yourself, I won't confess to anything now, but I had plenty of fun. And, I sort of imbibed reform Jewish labor Zionism, I guess you would call it. While I was there and in college, I did have the interesting experience of meeting Orthodox Jews for the first time, particularly modern Orthodox Jews, Americans that had made Aliyah. And so I spent some time living with them, studying with them. This was on a West Bank settlement. The settlement was named Eli, which is right in the middle of Samaria. And while I became more traditional in my practice, I never became genuinely Orthodox. It was something that I tried on, taking on greater practice. And I never became a fundamentalist or a fanatic in any sense, but I definitely deepened my appreciation for, we'll call it the religious Zionist perspective on the whole enterprise of Zionism and what was happening in the territories. And I think that I generally kind of kept that outlook for most of my time back here in the United States. The one other thing that I would add is my family, my father's from Iran, and so I'm a Persian Jew. And I grew up largely though in Milwaukee in a Ashkenazi community. So my Zionism and my Jewish identity has somewhat of a little bit of a twist than you typically or standard one in North America, in that I bring a Iranian Jewish perspective of people that had to escape the revolution in Iran. I did not personally experience that, and neither did my father, but his family did. I've got many family members that were trapped and had to get out of Khomeini's Iran. So, but I also grew up surrounded by Ashkenazi Jews and was witnessed and sort of imbibed almost vicariously and through osmosis their Holocaust experience and their Holocaust trauma, which of course exists for all Jews everywhere, even if you weren't directly impacted. In terms of my psychedelic journey, I messed around with mushrooms in college, had a great time. That was all recreational. And then when I got married and had a kid and moved to Texas and became a Republican political consultant, I put all that aside because that's not what good Republicans do in the suburbs. And then in 2020, ended up getting divorced. I'm not going to go through that whole experience, but in terms of healing from my divorce, I moved back into plant medicine. and found tremendous healing in that. And so now I have an active spiritual and psychedelic practice that I use. And the way I want to bridge all of this into the question of Zionism is the impact that my use of psychedelics has had on my Zionist identity, my Zionist thinking. And I've been able to kind of retrace a very clear path and arc of thought. And you may be familiar, there are these great, they're on Spotify where I listen to them, these sort of Alan Watts lectures where they take little clips of Alan Watts and they lay them over lo-fi beats, and you can just kind of like, get real mellow with it and go along with that. So I love these things. And he's got a great one about magnification, and about when you look at a photograph in a newspaper under a microscope, it appears to be a whole series of independent, unique dots that are separate from each other. And then when you amplify, when you step back from the magnification, you look at it with the human eye, what appeared to be separate before is in fact forms a picture, a unique, a singular picture. So what appears to be a conflict or separateness or a binary at one level, at another level, at a higher state of perception, is actually a unified whole. And I was contemplating this, and the one thing I'll add as well is because I grew up in Wisconsin, I was a Green Bay Packers fan. I was taught to, cheer for the Packers. And I think at some deep personal level, I really did believe that when the Packers won, God was happy. All was right with the world. And when the Packers lost, like that was sort of a cosmic injustice. And I don't know if that was ever explicitly taught that, but that was the sort of the nature of my fandom. And I also had relatives who lived in Chicago. And of course, their team was the Chicago Bears, and the Packers and Bears are tremendous rivals. And all of this was sort of stewing in my head one time when I was tripping, and the synapses connected and fired. And I suddenly had the realization that, in fact, there is no objective reality whereby the Green Bay Packers are the better team. They're not God's favorite. I only believed that and felt that because that's what I was taught. Those were the ideas that were programmed into my head. That was the affinity of the people around me. And every time that I was happy because the Packers were doing great and the Bears sucked, my relatives in Chicago were miserable. And every time that they were happy because the Bears were going to the Super Bowl, I was miserable. And if I had been born in Chicago, I would have felt the exact opposite. And if they had been born in Milwaukee, they would have felt the exact opposite. And then I had the very dangerous idea of, what else is it that I believe? What other affinities do I have that are perhaps merely the result, not of some basic fundamental truth, but of the accident of birth, of the way I was shaped and formed, and what I was taught was true, and who I was taught was the good guy or the bad guy. And I connected that to my Zionist identity. And instead of sort of shutting that line of thinking down, I decided to explore it and really question everything that I had been taught, to look at it critically and thoughtfully and independently, and to even, in a psychedelic state, to try on the Palestinian narrative and to see how I would view Zionism, to try to empathize with their perspective to the greatest extent possible. And so I've done that work, and I did that prior to October 7th, and I continued to do it even after October 7th. And what I can tell you coming out of that is, it turns out I still think that I was right. I did not abandon my Zionist principles or my understanding of the conflict. I still think that truth and justice skew more to the side of the narrative that I was raised with. I keep an open mind about it. So it didn't destroy my beliefs. And I think sometimes people worry that if they examine things critically like that will happen. And so I would encourage you to not have that fear. But there were a couple of other impacts, even though I still think that the Zionist story is basically the correct one. One is I have noticed a greater capacity to hold Palestinian pain. It's not that I was ever indifferent to it or unaware of it, but I think that I felt like I had enough, my arms were full, my mind was full with other stuff. And I think that as I've healed in general, my ability to hold more pain and to feel less threatened by acknowledging the pain of the other has been reduced. And so I can do a better job of believing what I believe and not feeling like I need to then close myself off to someone else's pain. It turns out that it's not a zero-sum game where if my narrative is true, then someone else's has to be less true. Where if my pain is acknowledged and held, it means that I don't have room for someone else. Unfortunately, trauma and pain appear to be a renewable resource, and it can be 100%, 100%. It's not like a pie where if one person's slice is bigger than the other person's is automatically smaller. Another insight that really came to me through this experience was just the concept of the multiverse and how we really exist in significant degree. We almost live in different worlds based on our sources of information. And I try to defeat the algorithm on Twitter. I try to follow and monitor accounts from people who I disagree with. And that includes people who are proactive fans of Hamas, people who are proactive activists for Hezbollah. I read their materials as well. And I actually try to understand what they're saying. And it's remarkable to me how, especially since October 7th, we're living in different worlds. Our sources of information, the way we process that information, it's almost not even a disagreement, because a disagreement implies that there's one set of facts and different people are interpreting that set of facts differently, or maybe coming to a different conclusion about them. I wish that's what was happening. I see things online and it's like, it's just got no basis in reality from what I can tell. And obviously it makes me wonder, like, am I the one that's out of touch? It's been a profoundly troubling experience to realize just how different our information bubbles are. And I don't know exactly how that gets rectified. And I would say the other thing that's come out of my experience is, even when I think that I'm right or the Zionist narrative is righter, because no one, of course, neither side is 100% correct. It's a ratio, it's a mix. But even if I still think that ultimately the Zionist narrative is a closer approximation to the truth, I have deepened my ability to empathize with and understand why someone I disagree with has the opinion they have. I may think that they're wrong. I may think that they've got bad information. I may think that they came to a incorrect or less than ideal conclusion, but I'm less dismissive of the fact that they reached that conclusion. I'm less dismissive of their reasoning, or I can at least understand, if I had the information they have and if I considered that credible and trustworthy, then I would probably agree with them. And it really boils down to what are your sources of information and what is your personal experience? So there's been greater empathy. Psychedelics have not just created a kumbaya moment where suddenly I abandoned my beliefs and adopted theirs. And I doubt very much it would create a moment where they abandoned theirs and adopted mine. but it has allowed for greater plasticity in terms of my ability to see things from someone else's perspective. And I can at least, even if I can't agree with them, I can acknowledge how they got to where they're at with their perspective. I want to turn briefly to what I see in as the landscape in the plant medicine community in general, and in the psychedelic community in particular, because this has been an issue. And I think that I hope that I'm wrong, but I suspect, based on what I've observed, that a lot of the same dynamics exist in the psychedelic community and in the plant medicine community that we've seen on campus. And I think that we've done a fairly good job of not having big controversies and big dust-ups and arguments and fights, and that's good. But I think that's also occurred because we've sort of avoided talking about some of these disagreements in awareness of just how difficult these conversations will be. And that's all for the good, but at a certain point, we do have to, I think, start to have these conversations. I thought that the statement that MAPS put out was a very good one. It was a little disconcerting. It was uncomfortable to me that it took as long as it did. And I want to be very clear. None of this is meant to be a criticism of anyone, and of MAPS in particular. They have an institutional role to play in leading the movement. They have a variety of stakeholders, and it's a complex issue. So I think that they navigated really very difficult waters admirably well. But I did definitely have to sit in discomfort, waiting for them and waiting for other elements in the psychedelic community to either say something or not say something. I think this was brought into particularly stark relief given the massacre at the Nova Festival, where the psychedelic community, if we want to use that word, was directly affected. It's very difficult for me to imagine that if 300 some psychedelic festival goers were murdered at Coachella in a attack, I don't think that the movement would be as quiet as it has been. That's just a fact. And I understand why. And I'm willing to hold space for that and allow my Jewish parochialism, as it were, to step back a little bit. But I've said this to others, I'll say it here, I'll be paying attention. God forbid, if there's some other atrocity or there's some other thing that institutions or parts of the movement feel the need to speak out on and issue a specific statement, I'll go back and look and see, did they speak up when their psychedelic allies in Israel were massacred? And those will be difficult questions. So I would encourage people and institutions to take a principled stance in that regard, because if nothing else, it will be very hurtful to me, and I think to many others, if you didn't speak out when we were murdered at a festival in Israel, and suddenly you find your voice when some other terrible tragedy occurs somewhere else. So I do think that we need to have this conversation a bit. I want to start it a little bit. And I think that we should be able to do this. I think that anyone that has worked for any length of time with any degree of seriousness with psychedelics can appreciate the complexity of what appear to be binaries. It's not that they're not binaries. It's just that they have an additional complex element to them. And I also think that we should be able to hold space for the idea that there can be more than one narrative that's valid at the same time. And so I want to just explore that a little bit and talk about my psychedelic Zionism. And I'm going to cut and paste some text into the chat here. although I've never done this before and it's now saying that it's too long. So I'm going to try this again. And I want to put forward a very I've tried to boil down my Zionism to its core elements, to try to find common ground, to try to say, can we at least all agree on this? And so here's my definition of Zionism. Zionism is the recognition that the Jewish people are a people, that we are indigenous to the land of Israel, and that we deserve to exercise some form of collective sovereignty within some part of our historic homeland, and that we have equal rights and powers that are common to every nation in doing that. That's it. That's all that I'm claiming. And I want to really emphasize that affirming this vision of Zionism, I'm going to try to paste that. I want to really emphasize it does not require or imply any religious or theological claim. So this is not about my book says that hill belongs to me. My God says this, your God is wrong. There's none of that there. Okay? That's a separate question. This is just about history. It's about the fact that when archaeologists dig up stuff out of the ground, there's Jewish stuff in the ground. I mean, we are from there. Our temple is there. Our faith and our religion that we carried with us throughout the diaspora for thousands of years. We read a book every single week that described that land, that place. There are elements of our religion, of our faith, that can only be performed in that place. There are commandments that don't apply anywhere else except in the land of Israel. We never fully left. We always sought to return. The connection is unbroken. So you can view it simply as history, simply as a sociological history. This is where, and of course, genetics, and there's all sorts of angles you can come at this. Okay. This is the place that we're from. It's just that simple. And I also want to emphasize a couple of other things just to make certain that it doesn't get lost, that affirming this basic definition of Zionism that I laid out, it does not, it's perfectly compatible with saying and believing, as I do, that Arab and Muslim and Jewish lives are all inherently equal and have just an inherent dignity and worth. Okay. It's perfectly compatible in believing, as I do, that Palestinian Arabs should also be able, just like Jews, to have some form of collective sovereignty in some part of what they consider to be their historic homeland. And it's perfectly compatible with believing that Israelis and Palestinians, that they equally deserve to live side by side, both of them with safety and dignity and peace. So I can imagine that this video, I can imagine ways that it can be sliced and diced and taken out of context. I'm trying to be as clear as I possibly can, both with my words, written and verbal, that I believe in peace, I believe in equality, but I also insist on sort of a basic fundamental understanding of the Jewish experience and our narrative, which people should be able, and you can criticize any policy, you can criticize any elected official, you can be for the war, against the war, all these other things, but there has to be an acknowledgement of the Jewish experience. And to be perfectly frank, there are elements in the psychedelic and plant medicine community that disagree with what I've stated as the core basis of Zionism. They reject that notion. And in so doing, without mincing words, they're bigoted. It's anti-Semitic. If you can't acknowledge that the Jews are from this place and have some right that justice requires that they be allowed, just like every other nation, like the Greeks can be in Greece and the Italians in Italy and, the Mexicans in Mexico and all of these things. When you start talking about nation states and borders and boundaries, it all gets very messy. But if you can't there's a world of difference between coming to that question saying, look, we need to figure out how to do this because some other people moved in the interim, and you need to do this in a way that's just and peaceful, and you made a mistake here. All of that's perfectly valid to have that critique. But there's a world of difference between doing that when you acknowledge Jewish indigenousness to this land versus this utterly bullshit settler colonial narrative that's being thrown out there, which is wrong, which basically asserts and is premised on the idea that Jews are the one group of people on earth who are not allowed to have a homeland, who have to live a essentially subhuman existence as aliens and foreigners in everyone else's country. That's not negotiable to me. I don't consent to it for the same reason that I'm a feminist, for the same reason that I'm anti-racist, and for the same reason that I support Palestinian sovereignty, because everyone has basic human rights, even Jews, quote, even Jews. And so I think that that's a conversation that the movement is going to have to start having. Two more, frankly, painful issues that I see coming up. And I'm going to try to say this in nice ways, and I'm still working on myself, and I apologize if I get worked up. I'm working on it. There are a lot of progressive anti-Zionist Jews. I say this with love. I would encourage you, if you are a progressive anti-Zionist Jew, to critically examine the role that internalized oppression may have in shaping your opinions about Jewish power, Jewish sovereignty, and the Jewish state. The fact is, we spent nearly 2,000 years in exile. We spent nearly 2,000 years disempowered and at the mercy of our oppressors. Sometimes the oppression was horrible. Sometimes it was, merely very, very bad. But we got really used to being powerless. And the rest of the world got really used to us being powerless. And taking agency for one's life, for one's future, for one's community, being empowered, accepting responsibility, accepting the consequences for guiding your own path is still a relatively new experience for Jews in the modern era. It wasn't in antiquity, but in the modern era, it's been 2,000 years since we have said, no, we're going to step up and some people don't like it. And it can feel foreign. It can even feel threatening. It can feel a bit risky. What if we make them angry, right? By insisting on our rights? What if we make them angry? They'll hurt us if we stand up for ourselves. And so I don't want to psychoanalyze people and dismiss their politics as, all of these internal issues. I don't like it when people do that to me, so I try not to do that to others. But I have worked through these issues. I've been an observer of this for a long time, and I would encourage people to examine whether or not they still have some shame and they still have a fear of accepting and exercising the agency that is rightfully theirs because of some remaining internalized oppression that they've taken over the years. A final hot topic issue, and then I've just got a couple of thoughts. I'll try to end on an up note and take questions and begin the conversation. And I'm not going to name names. I don't think the names are important or the personalities are important. The fact is that in progressive spaces and including in the psychedelic space, certain people are pushed forward, certain people step forward because they are either personally survivors of the Holocaust or they are descended from people who survived the Holocaust. And I think that this is really problematic in terms of weaponizing the sympathy and the empathy that we naturally feel for people who've been impacted by the Holocaust in order to make a point. If you want to criticize Israel, if you want to criticize Zionism, if you want to support Israel, if you want to support Zionism, your case should be made on its merits. It doesn't matter if you're a Holocaust survivor. I don't give a shit. Okay? You've either got a good idea or a bad idea. You either understand that tell me what you think. The fact that you, and especially the fact that your parents or your grandparents or whatever were murdered by the Nazis, I don't care. I don't care. All right. The fact that my family was in Iran, that doesn't disqualify. I care about Jews here and now. And by the way, if we want to get into a pissing match about who's got more Holocaust survivors on their side, I guarantee you, like, we could go out and collect a lot more Holocaust survivors and descendants of Holocaust survivors who support Israel and who support Zionism than who are opposed. So let's not do this to each other. And if you're not Jewish, I would particularly encourage you to stop weaponizing someone's experience in the Holocaust in order to try to make a point. Make the point based on its merits, or don't make it at all. All right, let's try to move into a more positive direction. So where do we go from here? One thing that struck me in my reflections is, and I don't like to admit this, but I am more pessimistic and more down on the concept of justice than I think I ever have been. We're taught justice you should pursue. No justice, no peace. I mean, who can be against justice, right? It's like being against freedom or equality. It's like one of those universal goods that everyone's in favor of. And in principle, I am too. But I just wonder if, I don't know that we can ever come to a understanding of justice that both parties in this conflict are going to share. I have a feeling that everyone is going to constantly feel like they got screwed. And that this focus leading up with the concept of justice, which both sides do, is doing more to fuel fury and a lack of compromise than it's doing any good. So I don't want to assert that too hard. I reserve the right to revisit that belief or that statement, but I just want to put it out there on the table for consideration. I'm concerned that justice isn't getting us where it isn't actually moving us towards peace. That we have to figure out a way to have peace, even though everyone involved is going to feel like they never got the justice that they deserved. Somewhat related to that is the sense that I think we need to start healing separately for a while. I'm aware of some of the amazing work that's been done to try to bring Palestinians and Israelis together to do psychedelic healing together. I think that's fantastic. I encourage it. I think we need to have more of it. I'm somewhat skeptical that now is the time for that. I suspect that things are too hot, and that even the limited progress that was made previously to that, these have been very limited experiences, I just don't know how well that would go. And I think that there's a lot of important work to be done in both communities right now. I think that the Israelis and the Jewish community globally have a lot of important trauma processing, necessary processing to do with plant medicine. And I think that's true among Palestinians, both Muslim and Christian Palestinians, that needs to occur. And my gut sense is that if Jews and Israelis, and of course many Israelis are not Jews, but if the Jewish community can work on itself and heal and be as healthy as possible and the Arab community can work on itself and heal as much as possible, and both of those communities are healthy individually, I suspect that two healthy sides of this conflict are going to do a better job of then coming together and finding a way forward that is going to work for both sides, rather than trying to force the issue and somehow all come to the same understanding because we all drank a bunch of ayahuasca and realized that this was all bullshit and drop our identities. I think that is not particularly practical. So I want to throw that out there as a thought. And then I guess the final thing before I open up to questions and conversation is just on a note of optimism. We should be able to do this. I have been impressed with the way that the movement makes a deliberate effort to not be reactive, to not be triggered. When people are maybe speaking in conventional ways that are not ideal, to sort of like go with them a little bit and guide them towards a better way of communicating. Calling people in versus calling them out. It's been impressive to see other activists in the movement do this. And so I think that we're capable of this, and I think that we need to do it. And I look forward to being a part of that conversation. I'm able right now to sort of go through the messages a little bit. I saw that someone said, what was that internalized? It was internalized oppression. Internalized oppression. So I think that there are, and it certainly was true for me prior to my Zionist awakening, to sort of accept the ideological and cultural framework of the majority, which again in America has been largely wonderful, certainly for modern Jewry, since, like, let's say the 1960s onward, not so much in the 1920s or even earlier. But 1960s onward, I think America has made tremendous progress. Never enough, of course, but in terms of accepting Jews and for Jews to have a space in the United States where we're free to practice our faith and to be part of the larger community. But there's still, even in the best of circumstances, there's still a dominant culture that any minority group within that culture gets defined in relation to it. And I do think that especially after several thousand years of exile and dispossession and of often ruthless oppression, even setting aside the Holocaust, which is an amazing sentence that I never thought would come out of my mouth. But like, even if we take the Holocaust and set it aside, there's still plenty of awful that's occurred to us as a people. And that's throughout Europe and throughout the Middle East. And again, my family's from Iran. And, you know, I could go through all sorts of stories. No picnic for the Jews of Iran. And that shapes a person, and that shapes families, and that shapes a people. And so I think it's important for us to reflect on it, just as it is for, you know, the African diaspora in America. When you think about the thought of Malcolm X and other Black nationalists, to think through, you know, what ideas had they accepted in terms of standards of beauty, in terms of colorism within the African American community. There are all of these ways we get messed up when you're a minority in another culture. And of course, America is somewhat unique in that it at least professes to be, you know, equally open to all. Obviously, reality is been and continues to be a different experience. Those are ideals that we strive towards. So yes, it was internalized oppression. If anyone has specific questions, please let me know. And I'm sorry I'm catching up. I don't know, Leo, if you want to say something while I kind of look at the questions real quick, I can.
Well, I mean, I know one of my questions was about conservative politics and like the voice of the conservative in the psychedelic movement and the role that has to play and where that's at in terms of folks who aren't willing to come out of the closet, or how do we raise that voice up, and then how does it feel to be like a conservative in like liberal Jew land, so those.
Well, yeah, I mean, on those questions specifically, again, it's been somewhat easier in that in the last several years, my I mean, I'm not a hard right conservative. The way I like to say it is I have progressive values and traditional beliefs. So I believe in peace and justice, even though my earlier comments, I'm kind of down on justice at the moment, but I believe in peace and justice and equality and freedom and love and acceptance and economic opportunity and individual dignity. All of those really nice hippie values and ideas. And to the extent I'm conservative, it has more to do with my understanding of human nature and my appreciation of how difficult social change is. And so I've studied and seen and experienced how quickly people can get excited about change, and people don't cooperate. Right, normal people don't cooperate, and then the temptation is to like force them to cooperate, and that leads to a lot of injustice. I also think that there are, and actually it's been interesting in the movement. I've seen a similar appreciation. It's not called conservative, but in the indigenous communities, and even if you're not a member of an indigenous lineage, if you are appreciating indigenous communities, it's almost like a horseshoe theory where suddenly there's a respect for the elders, for traditional ways of knowing, for the accumulated wisdom of the ages that has been passed down from one generation to the next. There's a way to talk about tradition that sounds very progressive. And so I guess I approach Judaism and Torah and the Talmud and Jewish teaching, and I would encourage traditional Muslims and traditional Christians as well to do the same thing with their tradition, where even if you don't accept it as a ironclad from God to Moses at Mount Sinai revelation that needs to be observed and obeyed in stone, this is still a tradition is the accumulated wisdom of the ages. I mean, presumably, my assumption is I know that my parents loved me and cared about me, and I know that my grandparents did, and my presumption is my great grandparents did, and on and on and on back through the ages. And so every generation tries to distill what they've figured out about how to survive, how to thrive, how to be happy, and pass that down to their kids and their grandkids and their great grandkids in order to try to encourage the flourishing of that tribe, the flourishing of that nation, and the flourishing of that family and the individuals within it. And so that's a long way of saying when it comes to politics, that's the thrust and the energy behind my conservatism, to the extent that that's an accurate label, is that it is an appreciation of tradition. It's an appreciation of the difficulties of altering human nature. And, plant medicine is tremendously valuable in allowing us, in my experience, to hit pause on the way that we normally perceive reality and to reach a higher state of consciousness, which of course is accessible with enough discipline and training through other means, through prayer, through meditation, through fasting, through dance. Sometimes it just happens spontaneously, right? And your brain zaps and you get that vision and you get that feeling. For me, the value of psychedelics and plant medicine is to be able to control with greater predictability access to that state of consciousness. But it's all the same, in my opinion. And so I think that that it's in terms of advocating for psychedelics and plant medicine within conservative audiences. I think you and I have talked before, Leo, about this, and so that may have been where you're going. I guess my advice to the movement on that specifically would be that we need to speak with conservatives and Republicans about it in ways that make sense for their community. We need to demonstrate to them what's in it for them, right? And I think there are ways, truthful ways, honest ways to explain, because they're not going to be on board if we're saying, hey, eat this mushroom and become a liberal, eat this mushroom and become a hippie. All right, that's not their way of life. That's not their faith. But for instance, I talk about how psychedelics can facilitate someone seeing the fingerprints of God. Okay, when you think about when you're tripping and you look at a tree or a river or a bird or the sunlight, and you sort of regain that almost Garden of Eden like level of appreciation, where the calluses of experience drop from your eyes, and you're just struck by the miracle of every moment of nature. That's a religious sentiment. That's a sentiment that is perfectly compatible with Christian faith, with traditional Jewish faith, with traditional Muslim faith, and obviously Eastern religions as well, and others. And so I try to emphasize the way that can facilitate that. I'm trying to look. Amy, you left a question about progressive pro-Palestinian Jewish friends who are saying that Palestinian people are being oppressed by us the way we are oppressing the Palestinian people, and the way the Nazis oppressed us, and that we are doing that to them now. So, yeah, this touches on some of my earlier comments. It's definitely provoked some of my earlier comments. Obviously, the comparison with the Nazis is outrageous. It's just fundamentally not true. And it's hurtful. It's hurtful to Jews. It's damaging to the Palestinian cause, because it shuts down Jewish ears and hearts and minds. It shuts down Israeli ears and hearts and minds. So maybe there's a certain thrill that comes from wielding that cudgel and bashing someone with it, but it's not social change. If someone actually believes that Israelis are treating Palestinians the way that the Nazis treated the Jews, then they're either ignorant about what's going on the ground. I mean, reality is bad enough. Okay, we don't have to make shit up. The situation is bad enough. Palestinians are suffering enough. We don't have to hype it up in order to make it bad. And I think that this syndrome sort of infects a lot of politics, where, everything is fascism and everything is communism, and it's like we're in a competition that we think if we just turn up the volume to 11 enough and smack the other side viciously enough, that somehow we're going to win. And I'm of the opinion that that accuracy and sobriety in communication and reasonableness is actually much more persuasive, whether that is in persuading the other in a conflict, or, as important, persuading the observer. I mean, a lot of political communication is not about convincing the other side. It's about convincing the people that are watching you and listening to you engage with the other side. Because remember, when let's say you're talking about the importance of plant medicine, you're out in a public space, and you're arguing with a drug warrior, okay, chances are you're not going to change that drug warrior's mind, right? And they're not going to change yours. But there are people who are walking by, who are listening in on the conversation, and they're evaluating the arguments that both sides are making. They're evaluating their credibility. They're evaluating who they like more, right? Like, who do they want to be friends with? Whose side do they want to be on? Do they want to be on the obnoxious side or the pleasant, fun, happy-go-lucky side? Do they want to be on the side that is able to admit they don't know something, or is able to acknowledge a good point that the other side had, right? Or do they want to be on the side of the fanatics who are always right, and the other? There's something to political communication in terms of winning hearts and minds that I think is strengthened by being more reasonable in communication. And yes, again, without psychoanalyzing pro-Palestinian progressive Jews, it would be, I strongly suspect that at least many of them, some of them, I'll try to even walk it back that much. Some of it is driven by discomfort with Jewish power. And that is a reflection of internalized oppression over thousands of years. Again, go back and look at my definition of Zionism. All I'm asking for is equality. Now, I suppose if someone is a principled internationalist who doesn't believe that any state should exist or any nation should exist, and we should get rid of all borders and get rid of all armies and not have any governments, right? Like, okay, fine. Then I suppose your opposition to Jews having a state that has borders and an army and a government, in that sense, you're being principled. I would argue that if that's the world that you want to make, we should not start with the Jews, right? Like, go decolonize Iraq. Iraq has colonially drawn bullshit borders. And it was founded due to British imperialism installing the government there. Same thing with Syria. Same thing with Lebanon. With Jordan. Jordan is like a classic example. All of these countries are colonial projects, right? And don't even get started on China and its borders, or Turkey and its borders. Like, even if it's not a colonial thing, there are disputes everywhere. Governments everywhere do bad things. All right. And I'll be the last person to argue that the government of Israel is somehow magically perfect, never makes mistakes, never acts venally, or ever does anything wrong. Okay. I'm arguing for equality for Jews, not magical superpowers. All right. I do think it's a little weird for people to get so wrapped up over the faults and failures, real or perceived, of the one Jewish state, when there are so many other states around the world, and specifically in that region, that are just abysmal, really absolutely awful, where there's no pretense of real democracy, of the rule of law, of human rights, of minority rights, of gay and lesbian rights, of economic equality. I mean, all of the things that Israel is a beacon of globally and in the Middle East and specifically. Yeah, I think there's something weird about hyper focusing on the obviously very real flaws of Israel, and I think that does, to a degree, reflect internalized oppression. Let's see. I've never done this before, so it's a little hard for me to talk and read at the same time.
Okay, so David, very much appreciated your talk. This is from Dustin. As a political consultant, I was wondering if you had any psychedelic-inspired insights regarding how the Israeli government, IDF spokesman, etc., could be better messaging regarding the war. And then, yeah.
Yeah, I'll work on that one. Psychedelically inspired. Well, I mean, obviously, I think I'm brilliant, and so I would encourage them to adopt everything that I've said. I think the closest I would get to that is, and I think the Jewish community is wrestling with this. I think we need to talk about the justice of Zionism more. And I realize I'm contradicting myself, having previously de-emphasized the issue of justice, but even I have been shocked to the degree to which I knew people might not have been on board with Zionism or might not have been fans of Israel, but when they said really wildly inaccurate things, or they kind of talked about, revisiting the Nazis and genocide and all of this, I kind of figured they were being hyperbolic and that deep down they knew that wasn't true. And it has been a shock to me, and I think a shock to a lot of other people, just how many people apparently actually believe those things are true. And I think that, whether it's the Israeli government or the IDF spokesman or just Jews, whether that's Israelis or Jews in the diaspora, we need to figure out ways to stand for equality, to stand for equal rights for Palestinians, to stand, do the whole Tikkun Olam thing, and also to stand up for ourselves and to say we have a cause that has justice on its side, and that that deserves your respect and support. And it's really very simple. I mean, it boils down to, are Jews human beings or not? Are they equal to every other group of human beings or not? And if you're willing to concede that we are, then there's a consequence to that. Every group of human beings on Earth at present, until we start, dropping MDMA into the water supply and dosing everyone, and we just, run around naked, dancing 24 hours a day, in hippie paradise, as long as we're here in material reality, peoples have countries, peoples have homelands, and people organize themselves collectively in order to advance their interests and perpetuate their way of life. And they still have ethical obligations to their neighbors. They have ethical obligations to the minorities that exist within their jurisdictions. But there's nothing wrong with the fact that that's how human beings organize themselves. And Jews should be allowed to do that as well in their homeland. And I saw someone about the Kurds. The Kurds are a great example. If it wasn't for Zionism, the Jews would still be just as fucked as the Kurds are. Right? The Kurds have got a really strong case because they never have even been exiled and diasporaed around the world. They're still in their homeland with a unique language and a faith and a culture, and colonial powers have divvied up the homeland of the Kurdish people and assigned it to this government or that government for their own purposes, and they're denied freedom. There are all sorts of minorities in the Middle East, the Yazidis, the Copts in Egypt. The Middle East, I mean, everywhere really, but the Middle East certainly is a very, very difficult place if you are an ethnic or religious minority. And the fact is that, if you are directly impacted by the creation of the state of Israel, I can understand why you might have a beef with Zionism. But the region-wide and the global opposition to Zionism, frankly, has a lot to do with thinking that, Jews have gotten a little uppity, and it's offensive, I think, to a lot of people that we can control our destiny the same way that the French can, or the Italians, or any other nation on earth. And that's something that we can't compromise on. Okay. I'm not going to consent to my own oppression. I'm going to insist on Jewish equality. And for me, that at its base level is what Zionism is. Looks like my time is up. I appreciate the opportunity. I think I've put my LinkedIn and my email in the chat. I'll do it again here at the very end. And please reach out. And again, I appreciate everyone engaging, and I look forward to the other speakers as well. Thank you.
Thank you, David, so much. I was very touched by your talk. Thank you so much. Really enjoyed that. And Noah is our next moderator, so gonna pass the mic to Noah.
Hello, everybody hear me? Good, we're good?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, very good. Thank you, everybody. Good evening. Thanks, Leo, for inviting me to participate. And David, thank you for all of that. That was more than I expected. There's quite a lot there to revisit with you. And you actually triggered a bunch of thoughts. I hadn't really thought through too much what I was going to discuss. What I had in mind was to talk about, because I'm an attorney practicing law for 20-something years, and my thing is psychedelic law. That was like my contribution to the movement, in a sense, was to formulate the term psychedelic law. So I was going to talk about the concept of a psychedelic religion and what religion means in law generally, and try to contextualize psychedelics, the movement towards psychedelic legalization in terms of where it fits in the scope of the law. But there are a lot of other things that came to mind, so I'll try to integrate. The first thing is, before I say anything about myself, is the idea of there being a safe space now for people to talk about their experience in Simchat Torah of 5784, or October 7th. I experienced that for the first time when there was a group of people in the cannabis space. And I got to say, one disclaimer, I already cleared this with Leo. I just want everybody to know that my participation in this event does not mean that I endorse the use of the word Jew or Jewish, those words, Jew or Jewish. I'm a big believer that those words themselves are an essential part of our problem, and that we need to do away with Jew and Jewish as signifiers and go back to there's some other possibilities. But I just want to get that out front, because I have a kind of like, I don't know, terminology going here. There is a group called for Judeans. Let me just use the term Judeans for simplicity. Judeans who are in the cannabis space and wanted to share their experiences in a safe space, because what they had encountered from their comrades in the movement really surprised them, and they were really not happy about it. And I think they were a little bit freaked out. And it was one of those big wake-up moments when you realize that you're not really like them. You're not really part of that world. And that's one, I think, that hit for a bunch of people in a way that hadn't before. I came into that zone with I'll try to explain a little bit of my life story, but in relation to psychedelics and how I fuse these two identities. But the thing I wanted to say is that it's interesting to be, in a sense, in a safe space for our people inside the psychedelic movement. I think there's a lot of reframing that happens for us and the other part of our identity when we see what's going on in the world around us, especially in the larger global community in which we have lived in the psychedelic scene. So let's see. So 1993, when I was 22, undergraduate political science student, I encountered the Ibogaine legalization movement as it existed at that time in the Lower East Side of New York City. I was going into my third year at Columbia, just had a really bad experience in terms of campus protest culture and politics. And I find my purpose in life. I find psychedelic legalization. I find it in the Ibogaine movement, because it's like the perfect lock. That was the way that's my bias in the scene, is that because I came in through Ibogaine 30-something years ago, because it made perfect sense for me in many ways. Is like the molecule that, like, I don't know, like triggers all the synapses at the same time. At the same time as I found that movement, way before the like, you know, the scene, legalization scene became what it was, I also went through another wormhole simultaneously, in that through that Lower East Side culture, I also connected with what I'll call the Torah observant population, the, you know, like the people who only wear black and white, like real kind of, you know, severe in their manifestation. And I went into that world on a little another wormhole, so two wormholes simultaneously. But I immediately perceived, I mean, it was pretty straightforward. Like, if I encounter the Ibogaine legalization movement, it's like dream come true. And the next thing that happens is I go into this other space, like, am I going to say these are not related or something? I mean, like, that would just be dumb. So it was obvious in that moment that, what am I going to do? It's the twin path simultaneously. So I've been thinking about the intersection between Am Yisrael and psychedelics for a really long time. It was just seemed to be like that was going to be my life thing. And it became I had the flash at the very outset that, so one of the distinguishing characteristics is that we don't have an inherent problem with psychoactive substances. We don't have a problem with inebriants inherently. We're not a puritanical civilization, if you will, right? We have samim and besamim and yain and shechar built into our system. We have ketoret, incense, samim, herbs, samim, drugs, yain, wine, shechar, liquor, basically. They're all like embedded in our practice. So right there for me, I'm not going to, you know, the connections are obvious, and they seemed, I saw the wedding between the two because of what I came to understand. Well, let me rethink that one. My understanding of the Torah, what the structure that the Torah creates, in a sense, as a model for an intentional community, a worldwide intentional community, in a sense, and how it could fuse and manifest through certain how psychedelics would manifest in Am Yisrael, in our, I mean, if you start with a premise, there's premises out there. The Torah and the nation of Israel are one, we're expressions of the same thing. Then, you know, could be interesting the way that psychedelics manifest through us. And we're a natural match, considering how fundamental Am Yisrael has been in psychedelic legalization. So that's kind of my backstory in coming to this place. So it's really great to see all of this happening. It's like a dream come true. It's really, love it. Nice to have a lot of friends in the space and the overlap between psychedelics and Am Yisrael. And maybe I'll circle back to that and end on that one sometime in a little while. So I once upon a time, I don't know, not that far back, but a few years ago, I had the honor and privilege of giving a TED talk on the role of Am Yisrael, Nation of Israel, aka Jews, for people who want to use that term, in the drug legalization movement. Like, what is the deal with the prevalence? I mean, we know Rick, we know Ethan, we know Julie Holland, we know who are the other? We know Ed Rosenthal, we know Abby Hoffman. You got to give ultimate credit to Abby Hoffman. I mean, people know who Abby Hoffman is, right? Show of hands. Anybody? There's one. I know you're back there somewhere, all you people. Anyway, so probably somebody else back there knows who Abby Hoffman is. But Paul Krasner, I mean, just like it's a thing. So I had a certain idea about what that's about. At the time when I gave my talk, it's based on a passage in it's Bamidbar, Book of Numbers. It's this like very dramatic scene where Aaron uses the ketoret, the incense, to stop a plague. It's really intense stuff. Highly recommended. But then recently, as a result of some study, I'm in Crown Heights, so there's I'm right by Chabad, and there's a place that I tend to go and get I can learn Tanya. Oh, no, sorry, I mean, I could do Tanya, but like Shabbat morning, we can learn Torah Or, which is like the weekly thing on the Parsha. And because it's like, basically like Kabbalah for the masses in a sense, right? Get to learn a lot of kind of far out stuff. And I perceived in one of the last sessions that, were kind of like clarified for me that one of the things about us is that we have, in a sense, we're made neurodivergent. There's a inherent neurodivergence in us because our tradition speaks in so many forms of knowledge. Like this particular line of Kabbalistic discussion is about the nature of knowledge and tries to break down knowledge into small, like it's like trying to find the basis of matter and just hitting subparticle after subparticle. So Am Yisrael is a natural for something like psychedelics because we have in our tradition this already a model of multiple realities. If the premise is there are four worlds that exist simultaneously, well, I mean, more than four, but like the four big ones, I guess, are Atzilut, Yetzirah, Bria, and Asiya. So our system, our heritage, which is like presumably have some kind of memory of the Torah that our predecessors learned, is got multi-dimensionality built into it. So, it kind of makes sense that Am Yisrael feels right at home. What does that mean in terms of like geopolitical, like civilizational transformation, and like where we kind of like factor in that? It's kind of a big one. I mean, I think we have, again, by default, some kind of stewardship role. It's a heavy responsibility. It's a tough job. Somebody's got to do it. But yeah, I mean, whatever, we're here. So we have a responsibility to ourselves, each other, the movement, the world, whatever, to use this very narrow opportunity. It's like very brief moment in a sense. Yeah, but I think we can do that. Let me where am I doing time-wise? Like 15 minutes in? Yeah, I'm good. Okay. So when I was starting out, 90, 93, 94, when I said, wow, this is a great opportunity. I got 2 years of college left, and I got the rest of my life to figure out what to do about because I see that psychedelic legalization is actually possible. I can like click, see, yeah, it can be done. And I thought, okay, well, what am I gonna do with myself? What are my options here? Because this is what I'm gonna do. And public health seemed like that was a solid one, right? Public health is a very critical discipline for drug policy. There are a few academic policy zones that are really very prevalent in the drug policy space. Public health is one of them. The messaging that became, in a sense, the basis, the foundation for the legalizations that's occurred took place in the public health sector, in which the harm reduction model, which was heretical once upon a time, and harm reduction was like legalization, like that became a competing model to abstinence only. So I'm like finding my way around, getting oriented in proto like psychedelic legalization. Okay, well, public health seems like, okay, I see people can do stuff there. But I had a moment of clarity through the intervention of one of the elders who I knew at the time. She's still around, I think, but for whatever reason, the word came through her, and I realized I gotta do law because, in a sense, law is the form of language that actually controls human behavior. You take a set of words and you put it in a law, well, those words are going to determine your life to some extent, to some greater and lesser extents all the time. Somebody writes a law as to where traffic lights need to go. That's going to affect your life in a big way. Every time you see a traffic light, think there's a bunch of laws behind that traffic light. So law is very powerful. And I said, yeah, that's the ticket. So I come to discussions of psychedelics at this point as somebody who has a legal perspective, and not just a legal perspective, but in a sense a market perspective, I guess, because I've done commercial litigation among other things for 20 something years, which is an informative experience, gotta say. But it's shaped my perceptions in terms of and not simply me. I mean, I've picked this up through other works that I've seen. I can't take credit for it. There's for people who are interested in any of what I'm saying, I'm happy to provide leads and resources and so on. But I come to this topic in terms of market relationships. Like, in a sense, I mean, my shtick, as it were, is that psychedelics, in addition to being everything else they are, they're basically consumer goods that travel in interstate commerce. They're products. You can buy them. You can sell them. They're products in a market. They're products with unique characteristics. And that's sort of like the matter at hand is, well, what do these things do? And what happens when you start selling them over the counter or like prescribing them to kids or et cetera, et cetera. So market regulation, that's it. That's in like a really kind of crass way. That's what we got. Now, I came into this, I'm going to give a Torah reference, if I might. So, one of the things that happens in Bereshit, aka Genesis, is at the end, Jacob, our father, Yaakov Avinu, doesn't want to be buried in Egypt. So there's this like kind of dramatic thing where Yosef and the brothers take Yaakov up to his body to be buried in Eretz Yisrael. Okay. I don't remember where I came across it, but I saw an explanation. It might be Rashi, the primary commentator, the best known commentator, that Yaakov Avinu did not want to become the center of idolatrous practice in Egypt. He's a great spiritual figure, and his burial site might become a shrine of some kind, and ultimately he might be deified. And he didn't want that. Didn't want to be the focus of Avodah Zarah, aka, foreign worship. Phenomenal, fascinating paradigm as I see it. So I come to psychedelics with this other perspective when I went through the looking glass and then looking back out through the looking glass. I saw the religion of psychedelics, or a psychedelic religion, or what it means to keep regulation of psychedelics, what it means for psychedelics to be regulated in a sense through religious law as opposed to medical law or consumer protection law, which would be a legal over-the-counter model. It gave me some pause about what it means when you have a psychedelic religion, because religions are complicated things. We have a lot of complicated relationship with religions generally. So if you have a psychedelic religion, what does that look like as a religion? Lately, I've had the honor and privilege of doing some employment litigation, having to litigate some vaccine-related cases. And it's fascinating stuff, let me tell you. The law of COVID, woo, exciting for the law. The area I was litigating was a question of whether employees were entitled to exemptions from the vaccine. And I'm not getting into rightness and wrongness of the vaccine and the mandates and so on and so forth. The matter at hand is that there were two bases under which you could get an exemption from the vaccine: a medical exemption or a religious exemption. Medical exemption, you got to show that you can't take the thing, you can't take the vaccine because it's dangerous, you have a condition, you have an allergy, it's some kind of, you need to be exempted from taking it because it's dangerous to you physically. Okay, then you have First Amendment protected religious liberty. I don't know, it's free exercise or established, it's got to be free exercise. Yeah, must be free, of course, not even a question. Basis to be exempted from a public health mandate, because we have such things. We have religion in this society gives you rights in the sense that you may be exempt from societal mandates, aka law. That's powerful stuff. It's real powerful stuff to be able to say, no, that law doesn't apply to me because I have a religious belief that's constitutionally protected. Okay, wow, man, that's woo, there's tax consequences. What else is that mix? I mean, I guess there's parental stuff mixed in. What are the other ones? Well, no, was it conscientious objecting? I don't know. Anyway, there's laws. There's laws particular to religion. I mean, there's corporate law of religion. It's wild and crazy stuff. But it's big. No, the law of religion is really big. First Amendment, man, that's real fundamental. There are other aspects of religious law. There are lawsuits. There are lawsuits against clergy. There's this area of law called undue influence. I don't even know how many of you people in there are lawyers. I know Dustin, but I don't know of any other lawyer people in there. So listen, I'm sorry if I'm saying stuff you don't know. You know already. I'm sorry. If you don't know, I'll try to explain to the extent necessary. So undue influence is this amazing thing. It comes up in elder law, comes up in trust and estates. It's amazing, right? It's the question of can you undo an act? You've done something. Can it be legally undone because you were not in control of your faculties? So an older person who's getting a lot of pressure to redo their will or to make a gift of some kind. Can you undo that act because the person was unduly influenced by a person? They were vulnerable. They had somebody whom they were dependent of one kind or another. Okay, so this is one of these very fascinating things about the nature of the mind in law. Mental states are very important in law, criminal law and civil law. I did contract litigation, right? Commercial litigation, all that stuff. like your intention, your mental capacity is a significant thing in contracts. Because if you don't have your mental faculties, if you are incapacitated, if you sign a contract while you're totally like you just knock back a fifth of bourbon, and that's when you sign the contract, well, okay, that might not stand up because you were presumably incapacitated at the time. Criminal law, look, I don't know criminal law. I know last I had to do with criminal law was like, I don't know, 30 something years ago. No, 20, 25, whatever, way back in the day. So can't really speak to that too knowledgeably, except I do know that there's a requirement of intentionality to distinguish a criminal act from an act for which you may be liable civilly. So consciousness is really important. In law, the legal consequences turn on mental state. Well, what happens when psychedelics mix into a religious practice? So you have a charismatic leader, charismatic teacher, charismatic healer, whose practice includes psychedelic substances. And psychedelic substances can be very powerful in terms of changing perceptions, leading one to reconsider what is reality, so on and so forth. We already have a lot of issues with religious and spiritual leaders. So what happens when psychedelics get into this mix? I don't know. But like, I don't think we should take anything for granted. I think you should be extremely circumspect. And that perspective on my part, I think, probably comes out of a cautionary contrarian streak that came through going through the looking glass and learning Torah and being like deep inside Am Yisrael. Yeah. I don't know. Is this like working for anybody? I see it's like silence in terms of I don't know if you've all gone to sleep. I don't know if anybody out there? All right. Well, Leo, I guess I'll just keep. Okay, there's a person. Okay, good. Wait, is that a message for me? How do you deal with nepotism in the community? Huh? Like me?
Like clicks, like how do you deal with like the popularity game? How do you deal with that sometimes, like I think some of us are more authentic than others, and maybe we're not very good at schmoozing or diplomacy, and sometimes it's about kissing the right asses, and I'm not always sure that kissing asses is something that is good to cultivate.
I'm apparently really bad at that. I've literally struck out big time on that one, so I can't give any advice there. I'm nepotism. Okay. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of a bummer because the thing is, I've been around for a while and I have this like perspective going back a ways. I mean, I knew a different generation of people, like the people who came before the current generation, and even, to some extent, my generation, who are unknown. Nobody will ever know who they were. So to like come from this like earlier time and then to see how things, well, this brings me to a generational question. Thank you. I'll try to like pull that in. I don't know. I don't really deal with it. I mean, at this point, I just kind of do my thing. I mean, my priority is to get back to my blog and develop some concepts. I mean, I'm like fusing different concepts. I mean, I kind of like, in a sense, I retired to some extent after 30 years. This was like my 30-year anniversary of like, meeting the movement, May of 1993. So I'm kind of like trying to like see how to parlay this. Well, okay, so you changed my focus. I don't know where I was going, but let me just run with this one. I mean, for me, I guess it's connected. Look, one of the issues that I have with cannabis is the total self-referentiality of that space. It's like it's kind of boring ultimately. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, I mean, cannabis is important, but like, okay, and now what? I mean, and I think I think the cannabis scene is particularly silly because it's just goofy. I mean, cannabis is just a subset of psychedelics. That's all that is. It's just like one of these little things going on in the broader context of psychedelics, which is part of a broader context of tools of consciousness and technology of consciousness, right? I mean, we're going to a big thing between devices and drugs and plant medicines. I mean, this is like battle royale of the future. And you want to be like talking to me about cannabis branding? Okay. So psychedelics can be the same way, right? It's very, very fishbowl, like very, very much like solipsistic, self-referential, self-indulgent, all that kind of stuff. Sorry, I'm old and bitter. But for me, they're just means to an end. And the end is like species survival, like world is a better place, like, like the utopia version as opposed to the dystopia version. Although again, one man's utopia is another man's dystopia. But like the good future, like the good happy future. So my understanding is psychedelics are a means to that end, but they're not the sole means. They're an element of it. They're presumably a mental health modality of a future society. But for me, in practice, in terms of like how you fuse the two, I've got to assume that it's an alternative economic social model of some kind that I assume is going to take the form of some new model of urban existence, the way that we live in terms of sanitation and the environment, food access, desert, like food, dealing with food deserts, presumably some kind of autonomy of metropolitan areas, urban like population clusters. I mean, that's like how we stay alive. The psychedelics may be some aspect of that or contribute to it or help bring that about in some way through, I mean, presumably, potentially helping to get to a more possibly mediative, collaborative approach to things, maybe. So psychedelics, I understand to be an element of it, but the vehicle is yet to be determined. I'd say as an attorney and having like my own understanding about how drug law evolves, that you have to think through, map out, and implement, I guess, local models of control, urban government, community government, then there are potential problems with that in terms if you have a federal society. What happens if you have like local standards of mental health? That could be quite problematic. But then again, we're having all kinds of weird mental health stuff with the web. Let's see. There's a comment. Sure, I'm personal, but circles. Uh-huh. No. Oh, Brian has a hand raised. Okay, hey, sorry. What am I supposed to do here? Do I have to like click a button or something?
No, you could just
Okay.
you could pause if you want me to speak.
Yeah,
I
please.
raised a little while ago. We kind of moved past it. I was just gonna bring up when Leo had mentioned nepotism. You see that a lot in academia, and that's a big hindrance on progress in terms of research into anything, because there needs to be a certain level of ego, because research is dependent on funding. And so you need to have sort of this presence in order to get funding. And it's a very difficult thing. And then, you find, a lot of people who develop ideas become very attached to them. And in a very paradoxical, non-scientific way, are resistant then to new ideas coming. So, the in terms of that aspect of it, I think you avoided to some degree the legal and political route. I mean, I'm sure they have their own things, but in academia, it's very prevalent that there's sort of these old standards that are difficult and egos that are built, and hopefully, the hope is that the political measures go based off of the scientific measures. And anyway, I'm kind of rambling, but just wanted to throw in a thought there.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, you're speaking about a world I don't know. I'm certainly very curious about it because I mean, academia is certainly where a key part of the action is. So I'm certainly interested to hear about it. And it goes to one of our fundamental points. I mean, thing is, being in the space for a while, people are not nice. People are competitive. They're aggressive. You're dealing with egos. There's you're in the movement towards enlightenment, and it's like full of ego battles and like bad ones. And so if anybody wants to see the future of psychedelic legalization, look at the current movement. Is it peaceful? No. A lot of very angry people. So imagine like a really big one, a really big psychedelic scene with like branded psychedelic products. You can have lifestyle psychedelics. You could be part of a psychedelic club, all kinds of great stuff. So so imagine like what we've experienced now with like way crazy egos and so on. And I guess that kind of like circles back in a sense. Thank you very much to, goes back to what I was saying about the potential for problematic spiritual leaders and teachers and so on and so forth, is like your ego can go flying totally free because one, like you just hit like spiritual heights. Like, how can you possibly be wrong? I was like, I know. I like the truth came up and shook my hand. So right there, you're already a little bit untethered. And I think people are like ready to fly their freak flag, and their ego can just take off for whatever reason. I don't know. I mean, this is like something the ego dissolution thing. I don't know. Maybe it dissolves and comes back stronger or something. I don't know.
Alan Watts spoke about that. He did a couple of talks specifically on psychedelics and spoke of the danger of having these experiences and then coming back and feeling that and it's kind of antithetical to the actual mystical experience, because you then think that you have this knowledge that others don't have. And so I think I see that as dangerous, like you were pointing out, and yeah. So I mean, there needs to be ways to, I guess, draw from the experience. I think the experience, what you can draw from it, that you know nothing. When you experience something that is beyond words, and then you come back to reality. It's not that you have gained knowledge that you didn't have before. It's that you realize that your knowledge within this human body, within this human brain, is limited. You can go on either side, either where you go off the deep end, the ego becomes inflated, or where you go to the other spectrum and gain humility. So it's an interesting sort of dichotomy.
100%. Let me respond at one part of that. So, I mean, I didn't have the opportunity to learn it yet, to study this topic, but there's a concept which I'm just minimally familiar. Don't quote me on this, and I have to go back and just this is like double, triple hearsay, I guess. So I recall meeting and passing a concept called Ratzova Shov, which, if I got it right, maybe mispronouncing it, which is a a description of, I think, like the angelic beings in Yechezkel, aka Ezekiel, going back and forth. I may be mixing it, but the concept of Ratzova Shov, as I understood it, is the idea of how do you come back down if you go into a mystical experience, an alternative world, you go beyond and you like have a one-on-one with godliness, I guess, sort of speaking in the language that the Chabad missionaries use. What happens when you come back? Do you make it back safely? So, and I mean that goes. I mean, that's a friend of mine explained that's part of the meaning of this this thing that happens in Leviticus, Vayikra, when the sons of Aaron die. So this is like triple hearsay here. So don't quote me on this one. So for me, that would correspond to how do you come back safely from going out? Like, how do you get back here? And that was, I mean, to try to connect it back to this, I guess, this question. So when I encountered the Torah world, right? And I mean, so, you know, I mean, I don't do stuff on Shabbat. I don't know phone, video, I don't smoke on Shabbat, that kind of thing. Like I went pretty deep for a while. So when I went into that space and I encounter, it's a world of rules. It's all rules. Everything is law. Law governs every aspect of your day and your movement and your everything. And I encountered a functioning society with a self-contained society, well, somewhat, we'll leave aside the economic relationships, but laws governing marriage and divorce and succession, will, inheritance. There are laws of contracts and so on. There are laws governing the minute laws of the liturgy and so on. And I said, wow, this is okay. So like religion can cover a lot of stuff. It's like super world grounded. Like, I mean, our tradition is super heavy mystical, like pretty far out, ultimate unity. Yeah. But also have this intense multiform world with minute laws to govern our conduct in this world. And so for me, that was one of the concepts, the aspects, I guess, is you go far out, but you come back down and you land safely and you have a communal societal structure. What a psychedelic religion is going to look like, I don't really know. I'm not in that space. I mean, that's a totally separate, that's another while talking about. I'm, I have 15 minutes. So I'm not going to that's a topic for another time. But the relationship between law of religion and law of medicine, fascinating stuff. Dustin, maybe you want to chat about this sometime. But looking at what a syncretic psychedelic religion will look like. Again, I don't know this area of law. There are lawyers who specialize in it. I know my own separate stuff. But the idea of getting recognition for syncretic psychedelic religions, like as the market evolves, I mean, look, who knows what's going to be in January of 2025. I mean, I'm assuming we're looking at a second Trump presidency. I don't really see why. I mean, and you never know what's going to be, but like as it looks right now, I'm like, it's kind of like I don't really see an alternative. So who knows what's going to happen in January 2025 in terms of priorities of the Department of Justice and so on. And that's why the PR for psychedelics are kind of important right now, I think. But as if the movement continues to develop, and this thing is so counterintuitive because of the crossover, the Crenshaw Ocasio-Cortez like relationship there. It's bizarre, kind of whatever. It's not so bizarre ultimately. It's actually relatively intuitive, depending on how you look at it. If we see syncretic psychedelic religions emerge, what is going to be the context? I mean, I think that as we see when the cannabis market evolves, it evolves in all kinds of wild and crazy ways. Talk for another time. Curious about what you were holding up talking about. Oh, I don't know. It's like a long time ago. I don't remember what I was not going to say. What was I not going to say that you wanted me to say?
Oh, it just had to do with the philosophy of something or the science of something, but
Yeah, the two different tracks in law.
yeah, but I'm actually super interested in what it just takes me a while to type. So
Okay. Well, so, wait, there's this thing
I'm
about
interested in what you're talking about for a psychedelic religion now. Like,
okay. So well, two things. I got more about your personal psychedelic use path and how it's making your life. Okay. I gotta flash back to that one. Let me just like let me just pause on that one. So so being a religion has legal consequences. Not a specialist in the area. I mean, I've identified a few of them that come to mind. So getting that religion status is like it's a big deal. So what does it mean for a psychedelic practice to get religion status, which in a decriminalized future, presumably it won't be necessary to in a decriminalized market, especially where some aspect of the production side of the market, the supply side of the market is legal. The legal protections afforded by a religion status might not be so dramatic because the main thing is that you won't be subject to criminal prosecution generally. So if you don't need religion status to be exempt from prosecution, so like the stakes for being a recognized religion are probably not so high. The question will be, well, what other impacts are there if you get some kind of legal religion status? I don't know. So the thing is, the future market is unknowable. I mean, we're like a few years into this experiment right now. It's been decades with cannabis, and decades before that, at least with the limited market model of India to whatever. How I'm not so up on how the legal cannabis market in India worked. In the Netherlands, there was a multi-decade experiment. And I mean, actually, that's probably not really a fair characterization because if we were to do this properly, like if the movement were to do this properly, in my assessment, like, I mean, if somebody wants to like write a grant application for me or something, the no-brainer is to go to the Netherlands and see what the public health people have to say in the government, what the public health people say about psilocybin risk of essentially a relatively unregulated retail market for psilocybin. Like it's done. We can go do the empirical thing and say, yeah, this is what a quasi-legal psilocybin market in a major metropolitan area looks like. So that would be like policy planning. But okay, so I don't know when that's going to happen.
Hasn't that been done with truffles?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's my point.
Okay.
That's my
Okay,
point. They're
Yep.
right. So you have the model of an over-the-counter psilocybin market. I mean, we see it happening now. I'm really hoping things don't go south in a big way. Like you also saw that thing with the Alaska Airlines guy who like tried to turn off the engine on the airplane. You saw that, right? The psilocybin. You didn't see that? It was mid-October. That's a really, 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 really big deal. That's a really my book. That's a really big. Okay, little footnote here. If you're not familiar with the last 2 years of the Carter administration, 78, 79, and I guess that like took you into 80, that it's important to understand the revolution or the counter-revolution that happened. That's when the prohibitionists actually took control. The neo-prohibitionists took control of the government. There was like a 4-year truce, like some sort of laying off with the Carter administration. And then it was like a tactical nuke. of prohibition that just laid everything to waste. So yeah, so what happens between now? Because again, going into a second Trump administration. Um, well, but what happens between now and the election is probably very important. So I would hope that people in the psychedelic sector are really responsible and not overly self-referential and self-indulgent. Yeah. But like pulling it back to the distribution model. Sorry. The religion, the role of the religion, a psychedelic religion, is opaque to me right now, because what you can do is affected by everything else that's happening, like an election, like you know, something like a third world war, like how that goes down in terms of like, oh, I don't know, everywhere, because like the whole system's kind of like rocking in a big way. So psychedelics all happening in the context of that, I guess. But that's sort of another conversation, maybe. 17 new messages. Are any of those for me, or no?
When you talk about a psychedelic religion, so are you referring to it in the real like legal sense of religion? I was curious if you had any insight into, for example, how I think the Native American Church has rights to use peyote, correct? I believe through
Yeah.
religious exemption. And so, like, I mean, how does one go about that? And I mean, I'm just sort of like brainstorming here and speaking, thinking as I speak. I mean, one could argue that Christianity or Judaism, perhaps, but I know Christianity has been looked at for in ancient uses of psychedelics in religious context. I'm curious how the law works in that degree. If one could pose such an argument that psychedelics are part of other religious, activities and can be proven. It's just it's curious to me how it was done for the Native American Church and how that could potentially be applied in terms of legal processes and other aspects. I don't know anything about that. So
So I'm not at all an expert in any way, shape, or form. I know very, 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 very little about that whole side of things. See, I know the more about the concept, the structures in the medical materialist side, the science side. I didn't get into the issue of like the psychedelics being a science medicine fusion, which is why they're so weird and far out, especially legal terms, especially. My understanding is the Native American Church has its own special federal law that applies just to it, that legalized peyote use for a particular entity. Okay, good. Okay. So yeah, so there's a person who's knowledgeable. But telling you what little I know, yeah. So they're their own unique case. And it's complicated, but I don't think that there's too much. That's not going to help you too much in terms of a legal model. Yeah, that's its own separate thing because they have separate specific statutory protection from the federal government. The other ones have come through because they are deemed to qualify for Supreme Court case. Yeah, that's the I can't pronounce the thing. União de Vegetal case, I believe. So I have a blog, by the way, psychedeliclaw.com. I haven't blogged there in a long time, but if you want to like interested in the stuff I'm saying, you can go to psychedeliclaw.com. And back in September of 2017, there you go. Thank you. 2017, my post from September 2017 is a thing I organized at the New York City Bar Association. And there's a whole discussion. Nancy Hollander, the lawyer who argued the case, gives this like really amazing presentation. It's a 2-hour video, but you can find it on my blog through September 2017. Okay. Look, there's a lot to say about the psychedelic religion thing. I mean, I think there's two aspects to it. And then I think there's a question that I was supposed to answer a long time ago. sorry, lost train of thought there. Oh, one track is a religion that's psychedelic, in a sense, a spiritual program being super vague because whatever, don't have that takes some time to think through the proper terms, that uses psychedelics in some sacramental capacity, that the use of a specific psychoactive substance is somehow integral to the practice. The other aspect is a existing mainstream religion, as it were, decides, for example, I don't know, to incorporate psychedelics into their own practice. Is that remarkable or significant in any way? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it's not so exciting as a legal matter, but maybe it is. Maybe it is. There is some significance. I mean, that's maybe where we would see syncretic religions in some way. I don't know. So anyway, the future of psychedelic religion is opaque. I think there's a lot of different ways it could play out. That's to be discussed. Let me just get to, okay, here's what happens if everyone's about I can't speak to patents. Descheduling is not, I don't think descheduling has anything to do with intellectual property rights. It would be FDA approval. Yeah. Hello.
Right. And so, I mean, so for example, when because it's in phase 3, I mean, it's happening. Once they patent it for medicinal purposes, to be Schedule 1 substance, it has to have no medicinal value. So
right,
that's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that'll be
Yep.
interesting. I'm not sure. Yeah.
I can't get into that. I thank you for the question. I just got to respond to this one thing. The question is, can you share more about your personal psychedelic use path and how it has impacted your life and perhaps your personal Judaism? I think I discussed that a little bit. Personal psychedelic use path. So 1990 was when I was graduating from high school in June of 1990. I already been accepted to college, so it was one of those things where in your last like half of your senior year, like, yeah, man, time to max and relax. And a friend of mine, a good friend of mine, I was in Philadelphia at the time. He was University of Pennsylvania, and he had like run into acid. He's like, "You really need to try this." I was like, "Okay, you're my best friend, mentor. So what if you say to do it, I'll do it." Okay. And I did it, and I said, "Wow, this is really interesting. All right, a lot of stuff makes sense that didn't before." Whatever. I immediately perceived there was a political significance to psychedelics. I don't know if that's like what people normally think, but that's just the way my mind works. It's like, this is a very significant matter for like political societal relationships. Okay, so I had there was a lot of acid going around at that time, I guess 90, 91, 92 in my life. Not much of the way I did not meet the rave scene. I did not pass through the MDMA scene that just feel like ships passing in the night. I was doing other stuff. It was actually really hard to find psilocybin at that time where I was living in the west side of Philadelphia. So yeah, it was a different economy. It was always like a rare treat to come across mushrooms. How has it impacted my life? Well, I mean, I made psychedelic legalization like the center of my, I don't know, that was just like my obsession basically, and I did some different things to try to make it happen. And perspectives on what I would call Judaism. I'm like a contrarian here, and I know my time's almost up. I think like 30 seconds left. I say Judaism. Okay. How does it affect my perspectives on it? Yeah, it's a complicated question. I mean, basically, my understanding is with psychedelics, like the plant substances are like in the mushrooms, like they're all kosher. I mean, the problem in kashrut is basically animals, except there's like the wine and vinegar grape product thing a little bit, which is its own separate thing. But like consuming a product, it's like a vegetable or a mushroom. It's all good. There's no kashrut problem. In terms of like the spiritual dimension, if you will, or the not the physical kashrut, but kashrut in the sense of kosher meaning something that's acceptable, which is like sort of like what kosher actually means. That's that one. I think we're good with that. There's only one rabbinical authority of whom I'm aware who's recently come out against psychedelics. I assumed that was going to happen, but it certainly hasn't happened on a grand scale. And I think really I don't know. This is a complicated question. Yeah, okay. So I think Leo is giving me the curtain call note message. So I'm gonna go. Thank you, everybody. It's been a pleasure. Blessing, peace and blessings, and so on.
Noah, thank you so much. And it's just been so good to hear from you and would love to talk more. Thank you so much for your time and everything you do for the community and have done. So the blog information, I guess, is accessible through the website that you mentioned that we put in the chat for Noah Potter. So let's say thank you to Noah and welcome our next moderator, who is Dr. Jeremy Weiss. So Dr. Weiss, take it away. It's your time.
Well, okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Jeremy Weiss, and I had the honor of being an officiant or being the officiant at Leah's wedding. And I think she asked me to join this topic because today, because I have, I'm the founder of the Temple of Miriam the Prophetess, which is a non-denominational, non-hierarchical, non-sacerdotal, non-rabbinical or Kohanic temple. And we specialize in we believe essentially most religions have three components that define religions. There are three components generally that define religion. There is a deity, there is a laity, that's you, right? And then generally there is a clergy, and unfortunately the clergy are often hijack the whole thing and are spiritual gatekeepers. And we at the Temple of Miriam believe that anything that that we're all spiritual equals, and that anything that a rabbi is empowered to do, you are spiritually empowered to do as well. And this speaks to the concept of minions and licentia, of et cetera, of practicing these theurgic rituals. And so my temple helps people deal just directly with the deity and cut out the clergy. We want to help you help yourself. And that means putting magic and those powers back in your own hands and the hands of the laity. And usually that is in part what defines folk magic practice, is that it's domestic religion. Religion is practiced at home, and it involves just the deity and the laity. There's no clergy. And so there's a lot of hostility there. And a lot of people bump up against clergy. So we've removed them from the equation by saying that, you should have your own relationship with God and spirituality and mysticism, etc. And through that, and because of that, we teach Jewish magical practices. And the very first course that I teach people is Introduction to Jewish Magic. And that is what Leo has asked me to present here today. So, yeah, we teach all sorts of at the Temple of Miriam. I can put it in links and so on. But we teach things like crystal gazing and incense magic and divination and all the things, orthinomancy. We just had interpreting omens, interpreting prophecy, interpreting dreams. So that's what we do at the Temple of Miriam. We put it back in your hands. So allow me to begin with my usual lecture on Introduction to Jewish Magic. Share my screen. To Jewish magic. In this little lecture and workshop, we're going to review why is Jewish magic so important? Why is it important at all? We're going to review who are the Jews, how did Jewish magic even develop? What is Jewish and what isn't Jewish? We're going to cover that. We're going to talk about the 3 essential principles of Judaism, and we're going to cover whether or not do I have to be Jewish to perform Jewish magic effectively. We're also going to cover the essential principles of Jewish magic and the major forces of good and evil, and we're going to address what's the Kabbalah, and we're going to go over a timeline of Jewish events as well as Jewish folkloric history, superimposed with some very interesting when certain various occult phenomenon entered the Jewish folkloric history as well. And so we've got a lot to get through in this short amount of time, and that's okay. You can come back and watch as many times as you want. You can come back and rewatch, and you'll also have a PDF that references pretty much all of this material. So you don't need to take a pencil if there's something important or whatever. I'll tell you, what it is, but pretty much everything you should have. So let's start with our first topic. Bum bum bum. Why is Jewish magic even important at all? Okay, well, the Jewish people are a very ancient people, and they are the oldest of the self-described Abrahamic religions, the religions that have spawned from Abraham, and that generally includes, for the most part, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And over time, all of these cultures, which of course, between those 3 religions, that covers a great percentage of the overall world population. We've got Buddhism and Hinduism being other major players, but this is a big section. The Abrahamic religions is a big sort of section. And because of that, it has influenced all sorts of other magical practices. Christian folk magic, of course. Islamic folk magic, of course, right? That makes perfect sense. That Jewish magic would filter down into the other Abrahamic, sister religions. But then, Appalachian folk magic, and as it's carried around the whole world, we start to touch things like and get incorporated in voodoo via Catholicism, and then there's Christian Kabbalah, and then there's Thelema, which has Kabbalah with a Q, and Hermeticism, and powwow, and the Pennsylvania Dutch. I mean, we can go all over the place, but the tendrils of Jewish magic has affected everything from modern pagan magic to just the magic of many other cultures through both sharing and unfortunate appropriation. But these beliefs have penetrated other cultures, both through generational inheritance, and also there's a little bit of a difference because they are regional. So things like the evil eye are really a regional belief, say, of the Mediterranean area that was carried with the Jewish diaspora elsewhere. But so you've got beliefs that are transmitted to other cultures through time and across geography. So that is why Jewish magic is important, because it affects so many other different magical practices. Let's move on. Who are the Jews? This is a very difficult question. And I'm going to address this question in an extremely specific but vague way, because we're really going to be talking about, for the purposes of this lecture series, and we've got to define, who are the Jewish people. And there's problems, right? Because people can convert to Judaism and people can be born into Judaism. So okay, let's try to get as specific as we can and as inclusive as we can at the same time. And this is what I have reached. For the purposes of this festival, at least. A Jew is a member of an ethno-religious group of people who trace their genetic, maternal origins and or cultural heritage to Abraham of Ur. You are Ur. And the ancient people whose traditionally monotheistic religion is Judaism. And that includes a belief in the validity of the first 5 books of Moses, called the Torah. So Judaism is an ethnicity, okay? You can be born into being Jewish, and when I took my FTDNA and Ancestry.com genetic testing, I was freaked out when it came back 100% Jewish. I was like, what? That's a religion. That's not a thing. And they were like, no, you're ethnically Jewish. Okay, so it is an ethnicity, but it's also a religion. Okay, and because it's an ethnicity and a religion, there are converts to religious Judaism. And the corollary is also true, right? The backwards is also true. Because Judaism is an ethnicity, right? There are ethnic Jews who are atheist, or who have become Christian or Buddhist, and everything in between. So now there's no one type of Jew. There are even various religious sects and denominations within Judaism, and they can even be regional differences. And so there are different customs and different laws and different languages spoken by the various Jewish peoples. And unlike the Christian, really the defining thing, unlike the Christian religious construct, the Jewish people believe that Jesus was, say, a very, very great man, but they have not accepted him as the Messiah. The Jewish people are still waiting for the Messiah. So hopefully we are inclusive while being specific, and you have now a reasonable understanding of what we're going to be talking about for the purposes of this festival and what, you know, Jewish magic is. So that brings us to our next topic, of course, which is, how did Jewish magic develop? So, because Judaism is both an ethnicity and a religion, right? It's gotta have developed its own culture. People are practicing various beliefs and things and ideas, and that's going to spawn a community and culture. And like every culture, it's gonna develop its own magical traditions, things for good luck and things for protection and magical beliefs. Some, of course, are going to be original to Judaism, right? And some practices reflect influences from outside cultures, right? Maybe they picked something up from their neighbor. And so what is and isn't Jewish? Boy, that's another kind of gray area. So what has left Judaism and become something else, like candle magic, for instance, has been greatly influenced by Jewish magic, and Psalmic magic, and da 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 da. So there are, in fact, biblical prohibitions, of course, against the performance of various magical practices in
get out of this.
Judaism. We're going to address some of those. I've extensively discussed these exceptions in my book, the Grimoire of Practical Jewish Magic for Everyone. And I'm not going to really get into an argument here about the legitimacy and the validity and the allowability of Jewish magic and Jewish witchcraft, and what's the difference between witchcraft and religion, and what's the difference between a prayer and an incantation and a spell, because you're here, and we're gonna presume that you're already on the same page. We may briefly kind of touch on it. We'll talk about it probably during the live segments. It'll naturally come up, but it's kind of something that we're gonna navigate around right now. So now we've got to address what is Jewish, okay? We can agree that there are at least 3 essential principles of Judaism. And outside these 3 essential principles, basically, even Jews can't agree about what is Jewish. Beliefs simply cannot be contained. So since there's a diversity of people, there's a diversity of opinions, and how you can say this is not a Jewish opinion and this is a Jewish opinion, very hard to say, because some non-Jewish ideas, of course, are incorporated into Judaism, and some Jewish beliefs are abandoned along the way. We stopped practicing there. It used to be that we believed this, but now we don't. So now what's that? It was something that once was a Jewish belief, but now maybe is more aligned with a pagan belief, or more aligned with a Buddhist belief, or who knows what. So ideas are transient and regional. So what are the three essential principles that at least most Jewish people agree kind of define Judaism? Okay, one, Judaism is a monotheistic religion, worshipful of a deity known as Yahweh, and it's the people who can trace their genetic maternal origin back to Abraham of Ur. That's what we said. So that's kind of the standard. And some people even fight about the idea of monotheism as being the defining component of Judaism. I would say that it kind of, I'm in the camp where I believe that is in fact must be one of the defining principles of Judaism, and that if there is Yahwehism, which is different, where there are multiple deities. So the second principle of essential principle of Judaism is the three unbreakable laws. And the three unbreakable laws are murder, idolatry, and non-consensual sexual activity. Those are the unbreakable, unforgivable, must not do laws. And the third defining principle of Judaism really can be distilled down into kind of one sentence. It was my 66th great-grandfather, Hillel, who summarized all of Judaism. A person who was not Jewish came to the great Rabbi Hillel, who was a famous medieval scholar and sage, and said, if you can explain to me the principles of Judaism and all the tenets of Judaism while I stand here on one foot, I will convert to your religion. And the great sage Rabbi Hillel thought for a moment, and he said, "What is hateful to you, do not do unto your neighbor. The rest is commentary. Now go study." So the question is often posed to me, do I have to be Jewish in order to practice Jewish magic effectively? And I'm going to answer this question in two ways. Well, three really. But when I was a young boy, I was in Jewish religious school, and we prayed every day in Hebrew, which was a language I did not understand because I spoke English. And I went to the rabbi and I said, "I don't understand why we pray in Hebrew. Why can't we pray in English, which is a language I understand, and I can say the prayers that way?" And he says, "God likes Hebrew. Hebrew is the language of God." And I said, "What do you mean? I thought that God was omnipotent and he can do whatever he wants and understand any language. And at this time, the rabbi was kind of growing a little bit frustrated with me because he didn't have time for my philosophical nonsense, of course. And he wanted me to sit down and just say my prayers like the other good children. And he said, young man, there once was a sage named Rabbi Abraham Abulafia. And he said that it was the sounds that were important, that needed to be said. And that you didn't actually have to understand the language. You have to just be able to say the sounds. And he finished with, of course, now please go sit down with the other children and sing the songs like you're supposed to. And I, of course, thought instead heavily about that and thought, oh my goodness, I get it. What he's saying is there are magic words like abracadabra and hocus pocus, that words themselves have power, and that in Genesis, the very first act of power or creation is an act of speech. And God says, let there be light. So he was saying to me, you don't have to understand the words. The words themselves are magic. You just gotta say them. And he was reflecting thousands of years of Jewish thought, because people think that the Jewish language is Hebrew, but that's not really the case. The Jewish language, for the most part, has been Yiddish, which is a different language. It's a mixture of Hebrew, a little bit of Hebrew, like 10%, and mostly German, or sometimes Polish and a little Russian. But that was the colloquial language, and Hebrew was just the language of prayer. And then when Israel became a state, they had to choose a language, and they decided to make Hebrew, which was the language of prayer, the national language. And subsequently it has supplanted Yiddish, which was the colloquial language of the Jewish people, or one of the colloquial languages of the Jewish people. Other languages such as Judesmo and Ladino were also spoken. So that said, the rabbi was saying to me that the Jewish concept of sound is what is important, and it is a logocentric type of magic, and it is a logocentric religion. And this is going to crop up over and over again throughout all of these lectures on Jewish protection magic and invoking angels and all of the things we're going to be talking about, love magic. The names and the sounds are very important, and this has given rise to knowing the various names of God and the word Hashem, which means the name. People think it is the name of God, but it actually is a colloquialism, meaning just the name, because it's like like Voldemort. You don't say the name, you say the man who cannot be named. Okay, so it's so funny when people say, well, Hashem is one of the name of God. Well, yeah, it's kind of a meta name. That's the first part of the answer, which is just saying the words and doing the actions correctly should be effective. Now, think about that for a moment. That carries us into another concept. Do you have to be Jewish to perform Jewish magic effectively? And if you think about it, then the answer is no. If you're performing Jewish magic effectively, then by definition, you're Jewish, right? If you're doing and believing the same things as a Jewish person, then are you not Jewish? Right? I mean, if every day you wake up and you go to temple and you do Passover and who's to say if you are Jewish? So this argument is, as far as I'm concerned, is over, and when I hear it, it's not very inclusive. And the answer is whatever leads people to study Torah and to be kind to others and compassionate and to ease suffering and to be charitable is good by definition. So, that said, let's get on. We've kind of blurred onto the essential principles. We've already touched on the essential principles of Jewish magic. And I already mentioned one of them, which is that it's logocentric. It is a logocentric, meaning speech-centric type of magic. So words like abracadabra, for example, abracadabra and hocus pocus, they themselves have magical powers. Then you have to start thinking about as I did when I sat down as a little child in the audience. I remember thinking, well, wait a minute, what does that mean for translating stuff? Does that mean that when I get a spell or a prayer or an incantation, I can't translate it into my own language because now it's ineffective because the vowel, the syllables are different and the sonics are different? And the answer is yes. Strictly speaking, that's what the Jewish people would say. Intention is important, and we call that kavanah. And many people believe in the praxis of intention over sound. That, oh no, we can take a German spell and translate it to English, and if we pray hard enough and use our energies in the same way, it's the setting, the intention that matters. But in the Jewish magico-religious tradition, we are going to come back to this principle over and over and over again, that it is logocentric, and that understanding is not important as much as, kavanah is important. Kavanah is focused intention for effective prayer. So you, of course, have to have a focused intention. But what is important are the words themselves. Words have power. So, words that have power. Names. So, right, we all know that, like, Plato, or maybe we all don't know, but Plato was a Greek philosopher kind of guy, and he had this idea of the Platonic ideal, and we all walk around with various ideals of what things are in our mind. Like, there's no, true one defining table, for instance, but we all have a concept of what a table is in our mind. In reality, a table could have 3 legs. It could have 4. I've seen them with 5. You've seen them with 8. We've seen them with flat tops. We've seen them with curved tops. We've seen them with angled tops. So when you start getting around, what defines a table? But we all know what a table is. It's this sort of Platonic ideal this theoretic idea. Okay, so that similar concept applies to names and words, and knowing the names, the true name, the Platonic name, the true name of something gives the speaker power and command over that thing, which is why it becomes very important to know the names of the angels so that you can invoke them and communicate with them, because otherwise they're not going to listen. And the various names of Hashem. And so those become very important. And this whole logocentric thing takes another form, not just in speech and in names, speaking names, but of course in writing. And so most Jewish amulets and Jewish magical techniques involve either speaking or writing. And you're like, well, what else is there? Oh, there's plenty, okay? There's gestural magic. And we do have some gestural magic, but very, very little. So there's magical music. There's all sorts of different magical practices. So don't get hung up on that there's only speaking and there's only writing. Of course, there's ecstatic dance. All right. So, again, features of Jewish magic, logocentric, and we because of that do a lot of writing, and there are a lot of sigils. Now, Jewish magic also is contains sympathetic magic. That's another principle that is often utilized in Jewish magic, is sympathetic magic, meaning what is happening is here is going to happen over here. So as the candle burns hot, may someone's heart burn hot with love for me. So like this, then this. So that's a sympathetic magic. People think about the typical voodoo dolls or puppets, and you stick the needle in the thing and the person goes out. That is a form of sympathetic magic. What happens here is happening here. That's often used in Jewish magic. Another aspect of Jewish magic is called contagious magic. This is seen in many magical traditions, and that is where the magic has to be put on someone in some way. They have to come in contact with it. So it might be that a magical object is buried at a place where someone will walk over. And you see this in other magical traditions such as hoodoo, right? Or they might have to unknowingly, you want the victim to unknowingly step on something or sleep in it or so there's a lot of contagious magic where an object is tricked or like that. Jewish magic makes use of another form which you don't hear a lot of, and I really like this. You know, you hear the words contagious magic and sympathetic magic, but this is kind of an interesting view. Jewish magic contains many exchange of fortunes. So this is where you can change places with someone, right? So one of the first examples of this might be Aaron and the scapegoat. They transfer the sins of the Jewish people, the Hebrew people, into the goat, and the goat, and banish the goat. But so you can have an exchange of fortunes, and this is often used, like in hoodoo, as a double action. You see this in hoodoo, where you want the cursor to have something bounce back, right? So what the Jewish approach to curses from other sorcerers might be an exchange of fortunes, that whatever they cast on you will go in, and the blessings that they gave to themselves, you'll get to intercept. So I love that concept. And then I've come up with my own kind of term that Jewish magic makes use of. And I haven't checked anywhere, so I don't know if it's my term. I don't, so I'm not going to claim it. I'm just going to say I came up with it independently. So if it's out there, great, whatever. I call it compassionate magic or charitable magic. And there's a belief in the Jewish magical religious traditions that giving charity and doing kind deeds is the most powerful and efficacious form of magic. And not only is doing a good deed important and powerful, but the most powerful charitable action is done anonymously, okay, without any credit whatsoever. And so, that keeps people from doing things for personal gain, right? That's saying like, yeah, you should do a good deed, and that will probably make your magic more efficacious. If you do a good deed or give to charity, your petition may come true. But really, you should be doing that without any expectation whatsoever. And that's the most powerful person, is the person who does that. So let's talk a little bit about the major forces of good and evil in the Jewish magical religious tradition. Okay, just so we can have a nice kind of basic, quick rundown and understanding. So obviously there is God, which is Yahweh. Okay, that is the deity of worship. Then there are angels, and angels. There's in the Bible, there are only 3 named angels in the Old Testament, and they are Michael, Gabriel, and Satan. Now, in Judaism, there's a whole host of other angels too, and lots of it. But the ones that are mentioned in the Old Testament are those 3. Now, many people will be surprised. And many people will be surprised to know that in the Jewish religious tradition and magical tradition, we consider the angel of death is different than Satan. They are not necessarily the same. Some traditions they are, but they're not necessarily the same. We have Ha-Satan and Malach HaMavet, the angel of death. Now, angels are all subject to God's will, even Satan. And in the Christian tradition, Satan is generally perceived as kind of a fallen angel or God's, arch enemy, and he has sort of power independent of God, and they're embattled all the time. But this is not the perception in the Jewish tradition. In the Jewish tradition, Satan is completely subservient to God. Satan carries out God's wishes. Satan is perceived as God's prosecuting attorney. And when you go and stand before judgment on Judgment Day, it tries to convince God that you did really bad stuff. And he lays tricks for you, but he's doing it under God's command to test you. So this is a very different perception that Satan is indeed an angel. So not all angels are good per se. They're all doing God's work. And that's interesting, because that means that maybe not all God's work is good, but by definition it is. So, oh boy, head explode. All right, so what other major forces of good and evil? We've got God, we've got angels. Well, there are humans. We're a force of good and evil. We got Adam, Eve, Noah, Abraham, Sarah, Isaac, Rebecca, Jacob, Rachel, Leah, Moses, Saul, Solomon, King David, all sorts of characters, and they're all forces for good and evil in the Jewish tradition. What else do we have? We have demons. We have demons. And we have spirits. And they're different. Demons such as Lilith are in the Jewish tradition. And we have Ruin, which are, so Mazikim or Shadim, which are demons, and Ruin, which are spirits. And Ruin, they have no body. They are like what wouldn't, a simulacra, something like a ghost or a spectral phenomenon, whereas demons actually have bodies. They're invisible. They, eat and poop and mate and do their own little things, but we can't see them. And that's the traditional canonical Jewish perspective there. What other evil things? We have the evil eye. That's ayin hara. Ayin is I, ha is the, and ra is bad. So like ha, Satan is the Satan. Ha, Shem, the name. Ha is just the, okay? So we have ayin, I, of ra. Ayin, ha, ra. And ayin hara, the evil eye, comes in kind of two flavors. Because it's a Mediterranean idea that really sort of entered Judaism very early. One concept is that it's its own thing, kind of floating around, and it's like random bad luck entity. Okay, the other type of evil eye is one that can be cast by someone, usually because of jealousy. They look at someone and they are angry, they're in a bad state, and it's an accidental curse. So yeah, there is the entity of the evil eye, and then there's sort of the power of the evil eye. And those are often kind of conflated together, or two arms of the same thing, shall we say, but they're distinct enough that a person can cast the evil eye on someone, and the evil eye is sort of floating around minding its own business and can just do a whammy on you. The last one, force of good and evil, that really kind of is important enough to touch on in this introduction to Jewish magic is Yetzer Hara. And remember, we just said ha is the and ra is bad. And so Yetzer. Yetzer means like it means this is your selfish impulse or selfish desire, your desire to do selfish things. You have Yetzer HaTov, your desire to do good, Tov is good, and your desire to do evil, selfishness. And people are born with Yetzer Hara, okay? You're thirsty, you're hungry, okay? You have a desire for sex, for love. It's that visceral thirst. It's the id. It's the id, okay? And then there is Yetzer HaTov, which is the ego, right? It's the good. And we don't develop Yetzer HaTov until the age of 12 in girls and 13 in boys, the age of bar and bat mitzvah. And girls, of course, become more moral much more quickly than boys do. We're going to leave that one alone. But Yetzer Hara is not always a force of evil or selfishness. A lot of good things come from Yetzer Hara, like artwork, for instance. It's really your drive. It's your uncontrollable drive, and it can be used for good. Oh, here's a perfect example. Yetzer Hara is your desire for food, which can become corrupted like gluttony. You can have a desire, a very moral and ethical and wonderful desire for sex and love. That is Yetzer Hara. And it can become corrupted because of it's a selfish type desire or impulse. And you can, it can become perverted and corrupted. Okay? So those are pretty much the basics of the things that can do good and evil, for the most part, in the Jewish tradition that we'll be addressing. Now, everybody's already on the edge of their seats and they want to hear this thing about Kabbalah. They just are chomping at the bit. I know. We're going to get to it, okay? I'm going to get to it right now because everyone wants, okay, what's a Kabbalah? What's a Kabbalah? Are we learning Kabbalah? Is this Kabbalah? What's with the string and the Madonna and all right. Okay. All right. Stop trying to skip ahead. Okay. Kabbalah is a mystical practice, okay, that evolved in Judaism, okay? And this practice is a term that really only applies to an occult gnosis or knowledge that started in medieval Provence and Spain around the 12th century, okay? And colloquially, this term has become this catch-all for Jewish magic. And it's not only Jewish folk magic. And then Kabbalah with a K has then been kind of filtered into there's Christian Kabbalah with a C, and then Thelema, which uses Kabbalah with a Q. And it just needs to be said that the Kabbalah does not represent the entirety of Jewish magic. Jewish magic existed before the 12th century, before the Kabbalah existed, and it had existed in parallel during the time of the Kabbalah, outside of the Kabbalah, right? In forms of domestic magic and other forms. And there's Jewish magic today and there's Kabbalah today, and some of them overlap, but not all of it overlaps. So Kabbalah is not the umbrella term. Jewish folk magic includes Kabbalah. Okay? And that's what you need to know right now. We will touch on it, but it's its own sort of philosophical mysticism and practice. And there is a segment known as Practical Kabbalah, which is about the performance of magic or bending the universe's to one's will. Now, here we're going to get to the meat of this subject. What you gotta know for this whole course, really, the basics, and this is going to be a rundown of Jewish folkloric history. So I'm going to try to get through it as quickly as possible, but as in a way that you're going to remember it forever, okay? And you'll be able to see it. It took me years to like figure this whole thing out. Like, it just came to me. So I'm very excited to share it with you. You see, you're not going to believe this, but the Jewish folkloric history, it is very much like the epic movie series Star Wars, because it has two beginnings, and it starts in the middle, and it spawns tons of little parallel universes and timelines and that sort of thing. But it essentially starts, as I said, episode 4, in the middle, with the world being recreated again for the second time. And what happens is there's a huge flood, a tremendous flood that wipes everything out. And this guy named Noah, okay, with his menagerie of animals, restarts the whole world, okay? And a descendant of this guy, Noah, is born around 1800 BCE, and his name is Abraham. And he lives in a town called Ur.
Looks like we lost Dr. Weiss. I'm not sure what to do. Was this a recording, or was this wasn't him live, was it?
Yeah, it's a recording.
That's what I thought.
I mean, he's with us. He might have walked away.
Oh, no, I don't see him at all anymore. His internet probably got clipped. Hi, Christina.
Hello, Rick.
Good to
How's
see
it
you.
going?
All
Nice
right.
to see you. I don't see you, but nice to hear you. I found it really interesting that Dr. Jeremy Weiss was saying that if we practice any kind of Jewish magic, then we're Jewish. And so it was news to me, but I was really excited. Leo stepped away, but I was like, hey, Leo, I just found out I'm Jewish. That was cool. A cool moment.
I think you have to be bat mitzvah to be like officially.
I don't really.
We'll let you in as an honorary, at least for the night.
I take it all with a grain of salt. Whatever appropriation, people get all mad about that, but I just find the common thread in all religions and all spiritualities, and I just like mysticism, and I practice a few things. I practice candle magic, which I didn't know was potentially originated with Jewish traditions. I'd have to confirm that. I also do the Kabbalistic cross with a Q.
Right. Oh yeah, the Quabala.
Yeah, chicken Kabbalah.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about it though. I mean, I do research into a lot of like mysticism, or like hermeticism and alchemy and like all of that symbolism and stuff. So yeah,
that's my main thing. Is
right. Yeah, like you can't be into that and not bump into the Kabbalah somewhere, here and there. But,
exactly. That's cool. I didn't know you were practicing.
Yeah, some people get like, well, I'm more from like a historical and just, I don't know, a fascination with it. I'm not like some people like get nuts with it and start tying in like all the cards from the tarot deck and like chakras and like some people take the Kabbalah and like get a little too out there with it. But I mean, it's cool for sure.
Did you guys see the message that he wrote?
Oh no, I didn't. We were BSing.
Yeah.
Oh no, power outage. Bummer. Well, let's see. Oh, well, it looks like the hour was turning anyways, right? So we should have a new speaker up. I haven't been sent a schedule yet, but yeah. Does anyone know who's on next? No.
I feel like maybe you should let him like just finish what he was doing because he was pretty. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think you should maybe. He said to add the.
If it's a recording, can he like email a link or email it to someone else and we could play it? Someone else can play the recording he was going to play anyway.
I mean, he's not answering. He's right. His video.
I don't. Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
I'm right here.
Yeah. Oh, you're here. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even see. I was okay. Oh, well. It looks like we have you back then. If you want to start up your second hour, it looks like you've been scheduled for 2. Okay, did we lose him again? Well, I'm not sure what to do. Maybe we'll just give him a few minutes, see if he comes back.
Is he here?
He just said hi, like maybe about less than a minute ago, but then went silent again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and the account's made co-host now, so
right.
Maybe he's just getting something ready on his phone. You know what I mean?
Are you not able to? Are you all not hearing it?
No.
Oh yeah, there he is.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
We can hear you, but no movie yet.
Okay. Hold on, just a second. I will fix. If Leo can make this account co-host, then I should be able to share my screen. Yep.
The one that says Dr. Jeremy Weiss?
Yeah, I got it. No problem. No problem.
Okay. Yeah, so it says now you're a co-host. Okay, now you're sharing your screen.
Okay.
Oh, sweet. Thanks, Dr. Weiss.
Hey, man, I got you. I've run these things before.
And Empire Strikes Back and
Return
of the Jedi. And
yeah, perfect.
That return to Israel, okay, happens around 1250 BCE. So Abraham is 1800 BCE, and time marches on, and then they return to Israel, and Israel crystallizes around 1250 BCE. That's when Moses returns the people to the land of Israel. Now Moses doesn't get a chance to go there. That for other reasons he's left outside. To so we're going to now proceed with what happens. Well, Moses then writes the prequel. All right. He writes episodes 1, 2, and 3 because he writes the story about what happened up until that point of Noah, right? So Moses writes the story of Adam and Eve and all of the business that happens up until Abraham. All right, so he's recalling all of these things. So he writes episodes 1, 2, and 3, and now we're at the end of 4, 5, and 6, and it is now 1250 BCE. Okay, and now this is where the action has already started, but this is where it really heats up. Okay, so 1250 BC, the kingdom of Judea is going strong, begins, it's going strong, they're doing their thing, and they build the temple, and this is called the First Temple period. Now, the next big date that you have to really know is, oddly, 587 BCE. And this is when the Persians come in and Babylonians and the Jewish people are exiled, and people know the story maybe of Queen Esther, and that's what's going on around this time. But they're exiled. The Jews are cast out of their homeland, and they're exiled to Persia for 50 years, which is kind of a short period of time, but over now that when we look at things over millennium, obviously over a lifetime, that's a very long period of time. But then they get to return, and they get to live sort of semi-autonomously, but their temple is destroyed. Okay, their temple has been destroyed. And so that marks from 1250 BCE to, or 1250 BCE to 587 BCE marks the First Temple period. Okay, then the Jews return to Israel pretty much right away, and begins the Second Temple period, which is 50 years later, like 580, 530, and then you got 500 some odd years of the Second Temple period, and then year 0 where Jesus is born, essentially, and that's how we currently mark the calendar. So that's year 0, which happens in the temple period, Second Temple period. And then the next date that you have to know, obviously 0 is important, many reasons, is year 70. Year 70 marks the end of the Second Temple period, and where the Romans invaded. And the Romans come in and they kick the Jewish people out of Israel. What is Israel? And that becomes the Jewish diaspora. And they're scattered all across Europe, and they pick up and leave. They go to North Africa, and they're going scattered, and that's when the Jewish people scattered. And then that would be episode 4, 5, and 6, 7 and 8, and then finally, one might like to say, like, it closes the gap when they get a chance to, after World War II, maybe is they get to return back to Israel, and the story is, neatly wrapped up. Okay, so now you have this very simple, quick idea, but I want to draw out this whole timeline thing really quickly for you and show you where all of these really interesting ideas, occult ideas and magical folk magic traditions came about, and their relationship to these particular events of the Jewish folkloric history.
I don't want to frighten you, but there's going to be a lot of information here, and I did not include this in the PDF handout. I want you to look at the video, because the video is so helpful in explaining everything that you're really going to need to know. And we're going to be touching on some concepts which won't make sense right now, because they're concepts that we're going to talk about later on in the festival. And you're going to want to come back to them. Things like mezuzahs and amulet bowls and the evil eye and other concepts like that, which we can't and don't have time to define right now. So let's first start with our timeline. Way to the left, off of the page, is Adam and Eve. And they begat so-and-so, who begat so-and-so, who begat so-and-so, and all this stuff happened, and they ended up with Noah, and a descendant of Noah, a bunch of stuff happened, a descendant of Noah named Abraham of Ur was born around 1800 BCE. Like I said, in exchange for his devotion and his foreskin, he and his descendants are entitled to a land deal from the deity known as Yahweh, who also watches over them and has them under his protection. Unfortunately, some trouble happens, and they end up both exiled and enslaved in the land of Egypt. But fortunately, heroic Moses rescues the Jewish people and returns them back to their land of Israel. The kingdom of Judea is formed around 1250 BCE. This was the time of King Saul, King David, and King Solomon. This was when the first temple was built. And the next important date is 587 BCE. The Holy Land of the Jewish people, Israel, was invaded, and the Jewish people were exiled to Persia for approximately 50 years. While occupied, they remained relatively autonomous and began building the Second Temple. The Second Temple period lasted until 70 CE, at which time the Romans invaded and dispersed the Jews throughout the world, causing the Jewish diaspora. This was only 70 years after the birth of Jesus Christ, who coincidentally happened to be born at year 0. During the Second Temple period, there were a lot of rules and regulations made up by rabbis and scholars and sages that remained oral and weren't written down until about the 3rd century. This is called the Oral Mishnah, although it's written down now, and it gives us a pretty interesting and accurate description of life around that time. Finally, around 350 CE, a bunch of rabbis started to write all their commentaries down and assembled them into what's called the Jerusalem Talmud. Another set of commentaries cropped up around 500 CE and continued to be refined by many sages and rabbinical scholars until around the year 700. This is called the Babylonian Talmud and is considered by most Jewish people to be the more authoritative of the two Talmudic texts. A third enormous compendium of Jewish thought arose between the years 400 and 1200. This important text is called the Midrash, and you'll notice it ends approximately around the 12th century, right at the time that the Kabbalah started. You're probably saying to yourself, okay, enough is enough right now, but I promise you, I'm about to tell you something mind-blowing. The very first written amulet ever found is a tubular amulet found approximately 600 BCE, and it contained excerpts of the priestly benediction, which are known to be anti-evil eye. The Jewish people were the first to incorporate the Hamsa as a protective symbol against the evil eye. They probably borrowed it from Tanit. A definitive Hamsa has been found in Jerusalem at the very end of the First Temple period and prior to the invasion. Of course, I also wanted to find out when the earliest mezuzah, or protective amulet for a home, was ever found. Of course, contemporary religious Jews insist that these were used during the First Temple period. However, the earliest mezuzah that I can find on record was found approximately 50 BCE. Finally, people know that I am a specialist in Jewish amulet and incantation bowls, and they often ask me, well, when were those found? And those were found from approximately 500 BCE to about 750 CE, right before the Muslim invasions. Now, I'm going to tell you a fascinating secret. You can see that amulet bowls were contemporary with the oral Mishnah, the Jerusalem Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud, and at least the early part of the Midrash. And while we have amulet bowls with incantations made out to many of these rabbinical scholars of the Talmud and Midrash and Mishnah, we have no mention of these amulet bowls in any of those texts. And I will leave you to wonder why that could be. All right. I'm sharing my screen. Hold on a second. I assume you guys can hear me now. Stop sharing.
We can hear you.
I will start my day. You can hear me? Great. Well, it is pitch black here in Capitol Hill. All of Capitol Hill has gone down. So while I am shining a light on me, none of you can see me. Can I answer the last question? Well, that is quite the mystery, and I will give you the answer. The answer really is just recently been thought about, and it's probably because this was again
domestic magic, and amulet bowls were probably made by women. Therefore, they were not included in the patriarchal, putting together of the midrash and these texts. They were just ignored. These were just things that were domestic religion, which is religion. Domestic religion is usually, household religion. Yep. Or grr. Everyone is grrring, and I concur with the grr. I concur with the grr. So I feel like I have another 40 minutes, but it's pitch black here. I'm happy to do a Q&A in the dark if you want to open up. Someone says, I'm descended from the Vilna of Gaian. Well, so am I. And I'm pretty sure I'm chosen for a big mission. Me too. Oh, yes, that was, well, yes, yes, I'm descended from a direct great, King David is my direct 92nd great grandfather. I've got, like Hillel is my direct 66th. I've got Judah ben Lo. Nachman is my cousin. I mean, Baal Shem Tov is a cousin. So I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. So what does all this mean, though? I don't know.
What do you mean? What does it mean? It means it means that we have a lot of ancestral links to a lot of very spiritual people who thought about a lot of interesting things.
Yeah, but I lost it this year. I was in a mental hospital. It got dark.
Yeah, well, it's
I also did ayahuasca, so that was part of it.
Yeah, I mean, spirituality is tough, right? I mean, it's hard. It doesn't come easy.
But I am the scapegoat of my family.
Okay, well, I mean, that may be. That's something for you to examine. But
and there's also the Holocaust.
The enlightened ones often are, right? I mean, people who are geniuses are often, crazy also, right? I mean, you have to have a mix of both to have interesting, new, not outside the box thoughts, right? You have to be a little different.
So do you want to answer some of the questions that were in the chat for you, but also you were going to talk about frankincense and myrrh and the history of special substances that created different states of existence within Jewish history? I don't know if you can say anything about exorcisms, but I feel like sometimes when people are doing psychedelics, they're entering portals and allowing themselves to be exposed to demonic entities or things that they may not understand that are getting attached to them. And you work with exorcisms and demon bowls and stuff like that, and people don't often know that Judaism has those things. But also I'd like you to touch on the myrrh and frankincense.
Okay, well, let me start it with frankincense and myrrh. There are okay, so incense is used in Jewish magic in many different ways. The most famous incenses are myrrh and frankincense, and they are used to calm people down before execution, get them a little high, give them a nice buzz. And myrrh in particular is an opiate. So if you've ever worked with it, and you aerosolize it or whatever, if you're grinding it up, you'll definitely find yourself a little confused. And so it's highly effective and traditionally women who were prostitutes might throw myrrh on the ground and have a myrrh smell, which would be was considered an aphrodisiac. But and there's a blend, the Keteret, which recent information has been uncovered to show that was cannabis in it. And I mean, Jews have a long tradition of both essential oils, oil making, and incense making. And they play a role. All sensory alteration plays a role in creating different mental states that may be conducive to spirituality. Right? Whenever in the Jewish tradition, the Hekkalot tradition, and their Merkava traditions, the early traditions of Judaism, pre-Kabbalah, before the Kabbalah, rituals to ascend or descend the Merkava, the chariot, to go and enter the palaces, meaning the celestial heavens, the celestial palaces. The rituals often involved purification, right? Extensive purification, wearing white clothing, perhaps food, fasting for a certain period, or just avoiding certain foods, avoiding sexual activity. Although asceticism is a sin, actually, worthy of a yearly offering at the temple. So so it's interesting that many purification rituals require abstinence from wine, but abstinence is usually thought of in Judaism as a sin. But of course, so if you're going to do a spiritual undertaking, of course you have to prepare yourself, and preparation is necessary because dangers are encountered even in the celestial realm. If you read the Hekkalot literature, you have to get past certain angels by answering complicated questions and performing various tasks. Kind of like crossing the bridge in Monty Python's not the meaning the Knights at St. which whatever it was, that one, the funny one. They're all funny, but you have to answer the questions, and you have to prepare yourself, and there's extensive ritual for that. What else would you like to know? Yeah, the Holy Grail. Perfect. Yes, that one. Right. Answer the questions. Right. Anything else? Incense is never to be burned. That is a law. One of the laws is that incense is never to be burned for the benefit of a demon or malevolent entity. Only to annoy them and banish them. Other things you can use as an enticement, promises, but you cannot promise to make a good smell for them. See, so there you go. Can I talk about the 12-day fasting ceremony to call in the chariot? Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Oh, there's a couple of questions here. I'm sorry. The 12-day fasting ceremony to call in the chariot. Yeah, we're trying to. It doesn't necessarily have to be 12 days of fasting, but we are talking. Leo and I think Aaron Romano would like to put together a collective experience of recreating some of the Hecalote literature to travel to the palaces so that we could all, have a little one-to-one and say, hey, what's going on in the Middle East needs to be, worked out peacefully. This is too much disruption for everybody. And to kind of discharge that. And so we've been planning, and I've been asked to reconstruct a ceremony. And so I'm trying to review the literature and put together an actual ceremony that is not as onerous, requiring an onerous 12 days of fasting. There is a lot of chanting, though. There are you have to chant certain angelic names 212 times, and there's a lot of it's very complicated. What can I tell you? It's very process heavy. What do I enjoy about Jewish magic? I enjoy helping people. I mean, I was a physician, and I am a physician, a practicing. I'm a retired physician. I was a practicing physician, a vascular and interventional radiologist, and I no longer, I've retired from that, and now I enjoy magic and the magical practices of many cultures. I study the magical practices of many cultures, but particularly Jewish magic, and um, I use it to both help people and to empower people. I use it to help people do good and to gain self-confidence and to achieve their goals and to get peace of mind and to teach them literally, how to do it themselves, because I believe that they shouldn't have to go through clergy. They should be able to light the candles themselves and do the candle divination themselves. They don't need anybody else. Advice for encountering dark forces while in psychedelics. Yes, I put in the chat, I think earlier, a whole thing for the 5 different spiritual defenses that are essentially the Jewish methods of spiritual defense, and there's defending against a spiritual attack. So you already have, so that resource is in there, and that's everything from circles of protection, prayers of protection, um, uh, uh, you know, Psalms 91 is probably the most famous anti-demonic and most protective. 121:67. I mean, psalmic magic is very, very powerful. Could I put it in the chat again? I don't know if I can, because I'm on this, I'm doing this by my cell phone now. And before I was able to, like, I also need to put in the proper PDF. I put in a different PDF than I was supposed to. With spiritual defenses, let me see. Blog, malevolent entities. There it is. Strategies for defending against spiritual attack. Okay, Zoom. There we go. Oops, no. Now we got to everyone.
Oh, look, someone else did it. My gosh, see, someone beat me to it. Thank you very much. um, so, uh, I'm so sorry that there's a power outage here. I think that's kind of crazy. Maybe that's a spiritual attack. Um, mm, yeah, because the spirits don't want me to tell you. Give all the goodies away.
Yeah, they just didn't know about batteries. You're one up on them.
I know, but and now I have the backup. Yeah.
Question.
Sure.
So I don't know a lot about the Kabbalah. I have a lot of mentors and I study all kinds of mysticism. And one of my most potent mentors introduced me to Thelema and the chicken Kabbalah.
Mm-hmm.
And she started us out with the Kabbalistic cross. And then she's tacked on a bunch of other things to that. And I always feel super awkward about it, but like people are having the most transformational experiences. Like, I mean, you just can't lie about this. I mean, it's just like all like this huge group of people are just having all kinds of amazing experiences. And I always felt like I really needed to talk to a real Jewish person before I started really diving deep into that. But I do practice it sometimes, and I do notice energy shifts in the room. It seems like a really good way to set the stage for more magic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there I see it all the time, right? I mean, I teach classes on crystal gazing and using a pendulum and I have a very healthy business doing spell work for people. Yeah. Candle services.
I guess what I meant was, is it okay to be practicing these things without diving so deep into the Kabbalah and like?
Well, I don't think that the Kabbalah of Thelema is the same. It really isn't. It's, I mean, that, you're talking about now the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, and they've kind of appropriated, a bunch of stuff, and so it's its own thing. I'm not saying it's invalid. I'm saying it's its own thing. There. It's really apples and I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't go so far to say oranges, but it's not. It's not exactly it. All right. It's more like an orange. It's like more like a lemon and a lime, I would say. That's probably more analogous. Right. I mean, and there's the Christian Kabbalah too, which would be like, kind of like it's a third one. It would be like another citrus. Maybe that would be an orange. Yeah, citron, exactly. Exactly. Well, yeah, I think the etrog would be the Jewish one, and it would be the Jewish Kabbalah, and then the other two would be the lime and the lemon, probably. So, yeah.
I appreciate
and then,
that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I totally get it. I mean, and I understand, I came from a background where I started off, and I was studying hoodoo, which is, African American, Black, post-slave, American folk magic, right? And so much of it was derived from Jewish magic, right? And I'm reading this, magic from Marie Laveau, and I'm reading magic from Louis de Clermont and all of these famous hoodoo practitioners, and realizing them that they're all crypto Jews,
and like Mikhail Strabo and their whole a huge chunk of hoodoo. I mean, they're quoting Nachman, they're quoting Rabbi Breslov, Rabbi Nachman in Louis de Clermont's herb and incense magic. So I kind of got decided to like look up my own magic. Yes, please talk about Metatron. Okay, I put in something about. I had a whole blog about Metatron. I have anything more specific about Metatron? He's he's the lesser Yahweh, right? And he's unlike the other angels. He gets to sit on a throne. He's the only one. That's why he's a lesser Yahweh. And he's a big shot. What do you want to know?
I don't know. The name came into a psychedelic journey and I just had no idea what just
what that angel is like about or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, he is like, sort of like number 2 in command, I would say. He has 12 names of his own, each corresponding to the 12 tribes of Israel. And other people, like Abraham Abulafia, say he has 72 names. Well, cheapers. Always with the fighting. 12, 42, 72, 300. I call him Sheldon. That's my name. I think that's my personal name for him. Metatron is Sheldon. That's the real name. But no, it's in the book of Enoch, Metatron tells Rabbi Ishmael the story of his transmogrification that is facilitated by 2 of the 3 angels that are named in the Bible, Michael and Gabriel. And when he becomes, he's one of the few angels that was actually human at first and then became an angel. See, we in Judaism, in modern day Christianity, Judo-Christian thought, right? People die and then they become angels. But that's not how it was. An angel was a separate thing in Judaism, and he's the first and only in the Jewish tradition person that like becomes an actual angel. And when he does this, Metatron fills the entirety of the whole universe, and he has 72 wings and 365,000 glowing eyes, 1,000 eyes for each day of the year, which shows that he's omniscient, sort of like it can see everything, like Malach HaMavet, the angel of death. So he's big and scary looking, and he also takes on the appearance of a rainbow. So he is seen at gay pride all the time.
So he's big and scary looking. I can't get a feeling for him. Like Raphael heals, right? Like these angels have usually a feeling for them. This guy seems like he's everything.
Yeah, well, he's big. He's got 72 wings and zillions of eyes. I have a whole article on when did angels actually get wings. And they weren't depicted as having wings until the 4th century. There's 7 classes of angels, 2 of which have wings. Those are the Sephirim and the Cherubim. And the other classes of angels, the Ophanim, which are wheels, and the Iranim, and all this stuff, whenever they're described in the Bible or wherever else, up until the 4th century, they are described as
people, indistinguishable from human beings. The only ones that are described are those two in the are the seraphim and the cherubim, and they're wacky looking with, you know, and but and they also don't actually have. They have specific. Those two groups of angels actually have a specific function that no other angels have, which is why they're so distinct looking and sort of look like chimeras. But all the other angels are variations of messengers, and they are described as being indistinguishable from humans, which is why you should always be nice to everybody you see, because you never know if you're talking to an angel or not. Right? When Jacob, right, has the wrestling match, he tries to get the angel to tell him his name. The angel won't tell him. It's because if the angel reveals his ineffable name, Jacob has control over him. Because once you know someone's ineffable name, I mean, that's how we deal with demons and malevolent spirits such as Dybbuk in the Jewish tradition. You learn their name, and then you can command them.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Any other questions, comments, queries, worries, thoughts, concerns as I sit in the dark? I love it. It's kind of cool.
Well, I guess how can all this help us during this time, this horrible time in the Middle East?
How can well, it can help us both, individually bring us inner peace. It help to remind us to have faith, which is extremely hard in times. I mean, the very definition of having faith is when you are in doubt, right? I mean, so it's to keep your spirits uplifted. It's to make sure to support you in your outreach for others. It helps you become kind and compassionate and sensitive to others, and restore balance to the universe. Everybody wants peace. Everybody wants peace. Even the people who are being disruptive right now are being disruptive for the wrong reasons, or they're being disruptive because those are the only recourse that they feel. And some are frankly, corrupt, just corrupt people, because people are agents of both good and evil. But Jewish magic is here for good. That is the purpose. Righteous magic is the magic that succeeds, and that's why we have tzaddiks, the righteous, and they can perform miracles.
I have a question.
Okay.
You mentioned Egypt, and it made me wonder. I mean, I'm sure I could Wikipedia it, but I'm just really curious about the connection between Jewish mysticism and Egypt.
Between Jewish mysticism and Egypt? Well, Egypt was sure. I mean, Egypt was another land, right? Another group of Semitic people, and they had their own Kemetic deities, and a very sophisticated religion, and they were living, side by side with the Jews, who had their own deities. And at that time, um, prior to Judaism becoming monotheistic, it was henotheistic, meaning every Jewish town had its own god, and those gods, Shaddai and El and Yah and Way, they had their own little towns, and then ultimately Jews decided that they were going to become monotheistic, and we weren't going to have this like multiple deity stuff anymore. These were all going to become aspects of one singular deity. So when we talk about Shaddai, which means breasts or the mountains, you're talking about a feminine aspect of God, right? I mean, it's like as if New York, was a big metropolitan town, had its own God, and it decides to merge with San Francisco. And now they're going to create a mega metropolis. And that's what happens. And then now they're like, fuck, but yeah, right, I know, but we got people also like in Kansas and shit. How are we going to incorporate? Well, all right, well, we'll give them, we'll call their little guy an aspect, their God, an aspect of our God. And those pre-Canaanite gods became the many names of God, of Yahweh. Yeah, that specifically. So and the story of Moses and Aaron, when they march into the Pharaoh, and the Pharaoh, they've got their own religion, right? They're Egyptian, okay? I mean, and Joseph worked for the Egyptians too. They've got their own thing going on. And God never, Yahweh, our God, never says there are no other gods. He never says that. He says, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me." He says, "Put me first." He says, and why? He says, "For I am a jealous God." Well, if there's no other gods, what are you jealous of? Right? All right. So he clearly admits that there's other deities out there. And what happens in that battle with the staff and the snakes, okay, is that what happens is, Aaron and Moses approaches Pharaoh and they go, "Hey, let us go. We're hot shit. We've got this like kick-ass deity behind us. You better, knock it off." And he throws down the staff and it becomes a snake. And Pharaoh looks at him and goes, "Yeah, big fucking deal. My magicians can do the same thing." And he calls over his magicians and they throw down their staff and they become snakes too. The big deal, the big shocker comes is when the Yahweh snake eats the other snakes. Right? That's what happens. And that tells them, yo, there are other deities. Our magicians are just as, we got magicians that can do magic too, but yours is a little bit, has an upper edge. All right. He's the, Muhammad Ali of deities. All right. So that's what happens. It's not that God says, there's nobody else. If everybody, that there's no one else out there. He doesn't say that at all.
So what do you think about channeling the divine? Do you think that we can become inhabited by gods in our bodies now?
Sure, lots of course, absolutely. You have Magid possession is common. That's benevolent possession, right? So you can have a possession by a malevolent entity. That's what we think of, like, Linda Blair, the vomiting and the exorcist and blah, 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 Get Out. And okay. And, so you can be possessed that way, but you can be possessed by an angel or a spirit guide, such as a Magi. And Jews have extensive rituals for invoking possession by Sar HaTorah, which is the angel of the Torah. Okay, to become possessed, to look for guidance, and so yeah, and then there's Iber possession, which is different than Magid possession. Magid can be like I said, is a spirit guide, but it could be an angel, it could be a concept such as wisdom or generosity.
okay, or an embodiment of charity, or something like that. But there's also Iber possession, and Iber possession is what Isaac Luria, the famous Kabbalist Isaac Luria, and Chaim Vital would do, which is to seek possession from the spirit of a holy ancestor, someone who did live before. Okay, and the way to do that is you go to their grave and you do a practice which is forbidden in the Bible called incubation, and you sleep on their grave and merge with the bones of the dead. Oh, you've done that? Yeah, me too. Well, I've also done a Heiner Plet, which is a different type. A Heiner Plet. In fact, there's video of me doing a Heiner Plet, and that is a death trance, which is a catapletic trance that is put one in, and then when one is receives gnosis from the divine or divine or supernal knowledge, and then can then answer questions put to them, and know their neighbor's secrets, okay, and say, yo, you need to stop taking $5 out of the till all the time, so I've done that a Heiner Plet. Yeah. And that actually it was initiated, Leo, by an inhalatory experience with frankincense, myrrh, and some other acacia and some other Jewish incenses. Yeah.
So, you have about 3 more minutes. Do you want to say anything to the crowd about, how to reach you and
how to reach me? Yeah. Well, I put like 85 things in the chat. But you can go into templeofmiriam.com. There's a contact form. If you want to become a member, we offer memberships. It's like a 20 a month, and we have we offer okay, let me just back up and just say we have a book club for free. Everybody can come. We have a Ma'ariv services twice a month. Anybody can come. We on our Discord, anybody can join, and we will light candles on people's behalf, small chime candles. If you're looking for a real candle service with a candle divination, then that's a different. We have that. And then so those are the things, and then we often happen to have programs that are free. Then we have a membership, and the members are entitled to special privileges. We have about 50 different books on mysticism and Jewish magic and other types of magic in our library, and we have instructional videos, everything from how to make poppets. I just did a workshop on how to make poppets, to love magic, or whatever. And yeah, and just check us out. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Weiss. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was lovely to be here. I appreciate it.
I want to welcome our next moderator to the stage. We are at the 10 o'clock mark. Roman Hannes is our next moderator. So welcome, Roman, and the stage is yours.
Thank you, Leo. Wonderful to be here with everyone. I've been trying to tune in a little bit earlier, and I love all the conversations that are happening. And I'll give a little bit of a background. So I am a co-founder of Pt.2 Institute, and I've been working with Amazonian and Andean sacred plant traditions for the past a bit over 20 years, like 23 years or so. And my Jewish heritage has played a big part of it. I grew up in Moldova, which used to be part of Soviet Union. And as a child, I experienced a lot of persecution and racism growing up in a lot of prejudice. And this is something that I haven't seen many Jewish people in the United States that have experienced it. And because I've experienced it, my grandmother would always tell me that because there's so much hatred in the world, it's very important to never forget to embody love, specifically because of that. And then coming, I grew up in Israel. When at the age of 12, my family, we went as refugees to Israel. And I grew up in Israel. I lived there for 7 years. And then I haven't been on a spiritual path at that time. And at the same time, I've experienced also a lot of turmoil in my life. I think also because of my childhood, and I had a terminal illness, and in Israel it got worse, and at a certain point nothing that could be done, and my family decided to immigrate into the United States. And in the United States I came into the psychedelic culture. That was my first kind of emergency resuscitation, because I just couldn't see, in growing up in Israel also, there was, without any spiritual connection, there's also been a lot of commotion and very hectic life. And then coming into the psychedelic culture, my eyes got opened for the first time. And I had a very dear brother who introduced me to psychedelics. And yeah, it opened up a whole new world and dimension for me at that time. And he was specifically working with self-exploration with psychedelics. It wasn't so much recreational. And we would do a lot of psychedelics together, and all kinds. I think I've tried many different kinds and very big doses. And then that prepared me, because in the psychedelic culture also, coming into it, I've experienced that I like to see what happens to people after they do something for a long time. And at that time, I didn't really resonate with what I saw. I saw people getting very eccentric and not very grounded and present. And I started hearing about the Amazonian tradition, and with the condition that I had, I decided to give it a try. And coming into the Amazonian tradition first, then I realized that all the psychedelics I took, and I took a lot in big doses and had very profound experiences, but they were not so sustainable. And so I had very profound awakening. Some of them would last for over a month or so, but then I would just crash after that. And I realized that there was no steady practice that I could find. And coming into the Amazon, I found that there was thousands of years of human experience of how to work with entheogens and find the most beneficial results that were lasting and sustainable. And I saw the people who were 100 years old and drinking ayahuasca a few times a week throughout most of their life, and they were still very resilient and had great sense of humor and very vital. And I liked what I saw, and I started working with it. And it was a culmination of my path, because I was already engaging with psychosomatic healing and transpersonal Jungian psychology and Buddhist psychologies, but a lot of the dots got connected for me. And my elders in the Amazon, they were specifically pointing to this path of remembrance, remembering the original nature of who we are and learning to trust in the capacity of the heart to be with all the ups and downs of life. And that brought a lot of perspective for me from my early childhood and what my grandmother used to tell me. And then in the Indian tradition, also my Kero elders, they speak about the path of the mastery of love, and they engage with the coca plant mainly to realize there are many subtleties to the lineage of the coca in the Andes as well. It's not just the stimulating effects. And so since then, it's been my path in life to continue to implement that and to engage with this science of heart's wisdom, so to speak, and to see all the intricacies and the elaborate self-deception manufactured for collective consumption that I witness in the world today that is happening, and really to learn how to think for oneself. And since then, I've experienced many people go through the deep transformation in their life, and I've also seen people that ayahuasca saved their lives, where in specific situations of aggression and violence, and I can bring one example that is very profound. It has been for me through one of the participants that I've worked with. And it was an elderly man, and he was engaging for many years and coming into retreats and doing the ceremonies. And each ceremony, he had this very dark experiences where he would remember his past lives when he was a kamikaze in Japan and would just be in this very strong situations where he would crash, and he would specifically do it intentionally. And every time ayahuasca would come to him and would teach him how to bring deep compassion and forgiveness for both himself and also the people that he affected in his past lives. And he could never really make so much sense of it, but the lesson of love was continuously prevalent in all of his experiences towards the end of them. And then it was maybe 5 years or so ago. He was he's from Colorado, and he was in this rural area, and his neighbor called him and told him that somebody is breaking into her house, and asked him to go if he can go and check. And so he went to check, and he's elderly himself. He's about 70 something years old right now. And so he went to check, and he came face to face with this burglar who was this kid on drugs, on some heavy drugs. And the burglar had a crowbar and started bashing him and broke his arm and broke his leg, broke his hip and his rib, and was about to smash his head and was standing over him. And in that moment, ayahuasca came to him, just like in the ceremonies that he had. And ayahuasca reminded him about love, that if this is the last moment of his life, then it's crucial for him to die with love in his heart and not fear or hatred. And in that moment, he opened his eyes and looked at this burglar with eyes full of love. And as that was happening, suddenly he said later that it was like exorcism for the burglar. Suddenly, the burglar didn't know what he was doing there. He just got totally stumbled, and he got confused and dazed, and threw away the crowbar and ran away. And in that moment, he knew that ayahuasca saved his life, because ayahuasca reminded him about love. And for me, also working with intergenerational trauma in my own family, so I had grandparents and relatives who were in concentration camps. And when I came into the Amazon rainforest initially, for me, and I think it also had to do with the illness that I had Crohn's disease at that time. And so for me, the first 6 months were complete and utter hell. And then it would continue when I would have experiences with ayahuasca where I would find myself in the gas chambers, and I would see just piles of bodies, and I would see as it was happening and people climbing on top of each other with fear and panic. And it kept happening for a long time, and I was just crying and bawling in many ceremonies, and it felt like it was never going to end. And my elders, they encouraged me to continue staying there, to continue being present, and see what is the lesson that ayahuasca was trying to teach me. And then it started to happen less, but then about a year into my healing process, I had this very profound ceremony where once again I found myself in a guest chamber, and I was just kept asking ayahuasca, why are you showing me this? Why do I have to go through this? Because it felt much more than just my own personal issues. And in that moment, ayahuasca showed me that in that situation, there were people who made a conscious choice. And there were people who did not go into panic and into fear, and they just went aside and sat down and made a conscious choice to die with love in their hearts and not fear. And that was a very profound healing moment for me. And I experienced just this realization that there is always a choice. There is always, even in those situations, there is always a choice. And ayahuasca kept bringing me into those experiences until I could recognize that lesson, until I could actually open my eyes and really see what is there beyond the horror and the atrocities that were happening. And so that also informed my life in a way where I cannot go into this kind of situations where there is prejudice and judgment. And I also had a situation a few years ago where there was a participant that would come to us. He came a few times, and he was a young guy in his early 20s, and he was very nice, but he did share with me that he had gang history, but he was always very respectful, very humble and open. And then during COVID, actually, yeah, that happened in the beginning of COVID. So during COVID, it seemed like he started losing his mind in Australia. It was very hard there, and I guess he went back into crime and found himself in jail. And in jail, he got brainwashed and recruited by the neo-Nazis. And then he started sending these very horrific messages to me about me and my family and my children and what he's going to do to us. And I asked him, what did I ever do wrong to you? I mean, I haven't, you know, he was always so nice, always so grateful. And he said that the only reason is because I'm Jewish. And of course, you know, it brought, you know, some trauma from my childhood, and it's definitely not something that I wish for my children to experience. And I was just contemplating, and there was so much hatred. And I meditated with it, and again, the message was that he was reminding me to not go into hatred myself, and because there is so much hatred, and to abide in the heart, and even for him, and to recognize how he is really confused and lost and doesn't know any better, and got himself into this situation where he did share with me that he was in jail, and yeah, there's a lot of intimidation there, and I guess he was told that if he wants to be protected, he has to join them and become one of them and do what they tell him. And so that was a very powerful experience as well, that just keeps rippling, how there's all of those messages to keep remembering, to abide in the heart and not to lose that, not to become that which intimidates us, that which threatens us. And of course, also my Buddhist teachers. I've been working with Tibetan Buddhist lineage since before I came to the Amazon, for about 25 years now. And my first teacher, he would share as well that when situations happen, he was saying that Buddhism is about nonviolence, but it doesn't mean that you can't protect yourself and your family. And the way that he would share it is that if there is a situation where you have to stand up for your own life and the life of those dear to you, then you do it like a surgeon that is removing a disease without any hatred, without any aggression, but you face the situation very clearly with objectivity, and you either get out of the way of that aggression or you deal with it swiftly, but without any charge or any judgment, but to really to see that something has to be done. So those are some of the lessons that I have been continuing to get throughout my life, and it's just continuing to get deeper and deeper, and with everything that is happening in the world. And I don't believe that politics can save the world. I believe that it's the critical mass consciousness that can make it happen. And so with that, whatever is happening, I do see that it's so essential to keep cultivating that mastery of love, and to recognize that there is love even in the harshest of situations, and there's always a lesson there to come into the heart's wisdom, to recognize it. It's not easy to recognize it, and especially in those very hard situations. But I'm grateful to the ancestral traditions to keep pointing how the sacred plant medicines can be utilized as skillful means to remember ourselves and to come back into our original state of being, into our natural state of being, and to trust in the capacity of the heart to be present with everything unconditionally. So this is something that I was inspired to share in this event, because it's been also difficult for me to share even about my Jewish heritage, because I had to hide it, and it was a great secret. And I had to really mask myself throughout most of my life, growing up in an environment in society where I was a child, and just because of my ethnicity, I was persecuted and hated, and I never did anything to deserve that. And at the same time, that's the reality that I found myself in. from small age, and so since then I've been slowly working through that trauma and reconciling and finding the strength to share about my heritage and who I am with people despite everything that is happening. And definitely that's also been my path. As somebody mentioned, it's I specialize with people that come with healing the wounded innocence. And I see that it's everything that is happening in the world and all the wars and diseases and all of the problems that are happening, it's a result of the collective wounded innocence that we experience as humanity. And I find that I can do my part to heal that. So if let me see, I'll open the comments. Yeah, so definitely this is, you know, Viktor Frankl, he speaks a lot about that. There's always that choice. And yeah, we find that in many ways. And also there is this story when a rabbi, he asked his students one time, he asked when do they know that the sun has come up or something like that, that it's morning time. And people started saying, well, when it starts to get light outside, when the birds are chirping. And the rabbi said, no, it's when all humans start to see each other as brothers and sisters and open the heart to each other. And that's when it's going to be the dawn of humanity. And so then definitely in this recent situation and unfolding, I've been reflecting a lot about that and just seeing that it's a result of this collective woundedness and conditioning and this entire populations of people that are raised in fear and hatred. And it's all part of ignorance and just a lot of confusion in the world today. And I do see that the only way to transform that is one individual at a time, and we can all do our part in that, and then raise that frequency on a collective level for the critical mass consciousness to start spreading throughout the world. So if there's any reflections or something that anyone wishes to say about that. I see someone is saying, do you feel like Jews need to receive healing from other Jews? I think it's important, definitely, because like I was sharing this intergenerational trauma that that we all share, and we all have a piece of the puzzle to bring into the picture. And so I see that it is very important. And yeah, somebody sharing they're also on a mission to break the cycle of hatred and bullying. And yeah, that's something that when I faced bullies in my life, I just saw that, yeah, basically the bullies, they themselves are often abused or bullied. And then they basically start to act like that which threatens them as a defense mechanism. And so, yeah, inside there is that scared child in the bullies as well. And they just found this very irrational defense mechanism just to be that which scares them and to become that. And then it just perpetuates the vicious cycle. somebody asked, how do you think psychedelic use has affected Israeli society? I think it has affected Israeli society very positively. And I see that because I also have quite a few friends that have gotten traumatized from the military service. I was dismissed from the military service because of my terminal illness at that time. And at that time, actually, because I was not on a spiritual path, I was quite patriotic and I wanted to volunteer anyway, where a lot of my friends, wanted to skip the military service, and they did all kinds of things. They would bring, Fanta into the drug testing room and would put Fanta in their urine test, and then they would say that they were in Chernobyl and things like that. And so there are all kinds of stories. Or one guy brought like a little fly on a string, and he said that that's his best friend, and the only way he's gonna go to the military is if the fly is gonna come with him and is gonna get an official rank alongside with him. So all kinds of things my friends were doing at that time. But I actually wanted to volunteer, and they did not admit me. And then later on, I was grateful that I didn't have to go through that, and I went through my own spiritual warrior process in the Amazon rainforest. And I'm grateful for that, because I do believe in the inner discipline, which is the discipline of being in tune with oneself and facing oneself in life, and not just external things that have to be done. But I do know that a lot of people who have gotten traumatized, who have received PTSD, and I've worked with quite a few war veterans in my line of work in my life, and it has been very beneficial for them. And I've seen quite a few who've gone through the psychedelic assisted therapy and found it to be very profoundly healing, and were able to turn their lives around. And so, yeah, I do think that it has brought a lot of positive impact to the Israeli society, and continues to do so. And yeah, it was actually very very sad for me, and I was grieving for what happened in the music festival, where people actually came to pray for peace, and were engaging with entheogens and with psychedelics while that happened. And that's horrific when people actually come with that intention. And so what is the Jewish community like in Peru currently? I haven't really been in touch with the Jewish community here in Peru. I've been mostly a hermit, and I have two small children that I have been focusing on raising, and the retreats are quite intense, so I take a lot of time to myself. I recently started to reconnect, to the Jewish community here, and it seems like it is something that is growing. There's a lot. I live in the Cusco region, and so in the Cusco city itself, up until a couple of months ago, there's sometimes up to 5,000 Israelis that live in Cusco and come to visit here. So I know that there is a community here, but I haven't really been connecting with it so much. I've been working with a lot of the international community, and then recently I started to have more and more people from the US and from Israel. I've been working with Jewish people, and it's been very inspiring. I also have people from all over and all kinds of walks of life, and I've had also retreats where there were quite a few like Israelis and Lebanese, and we're all human beings, when we come out of the herd mentality. And so I've also seen very profound healing and resolution that has been happening, and it's been very inspiring for me to witness that. Um, so if I subscribe to concerns about intermarriage, assimilation, um, you know, personally, again, because of my background and because of how I grew up, I've learned not to have prejudice. And yeah, my wife is not Jewish, and I've also felt that there's been healing in that, and I don't believe that anything is getting lost. I do believe that the genetic pool is actually able to bring some of that uniqueness that the Jewish ethnicity has, and so I don't believe in I do think that it's important that some people choose that, but I don't think that it has to be like that for everyone. And my parents, they were quite how to say uh, judgmental of me initially. So when we first came to the United States, because my parents, they were so adamant about only I have to only go out with Jewish girls and things like that, and I kind of was a rebellious teenager, and so then I got myself an African American girlfriend uh, when I moved to New York, and then I got robbed in her neighborhood when I was like it was like 1 month. Yeah, I was living in New York, and that was the end of our relationship. But my parents got quite pissed off when I brought her home. But I felt that it was an essential part of the healing is to come out of that prejudice that we have experienced so much in our lives, and not to perpetuate that. So that's been my approach. Oh, Brian?
Oh, so I was just having a number of thoughts as you were talking, and it's very late, so I'm gonna go off soon. So I'm sorry if I'm not very fluid, but first of all, I wanted to say that it was everything you said was very powerful, and I commend you for being so vulnerable and open. I think that when somebody does that, it not only is healing for the individual, but for those that the person shares it with. I think that it shows that there is strength in vulnerability. So I just wanted to let you know that everything you said was very powerful. But the ideas that were coming in my mind as you were speaking, I had a lot of flashes of Carl Jung as you were talking, and I jotted down a couple of notes on things that you said that I find have interesting correlations. So like one of the Jungian notions is shadow integration, and the other that came to mind most prominently is the act of projection. So, for example, when you were talking about people who are hurt and then they take that out on other people. I mean that's what the notion of projection is. When we ignore our own shadow self and we are blind to our own capacity to commit evil or to do wrong, then we will find an external source to pin it on. And I think that, well, I mean, for example, when you look at the persecution of the Jews during the Holocaust, I think that was a prime example of that happening on a larger scale. You also made references that loosely associated with the collective unconscious, which I found incredibly interesting. And then Yeah, then the other the other sort of thought experiment that I find interesting, sort of from a Jungian stance, is like recognizing that if we were to be born in Germany during the Nazi period, um, you know, we would all like to say that we would be the ones who would stand against it, but chances are, if you were born in those circumstances during those times, that you would be a part of the atrocities. And so if you're able to recognize that, I believe that in recognizing that, you can see that that one of the things that you said is, like, you don't fight evil with hatred. You said something really wonderful. I forget how you phrased it, but like, if you need to defend yourself, do it surgically, but with compassion. And I think that was just very well put, because um, it there's a lot of inner work that needs to be done when we are healing from trauma. And I think it's interesting that the psychedelic experience can have that healing potential for trauma, because that implies that the processes for healing is internal, and that we don't need to get apologies from the ones who hurt us, or get back at the ones who hurt us, but that we can internally reframe how we conceptualize what occurred, and how we can attempt to understand, evil that exists. And so I'm sorry if I'm sort of rambling on my own little tangent, but
No, it's great. I love the points you're making.
well, thank you very much. So yeah, those were the thoughts that I had. And again, I just want to say how wonderful and powerful your talk was, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah, definitely. There's the ignorance is the root of suffering, and the ignorance is potentially within everyone to different degrees, but it is something that has to happen from the inside out. And it's through that also, love in these traditions is not something that is just a nice thing to have, but for the indigenous elders that I worked with, for them, love was crucial for survival, growing up in harsh circumstances. And if there's a lot of emotions and panic and all kinds of things, it prevents objectivity. But with a heart-centered awareness, there is objective perspective. So love allows for higher consciousness to bring a resolution, where if I'm all in turmoil, it's very hard to see. And so, especially in situations of danger, in situations where life is under threat, it's important to stay with love in the heart, so there is a way out. So it's possible to find a way to resolve the situation. And then, of course, again, it's the greater the adversity, the greater it's possible to discover the capacity of the heart to face it, because the heart has this capacity for unconditional love, and everything else is conditional. Even the greatest pain that we can experience is still conditional. It's not timeless. It's not permanent. And so then, yeah, it's hard, because in our society today, we grow up in a world where we are not confirmed in our innocence, in our heart-centered nature. and then we are being taught to doubt ourselves and to doubt our capacity. Most people don't know that they have what it takes to deal with all of the pain, both emotional and physical. And so these ancestral traditions, they are pointing us to the possibility that it's possible, that to this possibility, it's possible. It's actually possible to overcome the greatest adversity, the greatest pain. And I think that that's something that is very helpful for the world today, very essential to keep remembering that. And of course, psychedelics, they help us come out of that tunnel vision of the conceptual mind, and to recognize a much greater spectrum of who we are and why we are here and why we are alive in this world, and not just be this kind of ants in the conveyor belt running through the hamster wheel. And so, yeah, I do think that it's very essential to face our shadows, to integrate our shadows. And you can see that in every war that has ever been fought, the other side is always demonized. And to break that cycle, it's important to bring compassion into it and to see that it's just confusion and people not knowing any better, and conditioning and brainwashing and indoctrination that happens on the level of the masses, right? Jung has this quote. He said that the masses, they're always a breeding ground for psychic epidemics. That's one of the quotes that Jung gave specifically in relation to the Second World War. And it applies today as well with all of the conspiracy theories, and people like to hide behind all kinds of isms and behind all kinds of political movements and religions and all kind, because they are afraid to face themselves, because they're afraid to be with themselves, and then they need to be in this herd mentality where they feel that they are safe, that they don't have to be conscious, they don't have to think for themselves, and it's done for them. And then they can just repeat things that they hear and feel self-righteous indignation. And so I don't think that that's the solution. And so I do encourage everyone to think for themselves and to be their own individuals, and not to just go with what's popular and with the masses. And especially nowadays, I feel it's very relevant.
You have a question from iPhone?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. Okay, so iPhone. So thank you, Brian. Those great reflections. Okay, iPhone.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hi, Roman. I don't know much about Judaism or Jewish history, but it seems to be persistent, the resentment and kind of recurring. I was wondering if you had any thoughts or any information on what you think that could be. Like, is there a charge that the Jewish cultures?
The resentment towards the Jews.
Yeah, it seems to be persistent throughout history, and I'm just wondering, what's the charge there, if there is one? I mean, does it have anything to do with Christ?
Well, I think, Christ is maybe a small part of it. It is part of it, although it wasn't the Jews that persecuted Christ. It was just the political elite at that time, from what I understand. But it was blamed on the Jews. But in Europe, when I grew up, there is this term in Europe. I don't know if Jewish people in America heard about it, but there is this term, the eternal Jew. The eternal Jew, and it's kind of a derogatory term, and it basically means that it's just someone who is meant to always be persecuted and always be blamed for everything and judged for everything. And it's something that I think has a reason from again because Jewish people were exiled and have wandered through the world for many generations and never fit in, and then it's an easy scapegoat. It's an easy scapegoat wherever, whenever something is happening. When I was growing up in Moldova, basically the kids in my school, they had this very popular kind of how to say, a poem or something like that. Basically they would say that if there is no water in the sink, then it means that the Jews drank it all. And if there is water in the sink, it means that the Jews peed in there. And so and it was things like that. So no matter what you do, it's always your fault. And that's the mentality that I grew up under. And so I had to hide, and it was a great secret, and it was very dangerous. And then and that's just the ethnicity, not even speaking about the religion, because the religion was against the law in Soviet Union. And so if somebody would find out that you were practicing your religion, especially Jewish religion, then the next day you would not be seen again. A black car would pull over by your house at night, and they would take whole families away, and they would never be seen again. So they would be sent to the gulag and all kinds of things like that.
So perhaps just their vulnerability as a society is like kind of an easy target, maybe, huh?
Yeah. That it's like, people who are, don't belong and who are not, because wherever, in Europe, in different countries, even though I was born in Moldova, but I was not really considered Moldovan. I was considered Jewish. Everyone else were considered Moldovan, even the Russians that were born there. But the Jews were always kind of specifically, how to say, pointed out. And then, of course, Jewish people were not able to get, jobs, or, go to good, sometimes the schools wouldn't receive them, or, and until they would change their last names and would pretend like they're not Jewish. And, a lot of the scientists in Soviet Union who were considered to be Russian, they were actually Jewish, that they had to change their name so they could be recognized. So that's my experience. And yeah, I grew up until I was 12 years old. So my family left as refugees when I was 12 in 1990. And it's possible that the situation has changed. But when I grew up, I have personally experienced a lot of prejudice and persecution, and from, mostly from other kids. But then where did those kids get that from? They got that from their homes and from their parents speaking, like that. And again, I do see that it's just ignorance, and also I do see that because it was harder for Jewish people, they had to try a lot harder and work a lot harder and study a lot harder. And then through that, they were also able to be more successful than the general population, and they were also persecuted for that.
Yeah, I was thinking about that as you were speaking. I mean, they might be sort of a smaller population and vulnerable, but they're quite smart. They stick together and they're very successful. So maybe it's just, a little bit of envy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of a little bit of everything. But yeah, it's an easy target, and so yeah, it's been a deep healing journey, because of that. Then I saw that it's so essential to have all-inclusive approach to life and to all people, and not to have prejudice, and everyone have something unique, and different talents and skills, and we can recognize the unity of diversity and make our entire human civilization so much more happier as a result of that, if there would be not so much separation and hatred and prejudice in the world.
I think there's another hand up, and I'm probably going to seem like I'm hogging it, but this
Okay.
might not be the time or place, but I would love to hear some elaboration on the idea of the shadow sometime. Maybe right now is not the time, but I know you have some in-depth knowledge of that, and I've been looking into it and trying to articulate exactly what that means.
From my experience, the shadow, just to say briefly, the shadow integration, it is part of that mastery of love, where we have all kinds of experiences in life and all kinds of emotions that we tend to think of them as negative, but then all of those emotions have a higher aspect to them. So, for example, even anger, where if I become blind by anger, if it enslaves me and dominates me, I do all kinds of stupid things that I regret later. But then if I am not lost in anger and I feel the anger, but I can channel it through my heart, the anger becomes a sense of determination. And so then if I don't get enslaved by anger, I can use that anger to do some hard manual labor and to persevere and to work through the challenges. And it's like that with all kinds of emotions. If I'm not completely giving myself, if I'm not get swallowed by those emotions, but I can stay present with them, then I can actually harness those energies and see how they can be utilized in service of the heart.
That's really a great way to say it. It sounds so abstract, but normally, but the way you just described it is very clear. So thank you.
What is your name?
This is Joe Serino. Sorry, I thought my name showed up.
Oh, Joe Serino. Oh, great.
Yeah,
I
thought my name showed up on my Zoom.
I thought your voice sounds familiar.
Yeah,
great to
I'm
have you
kind of
here with
laying
us,
down
Joe.
too. It's kind of late here, but so probably sound a little different.
Okay, take care, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Larissa.
Hey, it's really nice to that you have these meetings and it's the right time. And I just wanted to tell you that yeah, I mean, I had the same experience. As you know, I'm also from the Soviet Union, and the whole story is very, very close to me. But to the question, actually, why Jews? I think that, I was also thinking about it a lot. And I think that, it's also about the chosen people, but chosen to suffer for the world. Because whenever it gets really bad, whenever the sickness of humanity gets bad, then the hatred towards the Jews is growing, and and then the Jews pay with their lives for it, and so on and so forth. And I think this is kind of, they help to heal the humanity through being Jews, through being hated. I don't know, but this is my theory.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that it's just meant to suffer. Thank you, Larissa. Thank you for sharing that. I don't think that it's just because meant to suffer, but also because maybe there's just a willingness to continue facing the lessons of life and to engage because I do recognize in my life, because I have experienced my share of suffering, and because I couldn't avoid that suffering, I couldn't run away from it, both with my physical illness and my life circumstances. So because I've experienced that suffering, I wanted to get to the root of it. and not compromise. And people who don't experience so much of it, then there's all kinds of instant gratifications and coping mechanisms. And for me, I really tried to avoid it. And I tried to do anything I could to avoid it and not face it. And I was still continuously hitting that wall. And then at a certain point, I saw that it was pointless to try to run away from it. And then I decided to get to the root of it and to see how I can eliminate the suffering at its root. And what is the root of suffering? And then recognizing the ignorance in myself. And then, of course, I continue to recognize that the more I learn, the more I realize the grandeur of my ignorance. And then to see how it is based on this kind of unconscious behavior and all kinds of patterns that have developed over time, and also inheriting that from previous generations. But I do think that the only virtue about suffering that is that it can be overcome. That's also from my Buddhist teachers. There is no other virtue to suffering. And I don't believe that it's about just being martyrs. Although I've experienced myself in that role quite a few times in my life. But I don't believe that it's about that, but there is an evolutionary love within the experience. Suffering is not something specific. Two people can be going through the same experience, and one person will be suffering and the other person will not. And for me, I was suffering in my life for a long time because I couldn't see the higher purpose. I couldn't see the meaning, why I was going through what I was going through, whether it was the persecution at a small age, or it was the illness that I was diagnosed with at the age of 12. And then it was very painful, and I had all kinds of agonizing pains with the physical illness, but that wasn't the worst part of it. The worst part of it is I couldn't understand why. I felt like I was being punished for something, and I didn't even know for what. And then coming into the ancestral wisdom traditions, and then starting to see that it was not meaningless, it wasn't just a random punishment, but there was a profound evolutionary lesson of remembering what it means to be a human being, what it means to love. And so I do believe that there is, something to that. And it's just continuously bringing us to greater awareness and consciousness to get to the root of it and to eliminate it so it can never be repeated again. And for me, that's what it means to never forget, to always remember love.
And this is actually exactly what I meant, right? That, through suffering, you heal yourself. And by healing yourself, you heal the world in a way. And if you are a Jew, then you experience suffering sometimes for no reason. And you are actually pushed to go through the process. If I'm not suffering, or I'm not aware of my suffering, then I'm not pushed to go through this process. So this needs to be obvious. And I guess for the Jews, it's obvious, the suffering. So they all of them have to go through this process in one way or another. And this is how you actually help to heal the world. And this is why you also have the some kind of the concept of this through the Jewish religion and so on and so forth. This is what I meant exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. There is that principle in Kabbalah, tikkun olam, fixing the world through our own existence. Definitely. Yeah. For sure. Thank you so much, Larissa. Yeah, I do see that there is a lot of meaning in what you shared. Connects some dots for me. Okay, I think my time is pretty much up. But yeah, I really appreciate to be here. I'm grateful for everyone gathering together and reflecting and really seeing that there is a deeper meaning and we can all do our part in healing the world. Astaria?
Hi, Roman. Thank you so much for being present, sharing your wisdom. It's always such a blessing to hear from you. And yeah, I just wanted to invite you. I posted something in the chat here, but I just wanted to invite you to do a little bit of promo before you hop off. I mentioned that you have your by donation virtual primordial breathwork series starting on Tuesday, this November 28th. I highly recommend everybody to check that out. And I also mentioned about your retreat that you have coming up in December. He's also doing other retreats at other times of the year if you're not able to connect this December. But yeah, I just wanted to give you some space, Roman, to make a mention of that because we had 3 or 4 people that expressed interest.
Thank you, Astaria. Yeah, we have on Tuesday, we have a 3-day workshop and it's Amazonian based workshop. It comes from the Yanomami nation and it was shared with me over 20 years ago, and many people find it to be very healing and very helpful. It is so yeah, it's going to be a 3-day series, and then in December, on December 21st, we have a 16-day retreat. I only share the medicine in retreat settings, so I don't do individual ceremonies. We do 10 or 16-day retreats right now, and it's a whole process and initiation into the mystery schools from the Amazon and the Andes. And so it's not just the medicine, but it's the whole transformation process and a lot of insights from the intercultural bridges that we create. Okay, I think my time is up. I don't want to take someone else's time.
Thank you, Roman, so much. Again, it's very special to have you join us. So thank you so much. And our next moderator has joined, and so I want to
thank you, everyone.
Pass the mic to him. Great. And so Noah Rubin is our next moderator, and he's a comedian who runs the Shroom Show. And just want to welcome Noah to the stage. Noah, I'll pass the mic to you.
All right. I don't know how much I don't know. I can talk about what got me into this. I can talk about the community. That I don't know. There's a lot of different things that I guess I could talk about. It might not be as meaningful as the previous speaker, but what am I? I'm a guy who has been working mostly in behavioral health since I moved to Seattle in 2008, and then always had an interest in comedy. And then, like in 2020, I started doing stand-up comedy, and then I ended up taking over an open mic and running that. But I quickly started to see it as an opportunity to like bring people together, and just kind of kept at it consistently. And I don't know, I've done a lot. I've had a lot of background like doing organizational stuff and case management, so it just seemed to apply. And it took me a while to kind of accept that I'm actually good at producing shows and things like that. And bringing people together, because I also tried to like do different shows where that they were kind of culturally themed, whether it was having a show where it predominantly was like Indian and Indian comedians or and Pakistani comedians, a Desi night of comedy, and I did just other culturally like focused shows, and yeah, and I've also done this Shroom Room comedy show, which which has done well as well. People are very interested in seeing other people's experience on shrooms lately as well. So I've been doing those things, and the next big comedy show I have coming up is on December 6th, where it's a Muslim and Jewish comedy night. And it's been interesting. I planned that show before this whole war thing. And then I started promoting it, and I get like different feedback and criticisms of it, you know, mostly positive, but there are a few people out there like, why are you doing this? Why are you putting on this show at this time? And I don't usually respond to people on social media, but I've been responding just saying, because people still get along. Like, and the people that are on stage with me or we're performing with, we can put all these opinions aside, and that's not the way everybody thinks. There's like a vast majority of people who are trying to just, I mean, it feels weird how, like, when we think about what's going on over there and trying to say I like not have a strong opinion about it while just thinking I'm just trying to get along with people, because people keep asking me, "Oh, Noah, you're Jewish. What do you call it? Do you call it Israel or Palestine?" And I'm just like, I try not to think too much about it. Uh, 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 um, but so that but the more important thing, I guess, for me has just been kind of networking and helping other people through this thing that I'm doing. But I don't know, it's been interesting too, you know, and I think about being like a therapist and a comedian. People ask me about that. Like what is it? What like what's that like? Because people tend to do comedy as their therapy. And uh I guess for me, what I have noticed and I think about is that I've done a lot of, it's just a lot of, you just spend a lot of time reflecting and thinking and seeing people, because I work at the local kids hospital, and you see patterns of what's going on and what's impacting kids and families, and everything's in waves. Just you just notice what's going on. There's like certain levels of anxiety that are just seem consistent during the week. And I notice that even when I go to the open mics, what comedians are talking about or how they're presenting themselves. So it feels like I'm just kind of in this world of observation, um, which I guess can be good for comedy too. But I don't know. I mean, this has just kind of been my world for 2 years. I don't know how deep I go into who I am with this. I mean, I've had my own like crises and traumas in the past 2 years. So comedy has really, like, it's been my thing to do to kind of keep me focused on a goal and motivated about something that's other than work. Um, um, and 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 it's with anything you're trying to figure out, like what is, like, you know, people discover their passions or what they're doing, and I don't really know what my calling is or whatever. Every now and again somebody who seems enlightened will talk to me, and they'll say, "No, you're really onto something. You're doing so much for the community. There's something out there for you that I don't know what it is." And I don't know what it is. I'm just trying to focus on whatever I think that I'm good at with this, um, and trying it, like, consistently to be a decent human being. But there's just, when you're around so many people, you see the toxicity out there that people try to project, and you don't realize it right away. So you also try to set boundaries too with so many people that you end up running into, which I guess it's just part of it. This is a real interesting forum to do. I don't know who I'm talking to, or what would be helpful for me about what I am doing. But it's interesting how most comedians. Oh, now I get to see the question. Okay, it's your hour. Tell us about your Jewish identity. That's a good thing to start. So, I grew up in Lynchburg, Virginia, and there's a very Southern Baptist place with a small Jewish community, and there were just a handful of Jews, some from New York and all that stuff. And my father, he was raised Orthodox, so he kind of tried to kind of raise me to understand Judaism. My mom was pretty, reform or secular, not very religious. It was interesting growing up in that town, because there was such a strong, like, Southern Baptist influence in that town, in that city. I remember thinking sometimes, because if I told people that I was Jewish, sometimes I would get told what I needed to do to be saved. and there would be times where I thought I should just probably not say that I'm Jewish, because I don't want to have to, like, go through explaining to people whatever it means to be Jewish, whatever, and sometimes the interesting thing is sometimes people would know that I was Jewish, and it was always strange. I remember, like, my parents would go out and I'd be at home, and then I get these phone calls from these evangelical people who would want to read to me the whatever, the New Testament or whatever, and I didn't know how to get off the phone. Like, and that was just normal. Like, you just kind of think about these things growing up and in certain geographic areas, and that was part of the experience. My father was very, with the whole Palestinian thing. It's interesting because my dad, like, loved Israel and loved everything about it. So I grew up kind of what he kind of taught me from what he enjoyed, and he practiced. He would daven every Saturday, and put the tefillin on. So he was very observant. I didn't ever get that much into it, but I did. After I graduated high school, I went to school in Arizona State, and then what I did was there was a birthright trip, and I took the birthright trip to Israel, and it was right after it was after September 11th happened. So I went out there, and I remember, like, feeling really overwhelmed with the experience of feeling like, oh, this is there, because everybody says, welcome home, this is your home. And it just felt so much pressure just to accept, like, another lifestyle of Judaism. And the person running the trip, I remember the person facilitating the trip, they kind of kept telling me, just keep the door open, and you will find your Jewish identity. And I was very just skeptical about the experience and all that. And I remember that there was, like, this film crew going around, and I guess the facilitator had asked them to go talk to me, and I didn't know what this film crew was for, what they're doing, but they just asked me a few questions about what my experience was like on Birthright, and I kind of gave an answer like, this is a good experience if you're interested in discovering your identity, but for some it might just be a free trip to Israel. That's what I said, something like that. And then they had this convention center And it was of all the birthright groups from all over the world in this huge arena. And we were in there, and then we all had to kind of walk around to these different, tables that were talking about different things. And then they all brought us into the arena room. And then at the time, the prime minister was Ariel Sharon. And he comes up and he gives a speech. And at the end of his speech, he says, "And now for your presentation." And he points up to this big giant movie screen. And there I am on top, when it was filmed. And they took out everything I said. And they said, "This is a great opportunity for if you're trying to figure out your identity." They totally took the part off where I said it was a free trip. Anyways, that was me above Ariel Sharon. And that was all the propaganda. And they threw me in the mix for that. Yeah, it's been a interesting being here and being a Jewish comedian too. There are not a lot of us, but we find each other, and I have put on a few Jewish comedy shows before, but we find each other, and it always kind of feels like we generally look out for one another. I don't know. I think that's just kind of part of it. But yeah, I mean, most of my background in being Jewish and even kind of my humor, my understanding of Judaism definitely came from my dad. My humor, I think, comes from both of them. And I think people who know me and know how I was raised, if they see my stand up and know my parents, they can see that I'm kind of doing a version of both of them as a persona. And yeah, it's interesting how most comedians are troubled and have experienced trauma or pain that comes out as comedy. I can see a connection, how pain can lead to compassion. Yeah, I mean, when I was in school studying for my master's degree, I remember one of our classes, the professor said there's a fine line between comedy and tragedy, and that what brings you pain can bring you joy. And so when I get in kind of my mode of trying to figure out writing jokes, I just try to think about what's so funny about these terrible situations. Because that is, what is the common thread here of these two different things that can bring us together, and as this Jewish and Muslim show comes up, I keep trying to think about what am I going to say to the folks that are watching or come to the show. And I don't know if anybody on here is going to come to the show, but I thought about it and I was thinking, like Muslims and Jews, people don't realize how much we do have in common. We have a long history, and the one thing about this show tonight is that there will, of all the people performing tonight, there will be no Christians occupying the stage. So it'll be only Jews and Muslims. So I'm workshopping it with you folks. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But I keep going back to community because I think in the past 2 years, and guess during the pandemic, I started to realize even how isolated I was feeling even before the pandemic. And growing up, my mom used to always ask me kind of like what I wanted to do when I grew up and as a job. And I always just said, I just want to do something meaningful. My father, he was a psychologist, and I ended up being a therapist. And my mom was a teacher for a while. So we kind of were always in kind of this helping kind of profession. And I like the work I do at the hospital. I do a lot of crisis work and evaluations of kids in the emergency department. I like that work. But I always was interested in kind of entertainment. I just was never certain about taking the next step to do it. And even now, I don't perform as much as I produce. And, I think part of that is still kind of finding my voice with being on stage and how to, I don't want to be like a very offensive kind of comedian. That's not what I want to do. I mean, the comedians now that I kind of watch closely that are Jewish are like Modi. I like him a lot. I don't know if you folks know him, but he's just very warm in how he connects with the audience. Yeah. What else about me? I don't know. I'm trying not to go
How have
too.
mushrooms helped you in your journey with comedy?
Is this Rob?
Yeah.
I recognized your voice. How have mushrooms helped me? I think. See, I'm still learning how to understand mushrooms. I think the mushrooms have, at least when I enjoy them, they just they just make me feel a little bit lighter, and I can sense the positivity, you know. But you know, but learning too more about mushrooms and what they do, because I think like the more that you do them, the like you see more of just kind of like the consistent general positive effects of them. It doesn't feel as, I think there is like an kind of like this awe and maybe misunderstanding, because when I think that people who come to watch the Shroom Room like don't like think that the comedians are tripping out, but if they are somebody who has a little more experience taking them, they're probably just going to be in a good mood on stage. So I feel like it's kind of become demystified lately, just by understanding what they do. I think every now and again, when you take enough, you can kind of feel like your brain going into that third eye or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. I haven't really experienced doing them on stage to see if they really impact how clever I can be or anything like that. But I definitely can see that they kind of can lift the mood a little bit. Yes. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's yeah. I'm just reading what's being written here. Yeah. Oh, good. I don't know. What else? What else about me? If I think about comedy too, and I kind of just think about how I was raised, it was like we see like stereotypical stuff on like TV of like like Seinfeld of like George's parents yelling and stuff, and that's kind of what it was like in my house. Like my mom just yelling about nonsense, and my dad sitting on the couch with the remote, just like acting, very dry and like, okay, 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 while she's like, losing her mind over this one time that I ate her bagel. Seriously, there was a big giant fight in my house over me eating the bagel. My mom threatened to like run away from the house.
Why'd you eat the bagel? That's pretty messed up.
Why did I eat the bagel?
Yeah.
Because my dad said it was okay. It was on the table. It was if she just came back from New York. I assumed that if my mom was coming from New York and she brought a bagel, she knows how much I love bagels, and she was leaving it there for me. So I ate her bagel, and my mom walked over and said, "Who took my bagel?" And that was it. She left the house for about, I don't know, 30 minutes. I don't know where she went. She had her little thing, and then she came back, and it was just a real life crazy Seinfeld situation. as well. She was she might have been hangry, but it was like it may have been like New York Jewish lady angry. Sorry to you New York Jewish ladies that are in this group. I hope I'm not offending you. I hope you don't like leave and have a like, I'm done with this Zoom conference. This he ruined it. Yeah.
Why'd you eat mushrooms?
Huh?
You ate my mushroom.
I know. I need to send her some. Maybe that'll help. I don't know. She was here in Seattle, and she always asks for me to get her edibles. See if that takes the edge off of her. Yeah. I don't know. It was like that though. Being in this house of whatever folks shouting over nothing. I don't know. But that was one aspect of the I don't know if it was being Jewish or just being in a loud home. Yeah. No. What else about being Jewish? This isn't exciting. I spent a year practicing for my bar mitzvah. My father was very much, he said, if anything's going to go right in this Jewish household, it's going to be Noah having a bar mitzvah, and he's going to be taught how to read from the Torah, because all the other Reformed Jewish kids, they would read the transliteration. My dad hated that kids were reading English Hebrew, so he made me do that for a year and a half. The transliteration, just English, just Hebrew written in English characters. So I had to practice and memorize Hebrew from the Torah for a year, and the Haftorah and all that stuff. It was good. I can still read Hebrew. What do my parents think of psychedelic advocacy? My dad probably would have been fine with it. He's no longer around. My mom, this is what my mom says to me. She said, if you're doing comedy and you make fun of me, you have to make money. That's all she said. That's all my mom said. That was the most Jewish thing. Just make money. No, my folks, they're pretty open about this kind of stuff. So they don't. Yeah, they're from the '60s, or at least my mom was. She didn't really care. Although when I remember being a teenager though, and when I first started smoking marijuana, I didn't know where to hide it, so I just like put it under my bed, and I didn't realize that people are gonna smell it, and so like my best friend and I kept it at my house. And it was ours. We were gonna share it. I left it under the bed, and then I get home and my mom's like, Noah, I need to show you something. And I was like, what do you need to show me? She said, go look in the bathroom. I look in the bathroom and like there's all this marijuana in the toilet. And she said, I found your marijuana and you got to flush it down the toilet. You got to tell your best friend that I found it. And then so I told my friend, and I said, you got to tell your mom. My mom's going to tell your parents about the marijuana. And anyhow, my friend had gone, like he felt so upset and worried about whatever. I think he went into like a depression for like a month over this whole thing when we were teenagers, and I didn't talk to him for like a month. And then like few years later, my mom says to me, hey Noah, and I said, yeah, remember that marijuana that I dumped in the toilet? And I said, yeah. She says, I didn't dump it all. I kept about half of it and smoked it for myself. And I said, Mom, you know, put my best friend into a serious depression. Anyway, so that's what my mom does. She took my weed and then she kept it. I guess it's what a smart parent would do anyway. It's like you wouldn't throw it all out, keep it for yourself. What does it say here? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I don't know. We can FaceTime my mom, and she's probably awake. She doesn't sleep, so she's in the East Coast. We can FaceTime her in, and she'll just have her as a guest. She could do a 24-hour Jewish show. She would just talk about anything. She'd talk about socks, frogs. She has frogs that are around her house. So she'd talk about how annoying they are. You know, it would get dramatic at some point. She would probably have some like emotional thing. Then she'd call me, and I have to tell her, "Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Like nobody's as upset about the things as you are upset about, that kind of thing." I always say she means well, though. She means well. Yeah. All right, more Jewish stuff. More Jewish stuff. I don't know. I'm not going to do my set here. I don't know. But my mom said she found a joint. Thought I would be. And then, well, that's this see now you're jogging my memory, Leo. So couple things. My mom had the rabbi over once, and this is when I was like 10 or 11, and we had there was a woman rabbi at this time, and like I was like in the basement playing video games or whatever, and like my mom was like upstairs like having wine and drinking, and then like I hear some laughing upstairs, and my mom's with the rabbi, and my mom says, "Noah," and I was like, what, Ma?" She says, "Noah, come upstairs. I got a question for you." I go upstairs, and my mom is like laughing with the rabbi, and I say, "What?" And my mom goes, "Noah." I go, "Yeah." "Do you know what OS is?" And I was like, "What's OS?" And she laughs. She goes, "Oral sex." And I don't know why her and the rabbi were like, this is a good question to ask this 10-year-old boy. But there's that, and my mom, she liked to make like gag gifts for people, but I didn't really know what they were. She would take these like see if you can guess what it is. It's a like, it was in tin, and it was gold, and it was circular, and she clipped like glue like earring, whatever, the stud things onto them, and you could have these like gold circular tin things. You have condoms. There are condoms that you could hang from your ears, So she had all these condoms that she would just use as earrings. These gold. I don't even know if you can find them anymore, but they looked like they were like, they kind of looked like Hanukkah gelt, but condoms were inside instead.
Condom earrings, an ancient Jewish tradition.
Yeah, the ancient Jewish tradition of they think we have sex with a hole in the sheet. We just got when the women wear the earrings, we know it's time. We're like, that's how we find her. That's the new path is like, are they the golden women with the golden earrings? Break out the sheets. Yeah.
Break out.
Yeah.
You need to fuck.
We break out the sheets, and we it's first we get together and cut the holes in the sheets. That's part of the tradition, and then we have a party. We do shrooms, and I don't know. The game is like, it's like, you have to figure out, anyways, it's kind of like a horseshoe but with sheets, whatever. Anyways, do people ask? People, people have asked that, and actually, we were at like a dinner with some really Orthodox family friends once, and I remember my sister asked if that was true, and the woman there said that there is I don't know this sect of Judaism, but she said there's a sect of Judaism where that does occur, So I don't know if it's true, but I don't know. I think at this point, like Jews
It's
would
like an
be,
urban legend.
but like it's like
Like
it
there's
could
some
be.
Jews in the hills that have sex with the sheets, but
I mean, it could be fun. I mean, why not? I mean, you know, like we can all do it. This could actually solve the crisis in whatever Israel Palestine. You know, like just hey, Muslims, Jews, let's just here, just put up the sheet with the hole in it, and figure out if you had. Yeah, anyways, I don't know.
Hashem's glory hole.
I had to wrote down a joke. The Gaza strip club. I don't know, like. Maybe that could be it. It's in
Yeah, I was just gonna say that like there's that sect of Hasidic Judaism where they do, I misspelled Judaism, but where they do talk about like having sex in certain situations or conditions. But one of the things that always like amazed me was that the time of women bleeding is considered like a non-sexual time. So the husband and the wife are not supposed to touch. And that means like I had read about how the salt shaker, like passing the salt shaker, you're supposed to set it down on the table and then they pick it up, because if your hands touch, there's like an electric charge. And that would just be like too sexual during that time.
Yeah. It's funny. I when I was in California, there was this. I was just walking around a lot of Jews, and I was there for like a month, and like this, like I stumbled upon this young kid who was doing some Jewish ritual and asked me to participate in it, and then his dad, as rabbi, came by, and I was telling him I was going through a divorce, and he first he was like, "You went wrong when you married a Catholic." And then he went into telling me more about. He said, "This is what is important. You want to tell you something about in Judaism? All the women, they have to have their menstruation. Do you understand what I'm saying, Noah?" And I was like, I understand what a menstruation is. He said, no. Do you understand that after the menstruation, what it is important? It's a law in Judaism. And I looked and he said, they have to have sex with you. It is a rule. It is a rule. They have to. So you should marry a Jewish person, because at least you're guaranteed to have sex at least once a month. I was like, okay. I said, I'll think about it. I'll bring it up next time I'm at synagogue.
I don't know. I'm starting to like Jewish law myself.
I mean, you just become Orthodox, and just you should take your 2% Judaism, Rob, and just go full on Hasidic. I would love to see that, just at least for material, just doing that. If there is a charge, then wouldn't that indicate that it is indeed I'm reading or all right. I'm just trying to keep up with whatever it's saying in the chat. If there is a charge, then wouldn't that indicate that it is indeed a sex? Oh, okay. I get what we're talking about up there now. All right. So now we've covered like Jewish and Muslim show, Jews and shrooms, or my shroom show, somewhat about me, and we started to get into Hasidic sexual rituals, which I don't know a whole lot about. That can be the next topic. I will make more of an effort to meet. I'll go on JDate right now and see Hasidic women with fresh sheets. That's what I'll do. Have I done JDate? I am on there, but you have to like pay. You have to like pay more money to get all the special features. Then there's like J Swipe, which is the other one, which is a little easier. I don't know.
You have to pay more money, so obviously Jews run that app.
Yeah, Jews run that one. They're like you can't get all the features. I get like emails that say a Jewish lady has shown interest in you, but then I go to it. It says, but please pay us $20, and you can find out who this Jew is. I don't know. I just got to show up to synagogue. Just for the dating. All right. What else? What else, man? Oh, we've covered a lot of ground here. Yes, Jewish Muslim show, December 6th for you folks at the Shanghai Room. That'll be happening, and I don't know. I have not done a lot of. I keep telling myself I'm going to go to synagogue again, uh, but I never do. I think I don't know. One of these days I'm going to check it out again. Do I celebrate? I celebrate. I mean, not as much lately, and mostly just for my kids. I celebrate Hanukkah. Um, um, but yeah, I grew up pretty. Pretty observant. We even had separated the meat plates and silverware from the dairy and all that. But again, that was my dad pushed that more than anything, and even he, after a while of being at the Reform Synagogue, became a little more Reform in some of his ways, but mostly pretty Orthodox. Oh, divorce. Well, see, I think I don't. I was married to a Catholic person, so and it was interesting because I started learning more about being Catholic, um, as well. But I don't know what the real thoughts on divorce in Judaism are. I'm sure we don't mind because most of us are the divorce lawyers, so we're fine with it. But I don't know. I definitely realize, I tell jokes about like Jewish guilt versus Catholic guilt, but I feel like Catholic guilt's much worse. It feels like I don't know, just ever since I kind of stepped away from the Catholic uh, culture a little bit. I'm still part of it because my kids are at a private school, but like, I did get. I was like, wow, dude, you really get this different. Things are just a little less chill in the Catholic culture, at least how I kind of observe it a little bit. But I don't know. It feels like just the way I was raised, that just everything was just more outspoken and direct. There was nothing hiding. There was nothing. There was not much. There was no shame with my family. We were just openly. It was. And there, I don't think that I remember feeling like embarrassed about stuff, but I just felt like it was just normal to like somebody to embarrass you, or be loud and obnoxious. It just felt like I don't know. Us Jews were just loud people. I think I'm on the quieter side, but I don't know if that answers divorce. Maybe all that is kind of why I don't know. I'm divorced. Do I experience it? Did I? Yes. Not. There was some stuff there. Like our synagogue got spray painted with the swastika when I was a kid, and it was around the time that guy David Duke was running for office, and um, uh, and the thing is, I've been pretty like I'm pretty open, like try to see both sides kind of person. Um, it the more thing that I experienced was people asking me about like like if I was worried that I was going to hell and things like that, or what would I do to be saved? Um, and you know, but it comes from even like on the Jew, like I'm not religious, but you know, when when I talk to more religious Jews, sometimes I feel this pressure that I am like not being Jewish enough, and it's problematic, you know, and that's, I mean, I just feel with anybody with a strong opinion about something you're doing, they're gonna try to sometimes push you to participate in that, which is not what I want to do. Yeah. Um, yeah. Just thinking about being a kid and being Jewish. I don't know. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. I actually I remember when the swastika was painted on my synagogue. Um, like my dad had. This is when my dad started explaining to me like about Nazis and what they were and all that. And then I got kind of like paranoid as a kid. And I remember I went into my room and like had like this like big giant He-Man sword, and I started practicing for it. I told my dad like I'm ready. I'm ready if the Nazis come. I'm gonna like hit him with my He-Man sword. Um anyways, yeah. Um what else about what else about me is there that's interesting? I'm sure there's more for me to.
There were two requests to make fun of Seattle a little bit.
Oh, you want to make fun of Seattle? I feel okay. Can you make fun of? Yes. So Seattle culture. Um, this when I went to Chicago like in 2000, was it? Must have been in the 2000, sometime in 2020. Um, and I was there, and you know, and so what I recognize is that like, you know, like in Chicago, like like the people there are warm and welcoming, and it freezes in the winter, but in Seattle it freezes year round. Like that's what I noticed. And almost like with the, like when people started wearing masks here, it was almost as if they like we were like, oh, like people weren't already like walking 6 feet away from each other. This is like a, you know, this is a new thing. It seemed it like, and so I would actively try to say hi to people with my mask on, and you could see like people are so guarded here. I mean, we still are, you know. I mean, I remember I'd be out with my kids trying to like, you know, we've been on our bikes and have our masks outside, and I try to lock up the bike, and then like I remember some older lady was just like shouting at us to like get out of the way, and I was like, what do you want me to do with my two kids here and have our masks? Like we're rushing, and I mean it was just I don't know, the pandemic did it brought out like all the 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 freezing characteristics of Seattle culture even more. And I don't know what's going on now. It's a different world. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I was never really single in Seattle, but I know that it's really hard to meet people here. When you go different places, it feels like people are just more willing to like start a conversation. Uh, um, Comedy culture here is weird too. I feel like you have to really win over people in Seattle. Oh, and if you say the wrong thing, people get upset very quickly. It makes it. I mean, it's good to practice being a comedian because then you're working harder at it. But it sometimes just it's demoralizing at times because you're just you don't know what's gonna offend people at all. And I feel that that as much as we are a very progressive city, I wish sometimes we could just look at ourselves and chill out a little bit, and not and like not go as far to, you know, whatever, cancel people all the time. I think Seattle is very much wanting to I don't know. We can come across pretty elite and snooty about thinking that we know more about the way things should be in the world than other people. I mean, it's good and it's bad, but it can be uncomfortable to reflect that back to people too. So I don't know. That's I don't know if that's funny, but it's just my observation. Is trying to like, and that's probably as me as like running open mics and trying to kind of find the balance of like giving comedians a place to speak, but also trying to figure out how to help an audience understand that these are people working on how to publicly speak. So yes, it's okay to like not like what they say, but at the same time, let's give them a chance and to figure out how to do this. I mean, or just don't laugh. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of generally it for me. I've just been plugging away, and I keep trying to do more shows. There's going to be more shroom rooms. Oregon is liking me bringing the shroom room there, so they've asked me to do another one in April at another venue in Salem, Oregon. But yeah, I think that the shroom room show is the one that I'm trying to more focus on because it seems to get more attention. It'd be neat to bring it across the country. I'm looking at comedy festivals because you can submit comedy shows to comedy festivals to gain some traction. So yeah, that's me. Don't have much else. I don't know what else to say. I'm happy to answer questions though. If I'm looking through the notes here. Jews are in their heads a lot. That's true. Yeah. Any questions, anybody? Any thoughts? One new message. Oh yeah. Yeah. Cool. What else? It's almost midnight. Any other funny anecdotes? Is Rob still there? He can prompt me on something. I'm trying to think one other thing.
So there was something that when you were joking about your mom and eating the bagel, like I was just reminiscing about the women in my family and just like outrageous, crazy behavior that just seems so eccentric unless you kind of understand that cultural piece. But
yeah,
I just feel like your mom sounds like such a character. Like I was really having some belly laughs over that one.
Yeah, no, she is, and it can be a lot. If you don't understand, it can be a lot. Like I mean, I just got off the phone with her last week. She just started getting upset for like 20 minutes about like her coworker. She's like, my coworkers don't invite me to the parties and this and that. And I'm like, well, what are they, like 20 years? Yeah, but it would still be nice to be invited. And I'm like, are you gonna go? No, but it'd be nice to be invited. And she's like, my mom's literally like livid and mad. And she's like, I'm thinking about saying something to her. I was like, don't say anything, just let it go. Like she's like, but I'm gonna say something. And I said, say something, but don't expect people to like how you behave. And she's like, then I'll be mad at them about that. And I was like, I know. That's you like literally like make things happen that you don't want, and then you're mad about the thing. I said, if you just like, I don't know, pay attention to the patterns. I don't know. She doesn't like it. She's getting better at me, like hearing me say, like, look, do you see that like people have like keep their distance from you sometimes? Do you see that? And And she's like, well, it's their fault. And it's like, it's never hers, but she's starting to kind of see that. It's like, just chill out a little bit. Just breathe. I know this is a long history of shouting to get your way, but it's clearly not working out for you. So
I had also asked if you felt like the Seinfeld like Jewish genre as like the Jewish comedian, like does that like hurt or help your career? Does that factor in at all?
well, people will sometimes say when I talk in certain ways, and then somebody's like, "Oh, you sound like Larry David" or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I think it's cultural. I mean, these stereotypes are based off of something, and I mean, I grew up around it, and um, I think it could be helpful, just in some ways, just because I mean, there's got to be some Jewish entertainer out there that leads the next generation. It could be me. I don't know. Who knows? It could be somebody else, but I don't think it hurts. I think it's fine, and people still laugh at Seinfeld, and I still can relate to all that stuff. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Um, any final thoughts from anybody still watching? All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for having me on here. I appreciate doing this. You know, we we try. We any yeah we try with our Jewish humor. Yeah. Cool.
So can we get one last question or comment from the crowd? We've got 4 more minutes before our next moderator, and it'd be nice to send Noah off with some love.
Appreciate it. Haven't had to talk about myself for an hour. This is, I guess, my first practice of an hour comedy special of something. What do I love about Seattle? Gosh, I love it when I get to take a nice walk, like to any of the beaches. Like I actually over Thanksgiving I went on a nice walk through this park called Shoreview, and with another dad that I was hanging out with, and it was really nice because it was just reminded me of being a kid, and when you can find little cool parks and places like that, I don't know, it's kind of nice to adventure. I like when I can feel like I'm not in the city. I enjoy that. Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. Yeah, yeah, I enjoy it. Yeah, anytime I'm near the water, I get to sit and just kind of reflect or whatever, be mindful, that kind of stuff. It's nice. I don't get enough time to do that. Cool. Well, thank you folks so much for having me here, and to be part of your Jewish psychedelic forum of sorts. Nice to have an opportunity to connect.
We are going 24 hours, so we may be looking haggard, but we'll be eating, sleeping, and resting, and also talking for 24 hours. So feel free to jump back in.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Noah, for your share. We do have a next moderator coming on, and he is someone that is that we're so grateful to have. But just want to give kind of like a thank you to Noah, because when I think about Jewish humor, I think about Jewish humor holding a real place in the world for showing us how to reflect on ourselves and laugh at ourselves, and the power of conflict within Judaism. There's a lot of discussion and disagreement. And I think a lot of other cultures in the world could learn a lot from how Jews are able to kind of agree to disagree, and everyone argues and has their own opinion, but we kind of uphold the concept that arguing isn't necessarily a negative, or conflict isn't necessarily a negative. We can disagree and share our different viewpoints. And comedy provides a real beautiful forum for that. So when I think about like sacred Heyoka medicine within Native American culture, and I think about the humor of Judaism, it's always like the kind of like the wise rabbi who makes a joke that makes me realize the rabbi is human, that reassures me spiritually. Like that humor can be such a place of bringing us to a place of just beauty, that it can make us laugh at ourselves and the seriousness of the world, and also see the ludicrousness of the world. And a lot of people believe that comedians are like our sacred clowns out there, So thank you, Noah, for bringing your humor. Like you definitely brought me some belly laughs with your mom. And this reminded me of my mom, so thank you. So we have we're going until